Truman Show. There we go. Okay.
Yeah, the Truman Show. Yeah.
Yeah. So someone just hits you with like a fentanyl blow dart. Boom.
Mm-hmm.
And you wake up and you're in the planetarium.
I was willing to grant you much more. I was willing to grant you like a planet-sized flat plane.
No, just a planetarium. Just okay. So a bunch of scientists said, "Hey, what we'll do here is perfectly project the sky in a building, an installation model, a flat stationary installation model that people can walk around in and use to do celestial navigation." And your job would be to tell them that they didn't fool you. You know it's not an installation flat stationary model. It's actually a giant lava ball that's covered in water in the vacuum of space. And you determine exactly its position in the Milky Way galaxy. You determined exactly the Milky Way's position in like the galaxy superclusters. You figured out that the Earth is on an offshoot of the Orion arm. And then they say, "Oh no, you're in the flat stationary installation. All that stuff you just hallucinated."
Well, I don't think I could do all these things. It would straight up be hallucination if I'm actually in a flat plane, because I think you need to be able to move around in 3D. Like, you need to have an up and down on a planet to see different perspectives to do these kinds of where am I located in relation to other things.
I mean, we can put some topography in the room for you. Put some mountains there on the flat plane you're on, inside of that thing. And you can go up and down.
Yeah, but if I'm stationary, like in one place, I can only look at one. Like, I can't even do the North Star thing that we do here on Earth, where when you're in the northern hemisphere, you see the North Star, right? And then you go far enough into the southern hemisphere, suddenly you don't see the North Star anymore.
Like how far south?
I don't know. Let's be safe and say you're like at the top 20% in the northern hemisphere, and then you go to the bottom 20% in the southern hemisphere. That should be enough to ensure that in one place you can see it, in the other you can't.
Direct contradiction to what the globe model would suggest.
Why?
As soon as you hit like 5%, it should be difficult to see. And at 0, it should be a physical curve of the Earth blocking. But in your worldview, you think it could be 20%.
Sorry, what do you mean?
You could be minus 20 from the equator and still see the North Star.
I mean, I can see the North Star, and I'm in Europe, and I'm far away from the equator.
Yeah, and you're saying that you could go all the way to the equator, then pass the equator, and still see the North Star.
No, I'm saying the exact opposite. Maybe I phrased it poorly. What I meant, the northern hemisphere, north of the center line, I can see it. And if I go south of the center line far enough, I can't see it anymore.
Give me a goalpost so we can kick it through the goalpost and get you back thinking again.
Sorry, that sentence doesn't make any sense to me.
Let's set up a goalpost. How far south can you see the North Star? At what point is it no longer visible?
If you're asking me at what point is it no longer visible, then the answer that I gave you was, I don't know exactly. To be safe, let's say at the bottom 20% of the southern hemisphere, you wouldn't be able to see it anymore.
Holy shit. The bottom, you know what that means, right? The bottom 20%.
I
It's
know
like
what it
inside
means.
the Arctic Circle.
Sure.
Like someone clip that shit.
I don't know what the issue with that is. On a flat Earth, doesn't matter. You're in one plane. You see one sky.
You just described the flat Earth too. You saw one plane. And then you went inside the Arctic Circle, and there were some effects there that changed what you see.
And what are those effects on a flat plane?
Start naming them. I don't know. List them out. It's definitely not the geometric curve of the Earth, because you should have seen it, stopped seeing it way before that.
Sure. I said I don't know where exactly, so to be safe, let's go with an extreme example.
Do lights on a road seem like they're sinking down the further away from them you are? You ever noticed that phenomena? Perspective? If you back away on a long straight road and there are street lights, the lights at the very end of that street, do they look like they're lower down than the ones that's right next to you?
This might be, I'm not dodging this, but it's hard for me to relate because I'm from Europe and I don't drive with the car at night on long straight roads a lot. We got a lot of hills here where I
But
live, and I
can
take
you
public
model it in
transport
your
anyway.
head? Because, you can probably
I'm
model it
trying
in
to,
your
but I'm
mind.
not sure in what direction they would bend. I've not seen this
Have you ever
often
seen an
enough.
airplane go above you and it disappears into the distance, but it looks like it's actually flying into the ground?
Yes, I think I
Yeah,
can imagine that, yeah.
right. So, I mean, you know that with distance, things that are actually at the same elevation, they just look like they're going down, right? But they're not actually going down. So,
True, yeah, because they
this is
vanish
how we
behind the
navigate
horizon line
using.
because the Earth is curved.
No, it's not because the Earth is curved. That road can be completely, level and flat, and those street lights are not going to look like they're going down anyway. So we can do this over water. But look, the North Star or Polaris, it will look like it's sinking the further away you go. And after a while, when you get to the equator or so, what you call the equator, it's going to look like it's right on the horizon, and then it's going to disappear. Not because it's actually lowered. It's at the same elevation. You just move, and this is how we people see. It's called non-Euclidean vision. If you look into it.
I mean, yes, non-Euclidean is because that kind of math works because we're on a sphere.
No, that's exactly how it works on a flat plane. Like if you look out into the ocean, right, you can see a lighthouse maybe 10 miles away. But it looks like it's...
No, this is not a gotcha. I'm not trying to gotcha you, but
No,
Euclidean math works on a flat plane. Non-Euclidean math works on a sphere specifically.
No, this is just our vision.
Because of the parallel lines things.
No, this is how our vision works. Like if you're in a room and you look down a hallway, the door at the end of the hallway is going to look really tiny.
Yes, because it's farther away.
It's like it's going down, right? So if we saw in Euclidean space, we would see that door, being this exact same size and everything. Yeah.
Maybe we're talking about different things. That would be my bad.
Yeah, maybe. Anyway, look, let me ask you a question. I wanted to look at the side chat in a second. I'm just going to switch to voice activated because I have push to talk now, so I can't switch. Just give me a second.
Of course.
All right. Can you still hear me?
Yes.
So, the ball, that one, you've seen pictures of it, I'm sure, right? From space, from NASA, maybe, right?
Sorry. From space, NASA, maybe.
Yeah. Have you seen pictures of a ball of the Earth?
Oh yes, I have. Yeah.
Yeah. Do they look on the picture I'm posting? Are you watching chat?
I'm watching chat.
Yeah, just focus on the picture there. Don't worry about the numbers. But does that kind of look like something you've seen before. People maybe told you this is where you live. This is Earth.
Something similar to this, yeah.
Yeah. So you notice all the blue stuff. You know what that is? Claimed to be.
Water?
Yeah, it's water. And there's something peculiar about this. Water, it curves around that ball, right? It curves. It's not flat
Mm-hmm.
in the picture. Yeah. So
Yeah.
the thing is, they have given us a size, 3,959 miles. That's the radius of this ball, right? So even
Mm-hmm.
if I grant you this is a real picture from space, this is what Earth looks like. Now, we need to be able to confirm that water actually curves at the rate that they say it does. And there's a rate chart right next to the ball, right? So we can use simple math in geometry to figure out how much water needs to curve over, for example, 10 miles. If we look in the chart, needs to curve 60 foot. If the ball radius plane. Problem is that take a laser and place it a foot or two over ground on one side of the 10-mile wide lake, it should end up 66 foot in the air on the other side. But in fact, it hits the target at foot on the other side as well, right? So that means that water does not curve. Or if you take a friend with to that lake, bring a good zoom camera, you can probably zoom into him on the other side or see his features at least, right? But unless he's 66 foot tall, should not be able to do that. So this is the reason why we're all flat. We have measured drop over distance over water, and Earth is said to have 71% covered by water. So
Okay.
at minimum, we can say that Earth cannot be a ball. Water is curving. We don't know the shape. We don't make a shape claim. We only make a claim to the surface property. You understand?
Okay. Very good. I'm not gonna drop the R word, but I would ask you if you are in possession of a video that shows somebody seeing a light or being able to see an object on a hot day over a flat surface like a salt flat. I would love to see a video like that.
I think there might be some salt flat videos. We have specular reflection. We can prove that they don't curve
Okay,
over
if you
several.
would be so kind as to tag me in the side chat if you find something like this. I too have now. I have to leave now for dinner as well. Thank you very much for the conversation, though.
All right, it was nice talking. Thank you. Yeah. So if someone has the specular reflection picture from the salt flats in Utah, that would be nice. I can't find it, but maybe he wants to look at it when he comes back. I know India had a good presentation on those flats. Oh, is that it? Yeah, there you go. That's a good example. I didn't even have time to present the laser test that we actually have done. So if he comes back, maybe he's going to listen to this on YouTube, but I'll paste it for the YouTube listeners anyway. Here's a 21-mile observation that I like, coincidentally from Utah as well, Salt Lake.
The little dude peter out. How the oh, I know I went AFK. I could just go back and listen to live stream.
I mean, I really want to know the other perspective, because throughout the course of life, we had Earth has 0.03% water, blah blah blah. But it's
Yeah.
really interesting to see the people who still have a different view other than globe. Yeah, I really want to learn.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, so when we look up in the sky, we see Saturn and Jupiter, and we don't
Mhm.
deny that those things exist in the sky.
Mhm.
They're above us, right?
Yeah.
The surface of the Earth is what measures flat, because
Mhm.
if the surface of the Earth were a ball, that would mean all the water would be curving
Mhm.
around the ball in all directions, because Earth is 70% water.
No, Earth is not 70% water. It's a 0.03% water. Earth is just a dust and metal. Yeah.
Earth is not 70% water?
Yeah.
Okay.
Earth is just a dust and metal. The outer layer, our Earth is like an apple.
So, like, the surface of the Earth is not 70% water.
Yeah. The surface, the outer layer have some water. Yeah.
The surface is covered 70% in water.
Yeah, surface. Yeah, you're right.
Right. So if the surface is covered in 70% water,
Mhm.
right, that
Yep.
means it would have to be curving in all directions, right?
Yep.
Right. So when you are looking at a swimming pool, is the surface of that water curving or flat?
Mm. It's a flat. It's a level.
When you're
Yep.
looking, level.
Mhm.
When you look at a lake, is the surface of that water flat or curved?
Yeah, it's level. Yep.
Yeah. What about a sea? Like the Red Sea, the Black Sea? Is the surface of that water flat or curved?
I mean, it's level. It's like leveling. Yep.
Yeah. Level, flat. So what about the ocean? The surface of that water flat or curved?
It's leveling. Yeah.
Right. So if the surface, the very top edge, is
Mhm.
flat everywhere on water, right? All
Mhm.
surface levels of water are flat when at rest. How can the Earth be a
Mhm.
ball?
Mhm. How can Earth
Oh,
be a ball?
by the way, Yoder, how did you like my new surface of water analogy? I after lake, I started adding in the sea because it's like a
Mhm.
marker between the ocean and the lakes. I bet Effie Alaska Malamute like that too.
I appreciate that. It's a new perspective. Yeah.
Yeah. So if the surface of the Earth is flat,
Mm.
then whatever is happening in the sky can only
Mhm.
happen over a flat Earth.
Mhm. But I mean, we have this instrument for leveling up, and that instrument is in like a curve shape. But
What instrument?
the leveling instrument, and this leveling instrument has water. But whenever I see that instrument is like around on outside, but that instrument used to detect leveling, and the level is straight. So imagine Earth is like a instrument, and water is just like for a leveling tool.
Yeah, we use water to measure level and flat and horizontal
Yep.
everywhere. Water is the universal measurement for horizontal.
So if that instrument is
Or,
like a curve,
horizontal is perpendicular to plumb. And you can't
Mhm.
have a right angle without two straight
Mhm.
lines.
Oh.
Yep.
So, do you have a outer shape for flat Earth?
No,
Like
I
any?
don't know what the shape of Earth is. I just know the surface measures flat.
Hmm.
It could be a square, it could be a circle, it could be a
Mhm.
pentagon, it could be anything. It could be an octagon. For all we know, the UFC got it right.
Mhm.
Well, that would require exploration, unrestricted exploration, by the way. So,
Mhm.
Yeah, there are limits to what we can go out and explore. But most people think that exploration is free. We're free to move wherever we want. But the world is controlled by the navies of all the major countries.
Mhm.
Navies control the seas. And in order to get to anywhere, you have to cross seas.
Oh yeah.
I'd hate to say this is like a prison plane, but with all the militaries of the world working together on that one aspect to stop exploration, it's kind of interesting.
But you can measure the surface. It doesn't take much to measure the surface. We don't say that you can see forever horizontally. We know that there is a thickness to air. That's why when you look up and the sun is directly over your head, if you look at the sun will blind you. But if the sun's on the horizon, you can look through all that air, and the thickness of the air will actually help you be able to stare at the sun for a longer period of time without any injury to your eyes.
Hmm.
So we know the air has thickness to it. Plus, there's weather, there's fog, there's all kinds of other things going on.
Yeah, there's a lot of impurities present in here that make that blur visions.
Well, air itself is just thick, right? It's like,
Yeah.
what, 76% nitrogen or something like that? 74% nitrogen?
Hmm.
At least at sea level, anyway.
Yeah, but this is why I like optics getting better right now. I'm
So
loving this. Because thermal, you don't have to worry about any of that stuff.
in this flat Earth theory, in flat Earth universe, do they possess planets like Saturn, Mars, which we had in Globe?
Well, think about what you just said. You can't live inside of a theory, right? We don't
Yep.
live where eggs sit on walls and talk, right? So no
Yep.
Humpty Dumpty, no Mother Goose.
Mhm.
We just live in reality. Just is what it is.
What reality says about planets? This
Reality says
The
that
di-
when we look in the sky, we see planets. We see wandering stars, we see celestial bodies. We don't deny that those things in the sky are there in the sky. But what they're made out of, we're not going to make up a story. So that way it goes along with your hypothesis that the Earth is a globe, but you don't have any evidence to prove that the Earth is a globe.
So what I have understood in this conversation, that Earth is like a center, and all sun, moon, all the planets are revolving
Yeah.
around.
Or from what we can tell, it looks like the floor. We don't really know the extent of what's beyond that, right? From all real world observations, demonstrate gas pressure without a container. So in order to have gas pressure, you have to have a container, which means that we're probably contained. Where that container is, we don't know. What's beyond the container, we don't know. We don't attach stories to everything. We use empirical datum and real world observations, right, to explain the relationship within the natural world. And if we don't know, we're not going to give you some weird, cool story that's going to blow your mind and suck the brain out of the back of your head.
Interesting.
You know, I get kind of technical on this stuff, right? I'm all about the semantics. So when you say planet, I can just find the definition. It's just a light in the sky, right? Star, light in the sky. That it does something a little different than the rest of them. That's it. That's the definition, right? No phantasm, no bases, no. We're communicating on satellite with somebody. Just it's light in the sky that does something a little different than some of the other lights, or most of them, right? That's it. Big
You've
whoop.
got your fixed stars and you've got your moving stars.
Lights in the sky. You could fly a drone over my head and I couldn't tell you much about it, or an RC plane, you know, lights in the sky. Without being there to touch it or being able to see where its point of origin is, you know.
And by the way, we don't
Right.
believe that the sun is a star either.
Well,
There's no
that's a whole
evidence.
nother. People freak out when they get to this point where it's like, oh, container. It's like the sun's inside the container. It's like, yeah. It's like, why aren't we dead? It's like, dude, there's more science to explain. Way more science. There's a reason for everything, though.
And you know what? It is true what they say. The scientific method does slow down the progress of science, but it's meant to. It's meant to be objective and to remove bias from the conversation. Otherwise, people will sell you snake oil and tell you it's medicine. What's up, Cuddles? Thanks for joining the conversation.
Just trying to keep it simple, man. Complicated stuff, yeah, comes after you figure out the simple stuff. Like, I have a number, and it's probably wrong, but I think it's a good example. We have a giant ball of heat that's about, I don't know, give or take 4 quadrillion BTUs that doesn't ever go away or burn out. And nobody really thinks much about how everything would cool down. I guess. What other questions do you have?
Oh, AI, I don't know if you heard this morning. We were talking about, we were going over Bart Sabrell. Should I just play it again?
I can play
If
it.
you didn't hear it this morning, shit, dude. Hold on a second, Trace. I can't. The volume must be way low. I can't hear anybody saying anything. Say something again.
I
God
can
damn,
play
I
it.
don't hear. Oh, okay. I didn't hear you at all. But like, have people been talking? I'm just losing my mind.
No. I was typing in lobby.
Okay.
Are you hearing voices?
And I hear no voices. Yeah, play it again. It's so good. It's worth playing again, man. It's classic. So how many to Mars? If it's 20, I think they settled on 22 for the moon. So how many for Mars? 22,000.
Saying it himself, there's not enough fuel to leave Earth orbit.
Let's hear.
It is commonly believed that men will fly directly from the Earth to the moon. But to do this, we would require a vehicle of such gigantic proportions that it would prove an economic impossibility. Calculations have been carefully worked out on the type of vehicle we would need for the nonstop flight from Earth to the moon and return. The figures speak for themselves mathematically. 3 rockets would be necessary, and each ship would be taller than the Empire State Building, 100 stories. Apollo rocket was about 30 stories, and weigh about 10 times the tonnage of the Queen Mary, or 800,000 tons times 3. The Saturn V weighed 2,500 tons. That's a difference of 30,000% times 3. Now go to clip 18 and you'll see that Elon Musk just said.
All right, Bart, pause. Where did you get that quote from?
It's from his book, Voyage to the Moon, written by von Braun.
Is there a way we can find that quote on the internet?
Probably. I mean, we bought an old copy of his book.
Okay.
And it was written by him and quoted by him.
Okay.
So
if it's on the internet, Steve will find it.
What's the purpose of this discussion?
You don't know.
The purpose of this discussion is
that we didn't go to the moon.
Allegedly.
You're just
that's
proving
what I'm
if you're acting like you don't know, it just proved that you're acting during the interview. So he's not the only one who said you need multiple fuel trips to go to the moon.
So von Braun, he's saying von Braun himself was quoted saying that the Apollo missions would need multiple fueled
3 rockets, each one 30,000% heavier than the Saturn V rocket.
Yeah.
And then Elon Musk said about 6 months ago, if you go to clip 18, he said the Starship, which is 3 stories taller than the Apollo rocket and with the boosters on the side, carries twice the fuel as the Apollo rocket. He says it will take 15 launches, or the equivalent of 30 Saturn V rockets, in order to leave Earth orbit. We even have a video clip of von Braun saying everything, the best rocket he can build can only leave Earth orbit.
Let's play that clip. Let's play the clip of von Braun from the horse's mouth. Let's get what he's saying. What clip number is that so Steve can find it?
What clip?
That one I didn't include, but
how can we find it?
Just go to Sabrell.com. It's one of the links of the book.
I don't understand this conversation.
Well, read this article.
We did it.
I understand that's your position, that you did it and you went and you walked on the moon and you brought back the moon rocks. But why would von Braun say that it was impossible to get to the moon without multiple fuel trips?
I don't know. I never heard him say that.
Well, we got a video allegedly.
Okay.
Well, and look at the clip of Elon Musk.
I want to see the clip of von Braun. Show us where to find the von Braun clip. Let's stick to one thing.
Says he doesn't have it.
Well, if you go to Sabrell.com and then go to Moonman links, look for the one that looks like old 1950s color. And there's one of von Braun. I don't know what clip it is, but in the meantime, while you're doing that,
no, wait. You're getting too far ahead of yourself. We're here now. Where do we go?
Scroll down. Keep scrolling. Keep going. Keep going.
Maybe you can find it on YouTube. Maybe you can find it on YouTube or something.
Yeah, I decided not to bring it, but von Braun says the largest rocket that we can build, it's with Disney film, can only achieve Earth orbit. He says it word for word in a quote from my book. And now we have Elon Musk. If you go to the clip of DC 18, he's saying the very same thing. Look at D18. Read this headline and read the highlighted part.
Okay, this is a headline from spacepolicyonline.com. Okay, at least 15 Starship launches needed to execute the Artemis 3 lunar landing. SpaceX will need to launch at least 15 Starships to execute the Artemis 3 lunar landing, NASA said today. So NASA said, so SpaceX will need 15 Starships to execute it, saes NASA.
Right, and
Starship
they
cannot
create twice the fuel.
Starship cannot fly directly to the moon, but must refuel in Earth orbit before setting out for deep space.
Yeah, that's what the clip of von Braun says that I didn't include, that you can go to the moon if you do multiple trips of fuel and ferry the fuel first. And now, you're going to love this next clip. Go to clip 19. This was said less than a year ago by a rocket scientist who works with NASA. And he says it's going to take possibly more than 15 trips of fuel in order to leave Earth orbit and go to the moon.
So we did do it. Is what you're saying?
I don't know why you
Go
keep
ahead, play
acting surprised.
Go ahead, play it.
You're just proving you're acting. You know, you came in here and reminded me of a phone call we had 20 years ago when I said I have proof we didn't go to the moon when I found the footage.
So, okay, who's this guy?
Issues in how people communicate about it. Like, there's some architecture problems that people are unwilling to talk about these days because of how they got there politically. And I was like, you know what? I just want to go say the thing that nobody's saying. So that's what I decided to do. Now, a lot of people I respect, when I was doing my research and asking these questions, they said, be careful, Destin. If you say certain things, this might change your relationship with NASA forever. And I thought about it, and I decided, you know what? This is the truth, and this is what needs to be said.
I did not understand until this week, when I really thought I was going to embarrass myself in front of you guys, and then decided to further embarrass myself in front of you guys. I didn't realize that in order to get the human lander to the moon, we have to launch a bunch of additional rockets to tank up in low Earth orbit. I didn't know that. And I'm like, well, how many rockets do we have to do that with? And they're like, 6. And then I start, because
Who is this?
He's a rocket scientist building rockets for NASA.
What's his name?
I don't know.
That's would be important.
That guy, he's a YouTuber. He has a channel called Smarter Every Day.
Smarter Every Day on YouTube.
Okay. So he's saying it's going to take multiple.
Let's finish playing the video.
Yeah.
I know people. I start calling people. I was like, dude, really, how many rockets is it? They're like, well, boil off. And okay, so I was like, some people are like, well, it's looking like 8. I was like, 8 rockets? We have to fire 8 rockets to fire 1 rocket to the moon? And then they're like, I mean, that's what they're saying, but it's probably more like 12. Really? And then I was like, you know, I'm an engineer. I know how to do this stuff. So I started to account for like nominal schedule slip and boil off. And this is how many rockets it's going to take to fuel up that thing to get it to the moon. I've done the math. If you had any questions.
I found the von Braun clip. It's D17 there, Steve.
Okay.
Von Braun says the biggest rocket you can build can only achieve Earth orbit. You need multiple fuel trips to go to the moon.
Okay.
Says it on camera as well as in print.
All right. This will be good for Charlie to see. Charlie, watch this one.
Here to reveal a plan for a trip around the moon is the chief of the guided missile development at the United States Army's Redstone Arsenal, Dr. Werner von Braun.
A voyage around the moon must be made in 2 phases. A rocket ship taking off from the Earth's surface will use almost all the fuel it can carry just to attain a speed great enough to balance the pull of gravity. Unpowered, it will then keep circling the Earth in an orbit outside of the atmosphere. This is the first phase. However, if we can refuel the ship in this orbit with fuel brought up by cargo rocket ships, it can set out on the second phase, the trip around the moon and back.
So 3 people just said, von Braun said it twice, that you have to make ferried fuel trips to have enough fuel to leave Earth orbit. You had him say it on camera, you had Elon Musk say it, and you had a rocket scientist building rockets for NASA saying it. He also said, I just discovered this, because he is taking the Apollo launches on faith. You know, my bank web page says that my money is backed by the faith in the United States government that kills their own presidents, kills their own soldiers, and fakes moon landings, right?
So, Charlie, what do you make of that video of von Braun saying that you would need to refuel in Earth orbit to get all the way to the moon? And because it would take, he said it would take all the fuel in the rocket to get that orbit around the Earth, and then you would need to refuel again before going to the moon.
I've never heard that before. Actually, they built the Saturn V.
Yep.
And the Saturn V.
Mm-hmm.
Hello.
That's weird.
How many to Mars?
A lot more than to the moon, that's for sure. I mean, how are you going to get back?
Well, I guess you just need twice the rockets.
Yeah, but how are you going to get those rockets to the moon to refuel?
You need 20,000 rockets for each one of those rockets. You just make a string of rockets between here and Mars, right? And you just go along the string and you just fuel up every couple million miles.
Yeah, it doesn't work.
Well, we got a couple new guys in here. Postorama, he was in the debate text earlier. You might want to speak.
Oh, he's a character. He's in my DMs. Maybe you'll quit yourself better in here.
He has questions about the rocket issue that they were just talking about.
Oh, okay. Shoot, buddy.
I'm putting him on the spot. He didn't actually volunteer to speak, but I'm just inquiring if he wants to.
He seems to communicate in memes in my DMs, so I don't know.
Now we got Cider Philo. Kind of reminds me of this old show. It's called Cinderfella, which was a male version of Cinderella. In case you guys don't know, Cinderella she had a magic thing where she was dressed in a gown and she had this pumpkin carriage. But the fairy godmother told her, if you don't make it home by midnight, all your stuff is going to turn back into a pumpkin and your dress is going to disappear.
Yep, I remember that one.
Yeah, kind of like when you're on your way to the moon. Like if you calculated 16 rockets, but you really needed 17, you're dead.
You just blame it on your wicked stepsisters.
So, yeah, so Postorama, Cider Fella, and anybody else in here, do you guys think that they actually went to the moon? And that they followed this multi-rocket mission? Or do you think that they just took one rocket straight to the moon? Or are you pleading the fifth?
Yeah, when you guys were playing that, I was thinking, I wonder what it must have been like living in, the 50s and the 60s, and you'd hear something like that and you'd think, oh yeah, these really smart guys are doing this stuff and they're figuring it all out. And like, I feel like if I lived in that time, I would have been like fairly inclined to believe them, I think. But then like these days, you wonder, how could you possibly still think these people have any idea what they're doing or that they're serious in any way, shape, or form. Like, the government has just lost all credibility on all fronts. I just don't even get it how in 2025 you could still take them seriously. I just don't get it at all. So yeah, if any of these people take them seriously, please speak up. I need to hear what that's like, because it sounds like it'd be fun, like to actually think, oh yeah, we've got people in charge and they're doing stuff, and they know what they're doing. Like, that would feel really secure and safe and stuff, It must be fun.
Well, got to remember what was all going on in the 1950s and 60s, all the technological improvements. We had everybody started buying automobiles. They could afford to buy an automobile. Indoor plumbing became standard in housing. We went from radio to television. We went from prop airplanes to jet age. So everybody was like, "Oh, we're doing all these great advancements, right?" So they all
Yeah, that's what I
bought
mean.
into
Yeah,
it.
it seemed like, we really were doing stuff. Yeah, and we were cool. Yeah,
Yeah,
I hear
but
you.
it's different today. Today we already have all that stuff. We were born with it from day one, and then we look at the moon landing and go, "Wait a minute, we've got computers now that fit in the palm of our hand. How the hell did they do this in 1969 when the fastest computer they had there filled an entire room?"
Yeah, I mean, they were good bluffers at the time. Yeah, I mean, but how could they? Yeah, but obviously it did not stand the test of time. I mean, most clearly their story does not hold water in any way, shape, or form to any thinking person. I mean, it's just completely absurd. Yeah.
Well, Dandelion, that audio came from an interview for the first time, a debate. What kind of debate? Though they kind of weren't debating. Was Bart Sabrell, the guy that did Astronauts Gone Wild, and a guy that claimed he went to the moon, right? The Apollo 17 or 18 or astronaut. And the guy just kept saying, "What are you saying? We didn't go?" Like he was like stuck in a script, man. Like he couldn't. And then when he talked about the moon landing, he talked about it in the third person. It's the weirdest thing. It's like he's almost like I wouldn't even call it acting. Like, just like, I don't know, Rain Man level, just saying like just repeating the same things over and over again in the same way. Very inorganically, I might add.
Yeah,
So
like
it's
he's
very
never had
strange.
to deal. Yeah, like he's never had to deal with any kind of real scrutiny, like face to face. He just expects people just to toe the party line and accept the
Did you
fairy
hear the
tale. What,
part
you
where he
you
was like,
never read the
did
fairy tale?
did you hear that? Like, you don't think we went to the moon? You didn't hear him say that?
Yeah, I heard that. Yeah.
How do you end up at the debate? Would he get lost? He took the wrong turn on a block and ended up in that
Yeah.
building? Like, what do you think you're there for? But to be acting like that, like, when you're an hour into the conversation and no, I hope that why you got on the airplane in the first place, it's just very weird. It's just like, which makes me think, like, the people that concocted this idea, we were talking this morning, like, who concocted it, did they really think that they were going to keep getting away with it? And then, like, didn't they know eventually they were going to get caught? And that the people who came up with it, most of them got to be dead by now. So who's maintaining, the fairy tale, right? Because this has to be constantly, worked on to maintain it. But all those people are dead.
Yeah, exactly. That's what they're waiting for, to make sure
Now they got
everybody who
flashcards. They got flashcards, bro. So the first side of flashcards says space smells like, and then they flip it and it says burnt steak.
yeah, they're waiting for everybody to die, because that's because if you have people die during the commitment of a fraud like the Apollo 1 astronauts, that now becomes felony murder.
Hello?
Oh yeah, they totally. Yeah, someone. Yeah, should definitely be adjudicated for the Apollo 1
Yeah,
felony murder for
and
sure.
Florida has the death penalty still, so they would be subject to the death penalty.
As they should be.
So that's why they're just waiting for everybody to die, so nobody can be held accountable, and then they'll tell us the truth.
And that was just part of it. That was just the one part I heard. They also go over the moon rocks. They go over the radiation and some other stuff. So I don't know. I don't know about that. I'm going to post a link to the interview / whatever in the chat. But the guy, his name is Danny Jones. I've seen some stuff he does. He interviews some. He interviews some wackos, people with some crazy ideas, and he does entertain them, no matter how the crazy thing they say. But if they claim that like they have evidence of something, he actually makes them produce it. So in the case of Bart Sabrelli, he said Werner von Braun said blah blah blah. He made Bart actually produce von Braun saying it and everything he was claiming. So like, good on that guy for actually holding everyone's feet to the fire. Unfortunately, astronaut guy gets to make a lot of claims he can't back up, but he's old. We'll let the elderly people get a free pass, I guess.
Yeah, I've heard people complain about Bart Sabrell, that he's a gatekeeper because, he won't go beyond explaining the obvious fraud of the moon landing, the clear deception that has zero basis in reality, but won't go beyond that to, I guess, flat Earth. I don't know if he's made a direct statement about flat Earth or not, but I'm not going to be too mad at him or, be cool if, anyone who would actually continue on from the obviousness of fraud to see that they're, yes, obviously producing these fake globe images, and the whole purpose of the whole Apollo fraud was to perpetuate the globe delusion. It'd be cool if everyone got to that point, but people are willing to do whatever they're willing to do. I'm not going to be too mad at them. Did Bart Sabrell ever make like an actual statement about flat Earth, or is it just his silence that's the
I
problem?
think he has said it's a psyop or something stupid like that, or it's a distraction, or he won't even address it, as far as I know. But is it like Barsabrella said a lot of dumb shit over the years. He's tightened it up, I guess. At least in this interview, he tightened it up because he'll say a lot of things. Like he said, I remember he said like a year and a half ago that he had information, a confession from somebody that he was going to release, and it was never released. So he does make some crap up from time to time. So it's not that I don't think he's just a guy that got lucky and came across some information. I mean, a lot of the stuff, like anybody could have come across it. It was in the public. It's publicly available. What Ron Braun said, what Musk said, what this other guy said. All that stuff's publicly available. The only thing Burke Sabrell did is he stuck a microphone in their face and asked them the question. That's the only thing he did. That he had the balls to ask them. As far as like, there's people way better than he is as far as debunking the moon landing. I mean, I don't idolize Bart Sabrell, let's put it that way. So whether he's for flat Earth, against flat Earth, I think Bart Sabrell's for Bart Sabrell. That's what I think. I think this is a money-making operation for him, and always has been.
I like
Yeah,
that
and
clip.
there's a lot of people like that.
I like how that clip was presented without saying who the players were, really. And then finding out that the other guy across from him was an astronaut that supposedly went out there and did it just made it all the sweeter. Because he sounded so stupid.
He's talking in the third person. That's the weirdest part. The analogy I used this morning is like if I asked you, like, what did you have for, but like, hey, dude, did you make breakfast this morning? What'd you do? And you were like, well, frying pans have fires underneath them, and then and then people take eggs and they put them in there, and the heat cooks the eggs. No, dude, I asked you what you did. I don't I don't need you to tell me the mechanics of frying an egg, right? Like from the third person point of view, and that's what he does when pressed on everything. He just gives like this, like he's given a seminar on the technical details instead of like, well, this is what we did. It's like from just like reading the manual, it's really weird. Strange.
Well, you know what? I got to give him props. Listen, I got to give him props because at least he read the manual. Unlike that one guy when he was asked about a leak and he said, "Well, I guess you have a leak."
And the same guy that was talking about the rockets smarter every day, he's the one that asked Don Pettit that. It's the same dude, the exact same dude.
Hilarious.
And that dude, we're rehashing a lot of stuff we talked about. Rayleigh Criterion is probably banging his head against the wall because we already talked about this morning. His dad worked on the James Webb Telescope, and he grew up with all these NASA people, like his dad's colleagues, and going to company picnics and all that crap. So he knows all these people personally. They known him from since he was a little kid. You know what I mean? So he's connected. He's part of their little subculture or whatever. So he said, like, if you ask these questions, you might change your relationship with the people at NASA. What are they trying to tell him? We're unquestionable? Danny, you're part of the secret club, dude. You can't question the secret club. Can't make the secret club look bad, Danny. And Danny was like, fuck that, red rum. Now, the whole Apollo detectives crew, not just Bart Sobral, all of them don't like flat Earth. It's just very funny, like, how they can sit there and go over how NASA basically faked the initial 30 years of their operation and fooled the entire public, but, they can't keep it going. Like, what made them turn the corner where they stopped lying, right? When did they stop lying? 72? Was it 77? What year did they say, oh, now we're going to start telling the truth? We actually are doing these things. When was that? Seems like they have cognitive dissonance to me.
Yeah, they're probably just doing what's comfortable, convenient, or profitable for themselves. Like you said, there's a lot of partial truth tellers like that who they perceive flat Earth as a hot potato or something that's going to invite ridicule and so on, and they don't want to do anything that's going to challenge, the operation they've currently got going on, especially if that's profitable.
Well, I mean, just honestly, what would happen is people would hand wave dismiss them and go, oh, they're flat earthers too. Oh, well, now we don't have to listen to them. They're flat earthers. That automatically disqualifies them for any statement they say of being accurate or truthful. That's how bad I mean, we all know in here, that's how bad the bias is. That it's like a scarlet letter, which is that says a lot about how people are, I hate to say it, they're just straight brainwashed. And it sounds kooky, like everybody's brainwashed. Sorry the bearer of bad news, but when you have automatic reactions of the entire swaths of the population just at hearing like flat earth like it's some trigger word. Flat earth? Trigger word. Don't have a time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society. What is Obama really saying when he says that? What does that mean? What is he alluding to?
He means dissenting voices don't count.
He's like, some dissent isn't worthy, right? It's just not, I don't have to address that. It's cute, but it doesn't have to be addressed because it's so absurd. I guarantee you, flat if Obama came in this chat, he could not defend the globe for even 3 seconds. Now think about it. You have an idea. And you think your idea is so solid, you can't even defend it for 3 seconds, and you think the counter idea is so ridiculous you don't even have to address it. And you don't think you're brainwashed. Or at least mentally conditioned. With Pavlovian responses. Yes, why would they lie? Look inward, dude. Look inward. That's where the answer is. Look inward. That's really... There are people in here lying that they saw Kurt from a plane all the time. And they go, why would they lie? Look in a mirror. Look inward. Ask yourself.
Yeah, your government lies to you constantly, and have been doing it for hundreds of years. Why would they lie? Why would the sociopaths lie?
Like, it's more we talk about, like, the government can violate the laws of physics at will. And it's like, should we even care that they're telling the people that buy these stories, should we even care that they're telling them that? Because if they can't figure out that the stories they're hearing are so preposterous, like, am I my brother's keeper? Like, do I gotta, like, protect people that are low tier and then fight me when I try to tell them, hey man, this is a bunch of nonsense, and they're gonna fight me about it? I mean, we sit here just give out information for free, our time, and get disrespected, ridiculed, name called. Like, okay, sorry to give out free information. Sorry I hurt your feelings. Yeah, post-norama. You're pretty much expert at frickin' whining. So why don't you uncork your mic, put on your big boy pants, and actually whine to our faces.
Is he whining to you in a message?
Whining in the chat.
Oh, I guess I wasn't looking
Whining
at
in
that.
lobby.
Oh, okay.
According to Ron K, I can't talk about anything other than flat Earth. He DM. I don't know if you heard it earlier. I mean, I'll just take a screenshot of my DMs because it's so freaking retarded.
Oh, I see. He has it in parentheses there, like as if he's not actually saying it. Yeah, say it right here. We've just been talking about the moon landings for quite some time here, so clearly you're allowed to speak. Post-panorama.
Yeah, it's still speculation Sunday.
Can you check my mod log? The mod warned me because he was salty. I had booster roll and couldn't mute me. So he muted me without a reason. I think he is Justin. He sent me a meme about her. Hey, Big Man, am I being ignored? Just a question. My answer, I don't micromanage. So what do you do? And so he punches a bunch of memes. Screenshot. Honestly, you don't have to respond, but you're basically admitting you're too lazy to manage basic management issues like this or give any clarification with a rank as high as admin and moderator. You're admittedly letting staff go wild with mute commands with no management.
Staff gone wild.
Well, hold on. Where's the form? I want to be reported. Where's the form? Report me. Report me to the owner.
Yep, India's not managing enough.
Where's
Complaint.
Monkey's forms? I'll find it.
Yeah, those were good forums. I don't know where they are.
We have complaint forms. Don't go anywhere. I'm finding them so you can complain formally. Here we go. Yes. I will DM you the complaint form. Yes. Fill that out in triplicate. It has to be triplicate 3 separate files because we have 3 separate hard drives as filing cabinets.
Yep, we want a carbon copy.
Yeah, we've disabled the digital copy function, so I need actual originals.
And we'll get back to you once all your papers have been processed.
Yes, it has to go to the proper channels, up the food chain, so to speak, to the right office. Then their secretary will call your secretary and arrange a review of the form. I don't want you to think we don't do anything around here. This is a high level bureaucracy.
So Indio,
What
we
up?
got a lot of people right now. Like, do you think we could comment on that highest IQ guy's Twitter to get a claim on the globe from him?
Where? Who? Where? What are you talking about? I haven't seen it.
All right, I'll show you.
Can you post it in the chat, a link or whatever?
Yeah,
Highest IQ guy?
yeah. And
Oh,
I want to get a claim from him
bar
on
guy,
the.
a former bar bouncer, 200 IQ guy with his theory of everything. That guy.
I'll show you. He's making a lot of claims. Like, you'll see. I'll show you. You'll see.
He knows that IQ tests were developed to detect retarded children. Getting a high score only means you're likely not a retarded child.
Oh, that just reminded me. Yeah, like the high score that made me think of arcades. Like, wouldn't that have been cool if they had like an IQ video game and then you could have like the high score? It'd be so fun. You could have your little initials up there.
It would be A at the top.
So we're going in live stream voice text.
Yes.
This guy's making
Open
a
your
lot of
Bible?
claims. Well, his main claim right now is that I believe on Jesus Christ because I'm the highest IQ and I claim that Christ is God. So he's making other claims, but that's the main one. But I want to hear him claim either globe or his proof.
Is there
He's
any validation his IQ is actually 276?
yeah, there is.
Rose files.
On his account, you can see his
When did he? How old was he when he tested?
Let's see.
And where did he get tested?
Okay, so verifiable below. Here's the verifiable link, apparently.
Yeah, I'm looking.
All right, right there is that verifiable. World's highest IQ record holder. Certification.
210. It's not 276.
Yeah, you can see all these certificates, official world certificate, certificate of accreditation from
I don't know where that's from, but another certificate.
I'm getting like a bunch of AI claims. I haven't. Hold on, I think
Yeah, are you just seeing things that he's showing you pictures?
Well, the most recent link is a link of all his creditations. Credits.
Yeah, and Andrew Tate was also the most searched guy on the internet, so like that shit doesn't matter. Hold on, let me look on Yandex for this guy.
I mean, they got
maybe contaminated frickin' Google. The International Non-Olympic Committee. What does that mean? The International Non-Olympic Committee. And it goes to some fucking junk website. So I went from CBS42.com, says a link to the International Non-Olympic Committee, which is the URL is i0.wp.com /gigasociety.net.
Stop the cap.
Exactly.
Yeah, this looks fake as hell. Not to mention,
He's got
like,
360,000
I think that Twitter post is an IQ test.
Yeah, I played around with the IQ tests, and if you're gonna score that high, you basically don't have time to read the questions, and so you just have to like choose the answers as fast as possible until you get to the end. And so you kind of have to memorize the pattern, and you can get really high that way if you memorize the pattern.
And it's a newswire story, a press IEN press wire, but CBS and a bunch of these networks scrape those news sites, but you buy the article. These are paid articles, usually for businesses to make announcements about products. Giga Society, Facebook, LinkedIn, Korea Times. Let me say Korea Times. Trying to validate this.
But if he doesn't make a claim, like, he's full of shit anyways.
He has it in, he has it in his profile. He has it in his profile that he has the highest IQ in the world record holder.
I mean, but if he doesn't make an Earth claim, like either flat or round, then it's fucking useless, bro.
The World Memory Championships. What the hell is that? They don't, and it says he got an IQ score
Also,
of
really good at memorizing.
70 something in the World Memory Championship, but they don't do IQ scores. So, a lot of cap, dude. Let's see if he's in Mensa. We'll just check, dude. That's pretty much the standard of whether you're have genius level IQ if you're going to claim it.
Oh, he's literally what? He reposted. Proud to welcome the world's highest IQ holder to the team, RealBet.io. He's sponsoring gambling. That's insane, and he's saying he's a Christian. Like, yeah, that's insane. Look at this. What kind of highest IQ person who is a Christian supports gambling?
IQ is not a good standard for intelligence, and when you're dealing with these really high numbers, like I said, most of it's fake. Like, you literally cannot read the question, and therefore cannot actually answer the answer correctly. So either you randomly assign the number, like the A, B, C, or D, randomly, or you memorized the values by giving it numerical values and then having memorized the numerical sequence of the correct answers. And you do that by simply looking at the tests beforehand. You're not supposed to be able to do that, and you're supposed to get a new test that you haven't been able to memorize. But the world is a shady place, and sometimes you can get away with cheating the test.
Oh my god, dude is fake as fuck, bro.
Yeah, I'm seeing that now.
Yo, I get out of Google. The United Sigma Intelligence Association, a psychometric validation of Hyung Yu Kim's IQ 276, and it has this long ass article about it. Then, if you just go to the main site, the United Sigma Intelligence Association is a UK registered non-profit, non-governmental think tank established by Dr. Young Yu Kim, the official world record holder of the title of World's Highest IQ. Dude, I've heard of manifesting it, dude. He's really trying to manifest. He's like, I just spam the internet.
Yeah.
And I got the
Yeah.
highest IQ, and everyone will believe it.
That's what I'm saying. What the hell, bro?
Dude. Look, if everybody falls for it, then he does have the highest IQ. He has to get it so the entire world believes it, and if nobody doubts it, then he does. He wins by default.
Yeah, he's betting on crypto odds.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck?
Oh, dude. Thanks for bringing that in, dude. That's pretty funny, man. That's almost as funny as that astronaut. Who has a higher IQ, the astronaut or this guy? Postnorama, I only got this to say. Your sarcasm detector is fucking broken. You need to go get it repaired immediately. He thanked me for the forum. Unbelievable. Well, I
That's
appreciate your
hilarious.
appreciation.
I look forward to filing his form.
I know my fingers are shaking just at the thought. He said he doesn't need it now. He said that he needs it for the future. He said thanks for sending it. He might need it in the future. So he was at least polite. But cannot text sarcasm for shit.
Well, yeah, and because
cool.
you proved that you're a good manager by producing a form. Yeah, so now he doesn't have to complain anymore.
Another kind of question is any of us this guy? Rest in peace, Globe on Twitter. Is that any of us here? Nope. Okay. I like his content, but some of it's kind of like
wacky shit, bro.
Yeah, some of it's kind of wacky, flat Earth shit.
I'm a bit confused. Who is talking here?
Yeah, he kind of posts everything.
Yeah.
He's not very
It's most of
discerning on what he puts out
It's just
there.
like a YouTube video.
But there's a few that are like that.
If you know any Twitters of the guys here, feel free to send them. I'll appreciate that.
This is like an artificial conversation here. There is
I like
nothing
his
going on here.
name. Yeah, at the globe is dead. That's cool. It's real definitive. I like it.
Mr.
I mean, it's
Jesus.
just so
Are you
obvious
here
at
with
this
us?
point that the globe model is totally dead, totally failed, a total joke, has
This
no
is all
basis in
dead, right?
reality.
Nobody's like
But,
alive in here.
like what you were discussing earlier, like
This
how
way
much
has
should
been
we
going
keep
on for like
providing free information to people
526
who
hours. And I figured
don't
out why,
take it
because
seriously and
because
who
Ah!
continue to produce the
Already.
response they were trained to, which is ridicule flat Earth and worship NASA. I mean, they're just doing what the majority's doing. They're just following the crowd. I mean, they're not doing anything special. They're just doing what they're expected to do, like little trained seals, so that's what most people do. I don't know. That's how it always has been, and I guess that's how it will be for the foreseeable future, that most people prefer to go along with the crowd and take the comfortable path, even if it's clearly wrong, and they don't want to question anything. So, I mean, I don't get as upset at those people as I used to. I'm more upset about the people who, are orchestrating those people, who are using them, who know that human nature can be harnessed for good or evil and choose to appeal to the basest instinct of people, to continue to deceive them, to use and abuse their trusting nature in order to do things that are actually counterproductive to their own survival and those around them. Those people I'm upset with. But, the dupes, I mean, I don't know. It's not really worth getting upset with them because they're just doing what they've been programmed to do. They're just doing what comes naturally. I mean, they could, mid to low intelligence persons with very little creativity or ability to think outside the box could be harnessed for good, right? So, I mean, they could, with a decent leadership, that same tendency could be used for a good purpose. So it's not inherently bad to want to go along with the crowd, to want to follow authority blindly, and so on. It's just with that same trait, you're unable to actually evaluate that authority to see whether it should or should not be trusted. So it really is up to the people who are leading them. It's them who should be held accountable. The ones who are leading them off a cliff, those people.
I was actually talking about that with somebody today. About the new form of protest is like going into their spaces, right? And then when they give you the mic, basically calling them out, like government officials, on how they murdered, raped, pillaged, lied, and stolen, and done all these things to not only the domestic population but foreign governments. Like, that's the thing. Like, these people need to be named and shamed. They're insulated from actually having to answer for what they do. I mean, even that astronaut that we were listening to earlier, he they're not treating him like he's a liar that deceived generations of people into a fantasy. Like, they're just like, oh, he's just an old man. Yeah, we're questioning what you did. It's okay, Grandpa, drink your tea over there, right? Instead of berating him, interrogating him, just because he's old don't mean like he's still a man, right?
Bro, if they did that, he'd probably break. Like, if we got him in a room and recorded him, yeah, it'd be insane. But then
which guy is that?
try elder abuse.
Did I ever post a link to that, Danny Jones? Yeah, I think I did.
Yeah, you posted it. I saw it. I don't know if that person who was asking was
the guy's
there.
name. Name of the guy. Charles Duke. That guy. The youngest person to walk on the moon.
Oh yeah, that's gross. And this was recent, this conversation?
On December 1st.
How old is he now?
Well,
born October 3rd, 1935.
He'd be like 91 now.
90, it says, yeah.
Dude does not even have a cell phone, bro.
In 1965, NASA announced it was recruiting the 5th group of astronauts. Duke spotted a front-page article in the Los Angeles Times and realized he met all the requirements. He went to see Yeager and the deputy commandant, Colonel Robert Buchanan, who informed him. This is a wiki article I'm reading. Quite the tale. And you can do anything in America. You can even go to the moon. They were informed him that there were 2 astronaut selections in progress for NASA and 1 for the USAF Manned Orbiting Laboratory Program.
Sure, NASA just randomly picked people for this program instead of carefully choosing them.
Yeah, so they just took it out of the general population.
And was he a Freemason before or after he joined NASA?
It's funny. But a front page article, I'd like to get a copy of the front page article. This is a job for AI. It's all AIs. They're already planning. They're already saying like search engines are losing revenue because people are using AI to basically do the search for them, which is what I'm doing right now. So
Yeah. The AI can collate the information a lot better.
and not be distracted by ads, little flashing lights that like people. Ooh, do I need dick pills? Let me think about that. Oh, let me go back to search. So I didn't get an image, but I got a synopsis. Oh, actually, no, I got a link. Let's see if this works. Yeah, maybe. It's not looking good. Papers. Oh, it's an actual. I have to go to the University of Wyoming to get to look at the actual newspaper. Maybe I can get on the Washington D.C. site. But it does have what it said in the articles. It was in a bunch of newspapers. Headline read, NASA's recruit new pilot group, or NASA recruiting new astronauts, and it was in a bunch of major newspapers, the same way they do it now, where they repeat the same story over and over again everywhere, and said, citizenship, U.S. citizen, age, no more than 36 years old, born after December 1st, 1929, height, no more than 6 feet tall, education, bachelor's degree in engineering, physical or biological sciences, experience, jet pilot experience, at least 1,000 hours. Now, that announcement was made on September, you're not going to believe this, September 11th, 1965, on a Saturday. Well, that's when it was run in the paper. How many jet pilots could there possibly have been in 1965? And why would you need? I mean, there couldn't be that many.
Yeah, it makes me think of the Sherlock Holmes story, The Red-Headed League.
I don't think I know that one.
Yeah, I mean, basically, they want this one specific guy for this one specific purpose, but then they run a newspaper article and pretend that they're, recruiting just like that. Yeah.
I'll just try to fish him out of the population.
Yeah, to make him think he's really special, right? Isn't that what they do with the astronauts?
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah,
You're
yeah.
so special. You're astronauts. They're really special these days.
Can you like easily figure out like the military had jets? There were probably some jet airplanes. There couldn't have been that many jet pilots. I mean, 1965. How many jet airplanes could there have been? 1965, there were 351 qualified jet pilots who applied for NASA's 5th astronaut group.
Yeah, Grok is telling me there was about 13,000 to 15,000 jet fighter attack pilots across all military services in 1965.
How many?
13 to 15,000. But
Dude,
that number
Gemini's telling me
rose during the Vietnam
55,000
War.
active duty pilots. That's cap, dude. There's not 55,000 pilots, bro. Of course, it links to a Reddit post. Ugh. Sometimes you have to turn off Google search in Gemini. It gets a little stupid. Ooh. There's a working at NASA Reddit /wiki /working at NASA /wiki astronaut. Are you looking for a job? You looking for a flat Earth astronaut? Lots of internship programs. Contacting NASA, education at nasa.gov. NASA's Become an Astronaut page. Yay. Let's try it. Yeah, this is good stuff here. Now remember what we just listened to. Become an astronaut. NASA's astronauts have been traveling to space for more than 6 decades and living there continuously since 2000. Now NASA's Artemis program is preparing to land the first woman and the next man on the moon. The Orion spacecraft atop the Space Launch System SLS rocket will carry. Yeah, I guarantee they name that because they just want to use the acronym all the time, so it becomes meaningless crap. The SLS rocket will carry humans farther into space than they have gone before, and boldly go on the Starship Enterprise. Oh, that's another script. Permissions to the moon and eventually Mars. Requirements: be a U.S. citizen. 2. Have a master's degree in a STEM field, including engineering, biological science, physical science, computer science, or mathematics from an accredited institution. Have a minimum of 3 years of related professional experience obtained after degree completion or 1,000 pilot in command hours with at least 850 of these hours in high-performance jet aircraft for pilots. For medical doctors, time in residency can count towards experience and must be completed by June 2025. To be able to successfully complete the NASA's long-duration flight astronaut physical. The master's degree requirement can also be met by 2 years of work toward a doctoral program in related science, technology, engineering, or math field, completed Doctor of Medicine, osteopathic medicine. Bob the Science Guy, come on. Bob the Science Guy right there, osteopathic medicine, or related medical degree. Completion of current enrollment that will result in completion by 2025 of nationally recognized test pilot school program. Must have skills in leadership, teamwork, and communication.
Indio, do you know
Artemis
how much
generation
couple?
astronauts will explore and conduct experiments where humans have never been before. The lunar South Pole.
Indio.
Is there a 24-hour sun from the lunar South Pole? I'm just wondering.
Right.
That's for a friend.
Indio.
Sorry.
Do you know how expensive it is to get a couple hundred hours experience in high performance jet aircraft?
Yeah, it's called a military career.
Yeah, because some of these military jets are anywhere from $20,000 to $50,000 an hour in maintenance and everything, flight timing. If they wanted like several hundred hours, we're talking in the millions of dollars.
Yeah, and they just don't let anybody fly those things, right?
Yeah, you got to pass the simulator tests quite well before they'll put you in a real cockpit.
Well, there's also other airplane that they'll have you fly, right? Like a lot of people, because my friend did it. My friend was in the Air Force, and they baited him. Oh, you can fly jets. He was nowhere near flying a jet. He ended up fixing planes, right? So, like, to get to the actually flying the jet, even if you go through the pilot stuff, there's a whole bunch of other planes you can fly, and helicopters. Right, the jet pilots, that's a whole nother thing altogether.
Yeah.
That's the ultimate gatekeeping.
Exactly. They probably let all the rich kids get there first. My daddy knows the senator, so I'm going to get into this program.
Exactly. I know the secret handshake. Or I can give good head, or something like that. Get report for training at Johnson and spend the next 2 years learning basic astronaut skills like spacewalking, operating the space station, flying T-38 jet planes, and controlling a robotic arm. You can't make this shit up, man. Ooh, frequently asked questions. I'm out. Age restrictions 26 to 46. I'm done. Flying experience is not a requirement. Oh, there's a different path for military applicants and civilian applicants. Who would have thought it? Active duty military personnel must apply to the astronaut candidate vacancy announcement via the USA OBS and follow the instructions provided by the respective military branch. If selected, military personnel are detailed to NASA for a selected period of time. They make $152,000 a year. I wonder what's that in the federal payment. You know how they got like G7, G11. I wonder what their designation is. Hey, how long do you think NASA just like selling classes? Like they'll open up like an astronaut school just in case. Elon Musk flight astronaut school. Maybe I should just open the astronaut school. Flat Earther astronaut school. Teach them how to swim, how to use scuba gear.
That would be a hilarious name for like you're teaching people how to scuba dive, but you're like you name it like astronaut training.
What's up, Elijah? Where the fuck you been?
What's
You
up,
just sneak in
y'all?
here? I just
Yeah,
sneak in here and not be seen, man. I see you.
I've been popping in and out looking for you guys.
Everything good?
Yeah, man.
Oh, cool.
Just chilling. Had a good weekend. That with some friends.
Oh yeah. Here you, man. Weekend was pretty good. So
Out with those godforsaken globe earthers, you know.
yeah, dude, I'm gonna post it again in the chat. You gotta check this out, Elijah. You probably didn't hear what we were talking. Did you hear what we were talking about earlier?
No, I just came in.
Moon landing crap. So
Uh-uh.
there's a guy named Danny Jones. He has a YouTube channel. He had Bart Sabrell, the astronauts call him Wild Guy, and an actual Apollo astronaut on at the same time. It's freaking cuckoo, man. They don't get into it because the dude's old, but I'm just saying. You have to see it, dude. It's impossible to describe.
All right.
Dude was in straight acting mode. Like he was like confused about why they were there. Like, how did you get there, man? You don't like. You mean we're just, you don't think we went to the moon? Like, bro, how did you like? You don't even know you're in a debate? Like, what the fuck? How'd you end up at the debate if you don't even know you're in a debate?
Right. I hate when they act like that.
And he kept
I
doing it. And then when he talked about like
don't believe
the
that the earth
astronaut
is a
stuff,
globe.
that he was like talking in the third person.
Yeah, that was supposed to be an Apollo astronaut.
I'm gonna have to watch. I haven't watched. I only watched the segment with the rockets. So Elijah, you get a kick out of this. To go to the moon, Von Braun said it would take 3 rockets larger than the Empire State Building. What was it 3 times the size of the Empire State Building? Because they would have to put them into orbit. They have to put the main rocket into orbit, but it would be out of fuel. So they'd need more rockets. They'd have to use the other rockets as cargo ships to bring up fuel. The Smarter and a bunch of people have also done this calculation. SpaceX says like 15 rockets. NASA says like 22 rockets just to go to the moon, right? Because they need the fuel. They need to bring up fuel because it's going to be so heavy to get it into orbit. It's going to use all the fuel. And then they asked the astronaut, "What do you think about it?" And he's just like, "Derp, derp, derp, derp." fucking funny.
Come on, it only uses up 97% of the fuel.
Oh, only 97. Thanks, you're correct. Yeah.
And what are you going to do when you get there? You used all your fuel to get there, and now you gotta send more rockets there to bring more fuel to refuel. It's unsustainable.
I'll DM it to you. I put it in the chat, but I'll just DM it to you.
Yeah, he said, Yaga Bruno said return flight was powered by farts. I think that's hilarious because the ISS has no methane scrubbers, so their air is just 90% farts if it were true.
Oh, Lord. The dirty fish bowl, man. That's the best analogy. ISS should be a dirty fish bowl by now.
Yeah, humans shed so much skin cells and hair. That stuff would be floating in front of the lens of the camera all the time. You wouldn't be able to get shots like they get.
We should make an ISS. We should use like vibe code, like one of these AIs to like make us an actual ISS simulator.
Oh, that would be great. How it would actually look.
Like, why is the screen black? Oh, because this is like 9 years in. The camera's coated with dead skin cells.
The whole station would be disgusting.
Yeah, there was a huge goof like that in one of the space TV shows, you know, the Orville, where they had to abandon the ship for a long time. And he picks up a bottle of booze or something and blows the dust off it. Well, the dust typically comes from human skin cells. So why would this bottle on an empty spaceship have dust on it?
What do they claim the ventilation is? How many cubic feet per minute? How long does it take to exchange all the air out?
The most bizarre thing is they pressurize the ISS to 14.7 psi.
I thought they used the lower pressure. I thought they were saying they use like 10 psi or something.
Yeah, they claim they
That's
use
what
lower
that's what I would have thought, but nope.
Well, then they could just have contradicting statements, because I've heard NASA people say that they use lower pressure, but they're all over the place anyway.
Yeah, never a straight answer, as always. Wait, isn't it weird how like people give NASA a free pass? They'll say something like, "Oh, I don't know, that's not my department." But then NASA simultaneously, anything they say, they're like considered super genius experts that can't be questioned. But half the time they can't even answer the question. More than half the time. Oh shit, you ain't kidding.
Yeah, I thought it was really brilliant when Smarter Every Day asked Don Petit, like, what happens when those O-rings break? Well, then we have a leak. This is supposedly the guy who was like in charge of this thing.
What up, gang? What's
Like
good,
the like accredited for having been the most amount of like on the spaceship, the ISS, supposedly at the time when he asked him, and he was like the chief engineer and was supposed to know all this stuff, but he didn't know anything, and he was like, I guess I'll have to like we have a manual or some protocol for that. These are rubber rings. The heat, the cold, the temperature you're forcing this through would eventually lead to failures, but they don't need to account for that.
Yeah, they just. I don't think I know what to say about that.
They probably accounted for it somewhere in the manual. We don't need to learn that to go up and be in charge of this thing. We assume it's somewhere in the manual.
$13,700 cubic feet of air in the ISS. Let's see.
And that logical is bringing a really funny point, or the chugga, how they claim all of their bodily fluids are recycled so that they can drink them again the next day as coffee.
Does every single astronaut get their own little pee cup, or do they have to share?
Yeah, imagine them testing this to see if it worked. They're peeing in the machine, and then some guys on the other side drinking it. Like, oh no, it's still pee. It didn't work. It's just funny.
I asked how was the ISS was first pressurized. Here's the story. They were first pressurized by launching its core modules, Zarya and Unity, already pressurized, then connecting them with pressurized mating adapters to create a sealed Earth-like environment, allowing early crews to live and work inside using systems like oxygen generators and CO2 scrubbers for life support after docking. CO2 scrubbers actually exist? Or is it just like some magic word they say, we have CO2 scrubbers? Yeah, how do they work?
Yeah, that was the problem with the biodome. They were building up too much CO2, and it was weakening the concrete structure.
Why weren't they using the CO2 scrubbers there?
Maybe they didn't have the budget on NASA. Couldn't afford them.
Yeah, they have all sorts of weird technology. Like you look at their suits, like the gas tanks they use supposedly lasted for like 20 hours or something, but they're tiny. Why aren't we using this super magical gas tank technology to dive?
Air containing CO2 is pulled from beds of zeolite, a sponge-like mineral with pores that physically trap the CO2 molecules. The system uses two beds. While one captures CO2, the other is regenerated. This involves heating the zeolite to release the trapped CO2 in water vapor. The released CO2 is vented into space, and the water vapor is condensed and recycled for the crew. Well, shouldn't it just be orbiting with the ISS? Shouldn't the ISS now be like surrounded by CO2 gas, like a big bubble of CO2.
Actually, it should be that dry ice. It should be help keeping it cool in the
Oh,
sun.
shit. Yeah, should be covered in dry ice and then outgas every time it enters into the sun. So the ISS should look like a comet every 90 minutes. Or
Yeah.
every 45 minutes, sorry.
Yeah.
How are they regulating the heat?
Engineering?
They're supposedly traveling in the thermosphere heated up by the sun's radiation. So there's no external way to vent that heat.
How many humans are typically on the ISS per year? 5? 5 at a time? Let's just say 5. What was the ISS been up there? 20 years?
Yeah, I'm reading 7 people.
Okay, let's go with 7. Just gonna try and figure out how big the cloud is around them. This was started in 99, so 30 years. 25 years, let's say.
And they claim they're effectively in a vacuum, and so there would be nothing but heat buildup.
2.45 to 10.5 metric tons?
Lol.
That's how much 7 people would have exhaled in 25 years. Depending heavily on diets, carbohydrates versus fats. A person exhales 1.5 kilograms of CO2 daily, equating to 250 to 550 kilograms yearly. So 7 people over 25 years is a significant amount, but still a small fraction of total human impact.
Yeah, they generate about 2.6 metric tons a year of CO2.
Yeah, but it's in orbit with them. They can't just like open the thing. Okay, so they open the thing and let it out. Yeah, now it's traveling with them, right?
Yeah, the same speed as the ISS.
Yeah, they say they vent about 200 to 400 kilograms a year of CO2.
It's of course going to spread out away from the ISS. There's nothing containing it there. Platter, they claim they're using electrolysis to get the oxygen, but that puts them at a net negative for water. They just don't actually. I've never seen them account for that negative.
Dude, the freaking AI answer is hilarious. Yes, the CO2 that the International Space Station vents does go into orbit, but it's immediately dispersed and doesn't stay as a local cloud. It's either processed and recycled, converted to water and methane, or vented as a gas, becoming part of the tenuous outer atmosphere that the ISS orbits through, effectively joining the same orbital environment, but quickly diffusing. That doesn't make any fucking sense.
That nonsense makes a lot of nonsense.
So now it says, I changed the prompt a little bit. When it vents carbon dioxide, most of it stays in orbit with the station, but over time it disperses into space and eventually gets caught by the Earth's upper atmosphere due to atmospheric drag and other factors. So the gas drags the gas. Remember that. Eventually, the CO2 molecules will lose enough orbital energy due to drag and fall into denser layers of the atmosphere, where they burn up or become fully mixed with the atmospheric layers closer to Earth. Does CO2 burn? The vented gas initially travel at essentially the same orbital velocity as the ISS. This means the CO2 molecules do not immediately fly away, but initially form a diffuse cloud around the station's orbital path. My God, AI is stupid, man. Listen what the AI said. AI said, shouldn't it turn the CO2 turn into dry ice? It might seem logical for the CO2 to freeze given the extreme cold in space, but it generally remains a gas due to the extremely low pressure.
Because water under low pressure turns into ice.
I'm looking at the phase diagram for CO2, and below, it's about 60 degrees, negative 60 centigrade. Well, no, below negative, that would probably be like negative 80 degrees centigrade. It's always a solid at all pressure ranges. Getting a lot of different phase diagrams for CO2. This is kind of whacked out.
Flat Earth.
all of you are dumb as fuck. Hell no.
In the beginning, God created the flat earth, and God saw the flat earth, and God saw that the flat earth was good.
Kim. Hi. Do you really think Earth is flat? عمود المحنكية. It seems like no one cares. You too, please answer. Answer. Hey, don't mock my voice, you stupid bastard. It has been a pleasure talking with you guys. I hope I will never see you again in my life.
My friend sent me, fuck you.
Old boots on wet stone, Irish rain on a midnight road. Name tag glowing in the chat room glow, Supermod in his overcoat. Screen flicks, someone taps space. He just laughs, lines on his face. Was there a kid when the lights took hold? Voice cuts through like bitter cold. He's the eye of the the cyclone. Bye-bye Glovers when he's walking home. One hard stare and your map feels wrong. He says that curve's just a classroom song. He's the eye of the cyclone, oldest guard on a flat front throne. In that 24/7 rolling storm, he keeps his ground, the earth stays firm. Coffee rings on a desk guard deep, charts taped up where the kids can't see. Eratus stains just played with sticks. He grins wide, that's a party trick. He speaks fast, then slow and low. Hands carve circles in the smoke. Every doubt that you thought you'd locked, he kicks down with a single knock. He's the eye of the cyclone. Bye-bye Glovers when he's walking home. One hard stare and your map feels wrong. He says that curve's just a classroom song. He's the eye of the cyclone, oldest guard on a flat front throne. In that 24/7 rolling storm, he keeps his ground, the earth stays firm. From Dublin base to the edge of the chat, he's carried this hill on his back. Ask your eyes, not a textbook page. Walk that shore, feel the waves. He's the eye of the cyclone. Bye-bye Glovers when he's walking home. One hard stare and your map feels wrong. He says that curve's just a classroom song. He's the eye of the cyclone, oldest guard on a flat front throne. In that 24/7 rolling storm, he keeps his ground, the earth stays firm. The earth stays firm. The earth stays firm.
Slow step, chalk dust in the air. He writes his name like he's drawing a dare. Ride with coat dragging on the floor. Class is in session, he locks the door. He says, Glober, stand up. Bring that textbook brain, bring that memorized stuff. Pointer, drops on the board so light. Circle on the paper, but the ground feels tight. He smiles, 3 lines, 1 bet. Walk east, walk north, then we'll see what you get. Triangles don't lie, they only confess. Professor Triangle puts pride to the test. Professor Triangle's test, step by step. He checks your sense. You quote pages, he measures steps. You got book words, he's got proof on the deck. Professor Triangle's test, every angle he makes you sweat. You say I know, he says not yet. Professor Triangle's test. All day in the parking lot grid, cones as his markers like a kid with the rig. He whispers, walk straight, don't guess. Your feet draw a shape, your mouth feels pressed. PhD, yeah, put that on the name tag. Radrian, letters on a black bag. Take your globe talk, I'll take my chalk. You brought long words, he brought long walks. That's a Triangle's test, step by step. He checks your sense. You quote pages, he measures steps. You got book words, he's got proof on the deck. Professor Triangle's test, every angle he makes you sweat. You say I know, he says not yet. Professor Triangle's test. Left turn, right turn, you spinning your tracks. He watches your path like he's reading the cracks. Trust your toes, not that chart in your head. Feel the floor, feel the line instead. He laughs when your route doesn't match your claims. You got facts on fire, but they miss the frame. Yep.
Professor Triangle's test, step by step, he checks your sense. You quote pages, he measures steps. You got bookworms, he's got proof on the deck. Professor Triangle's test, every angle he makes you sweat. You say I know, he says not yet. Professor Triangle's test.
Name tag glowing, TV itch online. Same old server, same old timeline. Scrolling, sipping something off screen. Quiet cursor, always watching the scene. He don't type much, but the room leans in. When the ping pops up, you can feel that grin. Malamuti on the watch, yeah, he's always there. Same blue name, little avatar stare. He just sits in the chat, barely says a thing, but the whole flat world starts steady. And Malamuti on the watch, just holding the line. One short post and the stars realign. He don't shout back, he just drops one fact, and the Globers freeze in their tracks. Voice chat buzzing, arguments spin, caps lock flying. Nobody gives in. Then that green ring lights up once more. 2 lines later, they don't talk like before. He won't waste breath on some endless thread. Just a calm link drop, and I have you read. Malamuti on the watch, yeah, he's always there. Same blue name, little avatar stare. He just sits in the chat, barely says a thing, but the whole flat world starts steady. And I'm Moody on the watch, just holding the line. One short post and the stars realign. He don't shout back, he just drops one fact, and the Globers freeze in their tracks. All day, all night, same channel, same site. He's that quiet nod in the corner of your eye. Familiar name means it's all alright. You can rest your case while he guards the sky. Malamuti on the watch, yeah, he's always there. Same blue name, little avatar stare. He just sits in the chat, barely says a thing, but the whole flat world starts steady. Malamuti on the watch, just holding the line. One short post and the stars realign. He don't shout back, he just drops one fact, and the Globers freeze in their tracks. Barely says a thing, but the whole flat world starts steady. And the Moody on the watch. He don't shout back, he just drops one fact, and the Globers freeze in their tracks.
says it looks flat. Out the window on this flight, he taps the glass, shrugs once, says, guess my eyes ain't right. Map on the screen spins blue, lines curved across the sky. He laughs into his plastic cup, says, funny how they tell us why. Screens glow in every row, same story, same old show. But what if all these pretty views aren't the only truth we know? Maybe he should question NASA. Maybe we should ask who's right. Maybe everyone's been lied to since the first school wall was white. Are we hanging on a story, hanging in the endless night? Maybe he should question NASA if it never felt quite right. Flat earther in the aisle leans in like a quiet storm, says, do you feel us spinning? Does this cabin feel that warm? Pulls up a grainy video, finger tracing every line. Says they sell us perfect circles while they're bending up our minds. Seatbelt signs flick on above, engines hum that empty love. But what if all these shining stars aren't where they say they are? Maybe he should question NASA. Maybe we should ask who's right. Maybe everyone's been lied to since the first school wall was white. Are we hanging on a story or hanging in the endless night? Maybe he should question NASA if it never felt quite right. If the ground beneath my feet Mic check. Circle on the desk, that's the whole map. They call him Yoda in the group chat. Better hope you didn't say space, he'll expose that. Yoda in the thread with a scroll, not a meme. Long list, long links, wreck a whole team. Grover hits in, think they won with a scheme. He replied once, now they typing in a scream. Screenshot stacked like a spreadsheet. Tower timestamp source. Every angle, every hour. Rockets he laugh, that's a movie on a screen. Pull frame by frame, show the cut in between. Yoda spits facts, yeah he don't miss. Every single claim on the checklist. You say space, she say show this. Whole room quiet when he posts that list. Yoda spits facts, better come equipped. One clean post, make your whole stance flip. You bring glow tails, he bring that twist. Whole chat churn when he posts that list. They got a Jedi rank, but he Grandmaster. Break a science slide, line by line and faster. Zoom on the pic, say look at that glare. Wrong curve, wrong math, wrong distance there. Talk orbits, he asks where's the real test. You quote a blog, he pull Earth Ave text. Gravity drop, he just shrugs, say cool now. Show me water on a ball in a pool. Mic check, circle on a desk. That's name on the fly says Yoda. Back of the jacket says else. Patch on your bag reads maybe. You keep your secrets on a shelf. You say you're fine and vanish. Halfway through the after show, you leave your cup still half full, just like everything you know. Sporadic echo here, then gone, then here again. You hit my heart, then bounce off all these empty walls. Sporadic echo calling out, then cutting off. I chased the sound, but you already moved on. Echoes disappear by afternoon. Yoda relink a confession, then silence swallow in the room. Your laughter hangs in the stairwell long after you've slipped outside. I'm talking back to the reverb, like you're still by my side. Are you flattered or just spinning? Are you whirling or just still? I hear fragments, little fragments of what you know. I used to know, no. Yoda spits facts, yeah he don't miss. Every single claim on the checklist. You say space, she say show this. Whole room quiet when he posts that list. Yoda spits facts, better come equipped. One clean post, make your whole stance flip. Floppy globe tails, he bring that twist. Whole chat chant when he posts that list. Oh, you flooded, or just spinning? Are you whirling or just still? I hear fragments, little fragments of an echo. I used to know. I used to know. I used to know. I used to know. They said I'd see a curve up there on the hilltop. I squinted at the horizon, straight line. Then the pin dropped. They drew me spinning circles on a page in some old class. But my boots feel steady like I'm walking on glass. Flat as my pancake, that's the world I see. Lay it on the griddle, it don't roll for me. Flat as my pancake, stack reality.
drift on by. Kitchen table, coffee map spread, no warmth inside. If all this is a circle, why is my kitchen floor so right? Flat as my pancake, that's the world I see. Lay it on the griddle, it don't roll for me. Flat as my pancake, stacked reality. If you're so sure it's bending, why does it look so plain to me? Spin me later, save your charts. I got syrup, I got heart. Keep your glow upon the shelf. I'll stay here. Trust myself. Flat as my pancake, that's the world I see. Lay it on the griddle, it don't roll for me. Flat as my pancake, stack reality. If you're so sure it's bending, why does it look so plain to me? Flat as my pancake, that's the world I see. Lay it on the griddle, it don't roll for me. Flat as my pancake, stack reality. If you're so sure it's bending, why does it look so plain to me?
Flat as the tea on his table, dry joke hangs in the air. He sips then sketches horizon, like you've been sold some curved up prayer. Charts spread out on the counter, long distance lines he knows. He taps the glass, then asks you, can that story really hold? Yet always keeping globe heads on their toes. Every lighthouse, every shoreline that he shows. Jedi always peeling back the painted sky in a world that swears it's spinning. He asks why. talk turns into questions. Maps turn into a show. He draws a straight line ocean to that tiny coastal globe. See that far off city shining, should be hiding according to them. He just laughs in that dry, cool accent. Funny how it still won't bend. Jedi always keeping globe heads on their toes. Every lighthouse, every shoreline that he shows. Jedi always peeling back the painted sky in a world that swears it's spinning. He asks why.
What doing? Do we find the curve yet?
No, but we have found curve trolls. We got 333 in here. Anybody spoken to 333? How's it going, dude? Or dudette?
I think that's deadly. If I'm not mistaken. Or maybe not. It's somebody. I can't remember who it is right now. It's a sock of somebody. I can't think of it.
VLTK.
Went into a person's apartment today to fix their cabinet drawer. Apparently, it broke. I'm like, okay, what happened? Well, I don't know. It just broke. So I take it all apart, look at it. The brackets on the back of the swing where it slides in and out, like completely bent. I'm like, what are you doing? Backflips off this thing? Or what the hell did you do? She tells me she's been putting her leg weights in the drawer. I'm like, what the actual fuck? I told her I rolled it up as normal wear and tear, but stop doing dumb shit like that. He's like, I didn't know it would break the drawer. I'm like, do this. Hold the leg weight in your hand, okay? Now stretch your arm all the way out. Is that heavier? Huh? Of course, I didn't talk to her that way. I talked to it,
Hey, Duke. Your songs are awesome, bro. Just saying.
Thank you.
Yeah, well done. It's yeah, you did country, and I mean, I love country. It's like that's my groove.
That's one of the only two music types according to Crit.
Yeah, you got two types of music: country and western.
Well, someone new dropped in. Young Juice, 7 something, gone.
There you go. Matrix is about to do the alien sculpture.
Oh, you got your lava light
Oh,
on. Yep.
I fell over.
They're always different too. Sometimes you get these crazy ones that go top to bottom. Other times you can just get this little clump.
Yeah, let's see what happens. I just turned it on, so it'll take a minute.
Yeah, when I first got mine years ago and it first did that alien thing, it stays there for ages. And I'm like, you're not supposed to do that. There's supposed to be blobby things going up and down. And yeah, it probably took about 10 minutes for it all to melt and then start doing its thing remotely properly. I was freaking out because I thought mine was busted. Yeah, mine's clear with red.
Oh, like the liquid inside's clear and the wax is red.
Yeah. There you go, Crit. You got your sculpture.
Oh crap! I looked away for like a minute. Not even. Oh, yeah, it's fucking cool looking, man.
Oh, Crit, you're gonna love this. Scrolling through Facebook, fancy that. Comes up here. One of the pages is called "The Secrets of the Universe." 'Cause it's always trying to get me to follow random crap. And it's got here, astronomers using the James Webb Space Telescope have revealed a wild, stormy atmosphere and powerful auras on SIMP 0136. Like, are they taking the piss or what? A nearby free-floating planet that roams space without a parent star.
Oh my god, I totally missed that part. That is fucking hilarious. I sometimes I read the whole story, but sometimes I don't. I just look at it and be like, okay, globalists should think about this. They found a simp. They, oh my
Yeah,
god, that's so funny.
that's all I saw was the SIMP, and I'm like, seriously? That's crazy. Alright, here we go. Flat Earth friends. This isn't the first time I've posted this. To all flat earthers, if you honestly believe Earth is flat, can you explain the following? So here's a few things that blows your flat Earth out of the water. Prove it wrong if you can. Here we go. Number 1. Can you name one scientific group where anywhere currently researching Earth as being flat?
Oh, this Facebook shit?
This is Facebook shit, yeah. I didn't know it was a scientific inquiry, but anyways, next one. Do you know of any scientific discipline dedicated to a flat world? Didn't know it was a scientific inquiry. But anyways, number 3. Have you or anyone you know gone to any college physics department and proved Earth was flat? Why would I need to go to a physics department? I could just go to an art department and get the same results. The fluoride stare. Number 4. Do you or anyone you know have any actual numerical measurements proving Earth is flat? Oh, my friend, you need to come into this channel. Number 5. Can you explain how a flat Earth can have a sunset and sunrise? And number 6. Can you explain how a flat Earth has 2 hemispheres? Welcome to those that have just dropped in.
Hey.
How's it going?
Yo, Matrix, do you have something in memory of like one of the stupidest things you've ever heard a Glober say in here? I'm just curious.
One of the
Yeah.
stupidest things I've heard
They're
Glover say.
legion. How about the one? I mean, sorry, to jump on Matrix here. We had a doctor, a straight up medical doctor, say that when the baby is in utero, it's a weightless 0G environment. And then when the baby's born, it enters into Earth, which is a motion and gravity environment. That's why it takes about a year for babies to learn to walk, because as their bodies adjust to the spin and gravity of Earth.
What the? Never heard something like that. What would even be the purpose of that argument? What the?
It was something that so you could counter buoyancy or something, or the buoyancy density thing. Who knows? I mean, if you could figure out why these globalists say some of the dumbest shit. Well, here, there's a couple here that are just pinned. You got, look at Brenda. We are intellectually superior. You got Tom Long. You are in a cult. JJ Icefish. That's why things go down until all of a sudden they just orbit.
Every time I hear like,
oh, go ahead.
Every time I've heard it a couple times, but every time I hear a globe turd say something about, well, there must be in order to have wind, we must be on a globe. It's due to the Earth's spin. It creates wind. And it's like, well, then what's going on days when it's calm and there's no wind outside? Did the Earth stop spinning? It's not as bad as the doctor one you said, but every time I hear that, I just fucking die a little inside.
Imagine thinking that flat earthers are dumb and that flat earthers are whatever X, Y, and Z, and then this guy's a doctor. He says something like that. People would look at him like, "Are you fucking nuts?" Like, where? What medical journal? What study of human anatomy drove you into that pipeline? And it's like he's just brazen about it, like just straight up. Yeah, as a medical doctor, I can tell you straight up. Really? You sure about that? Look at these two here for perpetual imperialists. These people just argue from negation. It's a rage bait room. They don't even defend their own worldview. Laughing my ass off. I mean, think of the layers of inception there. Number one, it's a rage bait room. So it's not fun. This is some place that, this is awful. This is a bad place to be, a rage bait room. Who would want to join it? Well, he did. He clicked on it. Then he says, they don't defend their worldview, laughing my ass off. So he's having fun. So he contradicts himself in the same sentence with his own actions. If you feel like you're being rage baited, why did you join the room? If you think it's rage baiting, how are you having fun at the same time? You're laughing your ass off.
I think that says more about them that once they got into the room, it made them rage a little bit.
Yeah, because then he goes on to say, like I said before, they mute me now. They're just bullies. And women in here are childless, loveless whores who want to feel something. That must have been a ladies' night event. This topic causes people to lose their mind. Just straight up lose their mind. Here's Elder Bear 69 nautical miles per 1 degree times 90 degrees equals 610 miles. Distance to the North Pole, or 6,210 miles. Distance to the North Pole, 6,214 miles. I asked him, where are the 4 missing miles? He said there aren't any. Really? So you said the distance from North Pole to the equator is 6,210 miles. The actual retail price, without going over, is 6,214 miles. Your math is 4 miles off, but you think you're right. Where is this missing land? Here's one. I show him a picture of Jupiter. He says, that's Earth. Is this Earth from space? You posted a picture of the planet from space. That's what Earth looks like? Like these dudes, I mean, like, what the fuck, man? Like, you see a picture of Jupiter and you think that's Earth. I mean, here's a good one. We don't need to manipulate an experiment to observe it. We just manipulate where and when we observe it. Here's a good one. This is the technologist. Sierra, was it the 7th of March, 2025? He asks us, explain why Jeranism left the flat earth. Into his next comment, literally the next line, is flat earthers can't explain a single thing. Then why the fuck did you just ask me to explain why some random YouTube dude did something? Here's one. So here's a nice young woman called Sarah. You see her around the server every so often preaching veganism. Crit rhymes with blank. And then they go on to make their own flat earth room called Flat Earthers Are Dumb AF. And then come back here and say, I want to be here with you guys. I want this group. This group is better. Here's Nuck and Futz. It hasn't been around for quite a while. Science designated laws of nature are scientific theories. You have a scientific degree of any kind, most educated people know this. So underneath there, scientific theory is a well-supported explanation of how and why something in the natural world works or happens. Here's a dude rolling my boulder, unsure what measure or measurements are. Doesn't know the difference between nouns and verbs. Oh, it measures flat, but there aren't measurements of being flat. Sorry, I now understood what you meant. Dude, I responded to him. You just brain farted, observed, and used as nouns. Here's a good one. The gooner says, I'm asking ChatGPT right now. That's how I defend the Globetard. The Globetard at the end. Here's Robert, Utah. I am the most powerful Glober they've ever met.
Is that why he had to make his own channel?
Here's Nuck and Futz. Crit, are you denying that Trump was elected president in November 2016? So I post there. Trump was inaugurated on January 20th of 2017. On the day after his inauguration, an estimated 2.6 million people worldwide and 500,000 in Washington, D.C. protested. Because we were talking about January 2016. The dumb fuck didn't even realize he was a year off. Like a complete year. Here's a guy, Mitchell. We all
Kingsley, lock
know
your
the
mic,
Earth
bro.
is a globe deep down. Here's another banger from Nucking Futz. The ocean has a pressure gradient without a lid. How does that work? Here's Maynard. I'm filing a lawsuit. Ha ha. It's easy. His free speech was infringed in this channel. So now he's going to file a lawsuit against us. Dumb fuck doesn't realize that freedom of association is also covered in free speech. There's 5 freedoms enshrined in the First Amendment. I have a right to say no thank you. He can say whatever he wants to say. I'm not the government. I'm not stopping him from saying what he wants to say. I'm breaking association with people who think they have a God-given right to just squawk their ass off in this channel. No, thank you. You're not running the show here. At best, the only thing you're running is your mouth. Here's Tuber. Apparently, this dude can't read anything unless it's picture perfect grammar. Absolutely perfected grammar. Like, if anything other than that, he can't read it. So then he sends back, no capital. One of the only mods here responded right after I, lowercase, was muted to something that I, lowercase, posted while ago I inferred on something that you can't comprehend. No period, no punctuations, letter I, it's like not capitalized. Not a single comma in the whole thing. Here we got Jesse, Path of Light. Oh no, this is the other Jesse. Crap, I can't remember what his current username is. Callie. Premise 1, if the Earth is a globe, The tilt of its axis will result in continuous sunlight in a certain polar regions during their respective summer solstices. Premise 2. During the summer solstice in the southern hemisphere, Antarctica experiences continuous 24-hour sunlight. Conclusion. Therefore, an observed 24-hour sunlight in Antarctica during the summer solstice is consistent with the Earth being the globe.
I am officially going to the store today to buy a notebook so I can also start cataloging dumb things that I hear. This is pretty awesome.
What's up, boys?
Hey.
How's everybody doing today?
Hanging in there. Here's Raiden, Mr. Reality Man. We feel better inside when we accept the fact that the Earth is a sphere.
I saw that one the other day.
I know I do.
Here's Jay Reezy, another guy who hasn't been around for a while. I have definitely made fun of some of the things you have said. A classic one is crit. Surface area equals surface divided by area. Can someone please help him out and tell him the units for surface in that equation? So I link Florida State College. Pressure equals force, which acts on a given area. The pressure on the surface is perpendicular per unit of area acting on the surface. The unit of pressure is called the Pascal, which is equal to newtons over meter squared.
Who's the newcomer that said they feel good? I wonder if they have anything to add to this list.
Yeah, he's got some good stuff. He had some bangers last night.
I didn't even get to speak last night. What do you mean? Like, I literally didn't even get to speak.
Just like that, as predicted.
What's the topic?
The Earth, the surface of the Earth.
Oh. Oh, I'm in Flat Earth chat. Okay. Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Did it be flat or be curved?
Well, you know, the only curves I like are on women, not on the Earth.
I like Mark to have a fat ass personally.
Do you think the Earth is female?
Mother Earth?
Yeah, I think the Earth is
Yeah,
female, right?
Mother Earth. Mother
Yeah.
Earth, yeah.
Yeah, and the
I
sun's
like
the
that.
father, right?
Who's the father? Heavens?
The sun. The sun, of course.
Ah, the heavens. Damn.
No, without the sun, we have
Just
no
like in
life,
Greek
right?
mythology.
That's why I'm confident she has a fat ass. Hmm.
Oh, there's a perfect one too. Star Life.
That is one seriously messed up individual.
Crit is schizophrenic. I broke him. Crit will be in jail soon. I'll make sure of it. You just DM me this article or like that threat all the time that I'm dangerous to society because I'm schizophrenic. I'd link him articles that schizophrenic people are more likely to be victims of crimes. That they have a hard time reporting to the police what happened to them. They're not reliable witnesses. It's hard to get a prosecution. But yet, in his worldview, it's quite the opposite. That schizophrenic people are the only ones committing crimes.
They're not the only ones, and I definitely agree with your take. There, it is very difficult for them, no question about it. But like, they do participate in crime, right? Like at a higher rate, right?
No, much lower rate. They're a higher chance of being a victim of crime.
Can you provide a source for that? I mean, I agree that they're a higher chance of being a victim, but like that's not the same. Like you can be a higher chance to be a victim
we're not
of a
going to go
crime
into this
and
weird
also be a
redhead.
higher chance of a perpetrator, right? Like we can agree
No,
on
you
that.
can look it up.
They're not
Just
mutually
look it up.
exclusive ideas, right?
Yeah, totally mutually exclusive.
They're not mutually exclusive.
Yeah.
There's no way those ideas are mutually exclusive. Like, are you dense? Like, I'm not trying to be derogatory. I really am not. But like, you can see how they're not exclusive, right? Like
Just
a
use
group
your
can
own
both
logic then.
be that this is logic. I'm trying to use it here and explain it to you.
You don't need to
It's like
explain shit, dude.
right? Because
Yeah, I worked in the legal profession for many, many years. So yeah,
Oh,
it's
right.
like
Then
yeah, even if it's
that just trumps logic, right? Because you worked in the legal field.
even if you got somebody who is schizophrenic and they
forgot.
commit a crime, it's always going to be a mitigating factor. That's why they yes, completely irrelevant.
Irrelevant to whether or not they commit crime. Like just because you can use it as a mitigating factor doesn't change the fact that they committed crime.
Because it happens so few times. It's so rare for a schizophrenic person to commit a crime that's a mitigating factor. They have to account that. Yeah, here there are 14 times at risk of being victims of violent crime.
Right, but again, that doesn't have anything to do with the crime they commit. I'm not disagreeing with your premise that they're more likely to have crimes committed against them. I totally agree with that premise. That's 100% truth, right? But it doesn't discredit the other factor, right? Like,
do you commit crimes?
I'm not a schizophrenic, but my nephew, who's a schizophrenic, is
Hold on. I didn't ask
15
you
years in
about
prison.
that. I didn't ask you about your nephew or anything. I said, do you commit crimes?
Yeah, I commit crimes, actually.
Well, then
Truthfully,
you're
we all do.
schizophrenic.
That's not how logic works.
Yes, it works that way now.
No, that's not how logic works, my man. But good
How's
try.
it work? How's it work? All schizophrenics commit crimes?
I didn't say all schizophrenics commit crimes. Never made that claim.
Oh, okay. I was just wondering.
Yeah, I didn't make that claim.
Do you make any claims?
I made a claim that it's mutually exclusive whether you commit crime or are a
You
victim of
don't
crime.
really expect
Those
any
are mutually
logic when it
exclusive
comes to
ideas.
flat earthers, to be honest with you, my friend.
Is that
yeah, I know this isn't a channel that likes logic. You're right.
Yeah, do we need to get rid of him?
Get rid of the guy,
Leaf,
the one
is
guy
that
with
Leaf
logic.
back?
Yeah,
Sorry,
it's
the
Leaf.
Leaf.
Do we
What's
need
up?
to get rid of him?
No,
Oh,
he,
okay.
he was somewhat functionally normal today.
Oh, all right.
I mean that's stretching it.
I can hear that you got them all riled up in here. I got the lobby going. They're pretty pissed off, or were.
Yeah. Yeah, earlier today he
Sure, you
got
guys are
really
good at
upset that people would say that NASA didn't land on the moon 60 years ago.
But NASA's not a space agency anymore. They're a propaganda company. Of course they didn't land on the moon. That was just propaganda to make the Russians jealous. And it worked. They put out their own propaganda before then. They put a basketball with coat hangers on it and hung that from a ceiling and said, look, this is flying around.
You guys warm my heart.
You mean NASA does? NASA warms your heart. They got, because Donald Trump was able to reclassify them as an intelligence agency. They're not a space agency anymore. So now it's okay for them to lie when they say we really didn't go on the moon. We pretended to because we are actually a propaganda company.
You told me to look it up,
convenient,
and I
huh?
look.
How
You told me to
convenient.
look at just for the record. You told me to look up the schizophrenic thing, and I just looked it up, and it says yes, individuals with schizophrenia have higher relative risk of committing violent crimes, including homicide, compared to the general population.
Yeah, it says right there because they also have a higher risk of substance abuse and a lack of opportunity for treatment, and have social economic backgrounds that also play a role. Schizophrenia by itself does not indicate violent behavior or a propensity towards criminal activity.
Yeah, our parents, my age group, we all got the schizophrenic and the autism beat out of us. We didn't do that anymore.
Look at at the end of the summary. This stereotype of the violent schizophrenic has been harmful and truly escalates the greater risk of them being victims of crime. So right there, sit there and perpetually medical misinformation. Just straight up lying about people's conditions.
Like you guys.
Well, there you go. So you just defined yourself just like us. Welcome to Flat Earth. Source?
Oh,
You.
who he's the flat earther now? Is that Lee?
Yeah. Yeah, he just
Oh, hey,
defined himself as a flat
congratulations.
earther.
He's done this a few times.
Hey, I'm just like you guys. All right. Well, I'm a flat earther. Welcome to Flat Earth too.
No, I didn't say. I didn't say I'm like you guys.
You are. You're just like us.
No.
Yes.
Yeah. We should say you're just like us how we used to be. How's that?
By your own logic. Not my logic. You said just like you guys. No problem.
Yeah, those people that lie about things, lies about condition, just like you guys.
What are
Just
we
like
lying
you.
about?
Earlier,
What do you
before
The
I was
Earth
pointing
is
out the
flat.
hypocrisy where
The
one
Earth
of your
is
fellows,
flat.
was saying, "Oh, the people working NASA, they're not lying, but the faculty as NASA as a whole is lying." Like it doesn't
What
make
about
any sense at
NASA
all.
being renamed? What about NASA being reconstructed as a intelligence agency instead of a space agency? Now they've been reclassified, so now they can be secret and they can do whatever they want. And you can't question them because they're allowed to put out propaganda in the United States. Obama made sure of that.
What like it does like okay, you need to work on facts, buddy. People in the faculty they work based on facts,
Crit, can you
scientific
back me
facts.
up on the two facts of Obama
Yeah.
with the propaganda and what just happened with Trump, please?
Yeah, I think we should. Should we post this? Do we need the articles of them saying exactly what they're doing? Obama direct quote, NASA needs to be a public outreach for the Muslim world. And Trump reclassified NASA as not a space agency, an intelligence apparatus.
There it is. Executive
Okay,
order
so
signed.
yeah, so what's the point there?
Now they can say we lied about going to the moon and you can't do anything to them.
What? That doesn't follow.
You heard me, right?
Just
It's
because
national
they are an
security.
intellectual agency doesn't mean that they lie about moon landing. That doesn't follow.
Why would they tell the
It, you,
truth?
they don't have to tell the truth. Now they can say we lied about Mars. Haha. That was just to make other people do stuff.
Oh, they're just saying that they don't need to publish anything. It
Well,
like those
they don't.
those information that you were earlier saying, they just like demolish, they eliminate all the evidence of moon landing. They eradicate all the technology for moon landing. Well, they can
Or
do
they
that,
never had
right?
it in the first
If it's
place.
an
What do you think was
Yeah, they
more
never
likely?
had it.
Yeah, what's more likely to be true? They never had it, or they had it, then destroyed it.
Yeah, it didn't archive it at all. Didn't switch it to CD-ROM later, and then from there into just digital format of completely like in a cloud right now. No, not NASA. Why would they do that?
Are you saying that all the people so
They cut
all of
out.
them are working on fiction, science fiction. All the
Who?
math they were calculating
They just
are
said they've
not
been
based in
reclassified as an
reality.
intelligence agency. Tell me who's doing all this work. They
So
just put out
they never
documents
built
that
a
say
space shuttle.
no, they don't. No, that's
Like
a
outer space
website.
is fake.
Yes, it's fake.
Jesus.
I know. Why does this bother you so much? Did you have plans?
You want to go make out with green alien chick? I mean, what do you got going on here?
Smith.
That right there is the Earthrise photo taken on the moon. It was taken by William Anders in
So let me
1968.
ask you a question. Since they landed on where Sea of Tranquility, somewhere around there, right? Am I
And yet
correct or
you're
not?
claiming that the space
How
is
come
fake
they're
and all
how
of
come they're
these.
looking over the moon at the Earth instead of straight up from the moon, where they should be since they were on the side facing us? Remember? Or you guys don't? You guys never put that together. You just debunked yourself, dude. God, so easy with you guys.
Well, it's possible that they are not on the side of the moon that's faced directly to the Earth.
Or it's just made up because when you
Mm.
raise the contrast on it, you can see the square around the Earth.
What if they are on the region where it's close to the equator of the moon, where
No such thing.
it's almost at the backside of the moon?
No
So
such
yeah,
thing.
you can't really. Yeah, there are such things because
No,
you
there's
can
no
never
such
see
thing.
the back.
Yeah, so you're
Yeah, there
telling
are
me they
such
was on the
things. You can
backside of
never
the
see the
moon.
backside
You're
of the
telling me
moon.
they were on the backside of the moon because you never see the backside of the moon. That makes a lot of sense, dude.
No, you were saying that. Oh, if the moon is always
Hey,
faced to
guess
us,
what?
then
The
you're
proof that
supposed to
they're
see the
there is
whole
because
Earth
you
instead
can't
of
see
half
them.
of it.
Hey, proof that China is on the moon right now is because you can't see them. Did you know that? Because they're on the other side where we can't see them. That's how we know they're there. Got any other globe proof besides pretend space pictures?
Oh, right. The picture itself was not taken on the moon surface. It was taken in the Apollo 8 spacecraft. And the spacecraft was traveling around the moon and moving behind the Luna. So that's why you can see only partially of the Earth.
So the Earth wasn't
See that?
rising?
Well, it was called the Earthrise, but it wasn't
The
actually
Earth,
rising.
the
You're
Earth, yeah,
correct.
that the. Did you notice you gave me two separate missions for that picture?
Hey, Leaf, did you see that response to that image I just tagged you in? You see how when you put that into Photoshop, you can adjust the different layers and you can see like the the cutout box of the Earth overlaid into a flat black background. If that image was real, it would all be pixelated. It wouldn't just be the Earth.
Wait, that how does that prove it's photoshopped?
Why would the moon have blocks around it? Because I take pictures of the moon and mine don't look like that. Or the Earth. You're saying Earth has blocks around it, but the moon doesn't. So when I take a picture of the moon, I don't get blocks around my moon because it's not the Earth.
Yeah,
I
well, the
told you
photo
it's
was
fake,
taken in
dude. I
1968.
told you it's fake, dude. No, that doesn't matter.
But and also,
They
I
didn't
don't know
have
the
digital
blogs that
cameras.
you were
They didn't have
showing.
digital
They
cameras in
they are
'68.
photoshopped on
They
it.
didn't have digital
Well,
cameras back then. They didn't have digital cameras back then.
yeah, well, the photo you're showing is probably photoshopped then, right? The blog was
Yes, they
add
said
on
they
later on.
Photoshop everything at NASA. It's on their website.
No, this photo was photoshopped.
Yes, of course. It was made up. Yes. Done in a dark
No,
room.
the photo that was photoshopped. The blocks you add on it to for the sake to prove the photo is fake, which is not.
Yeah, you can do this yourself.
Just
Go
run it through
download the
AI
photo.
then, dude, if you don't believe us. Take that picture, slide it into an AI and say, is this real or not? It's going to say, no, it's not real. Don't tell it what it is. Just say, is this picture real or not?
Yes, it's completely real.
Oh my
That's what
God.
AI says.
Who'd you use?
I'm using Grok.
Oh, no wonder why. Yeah. Oh, well, then, yeah, you're right. I'm wrong. It's real. Earth is a globe. I quit because AI said so.
You're the one that asked me to use AI to
Yeah,
ask
you
for
asked
it.
Grok, the only person that uses that. Do you know what to use it for? Why didn't you ask
But
NASA itself if it was real instead of SpaceX?
okay, which AI should I ask then?
One that analyzes pictures.
All right, can you give me a suggestion? Something that's free, I don't have to pay for it.
No, because I don't need to analyze pictures. I've already done those myself with Photoshop to show they're faked.
Oh, here's the thing. Those blocks you were claiming was photoshopped. I can't see it in the picture that was shown on Google. So, and I don't know how you manifest
Did
that.
you? Are you claiming he manufactured those squares around it just by turning
I'm
up the
just saying that
contrast?
in my phone, I can't see those pixels around the Earth. So I don't know how do you get that picture into your hand. I I, I
Ask
generally have
him.
no
He did
idea.
it. He probably did it on a computer. He probably didn't use a phone.
Yeah, well, Travis, like, how do you get that picture?
Hold on, Leaf. Will you do me a favor real quick? I just link tagged you in a video. So let's listen to the first 90 seconds of it. It's Putin at an AI conference in Russia, and this was like Google's AI, the world's most advanced AI, and they put the moon landing images into it, and it said they were fake. This is coming from Putin. Can you just watch the first 90 seconds?
Well, what do you expect Putin's gonna say?
Dude, you said everybody, all of your guys' arguments is that the moon landing is real because Russia said it was real. Now it's all. What do you think Putin's going to say? What do you mean?
No, he believes that is fake. Okay.
No, Google AI, the most advanced AI, said the images were not actual pictures from a camera. There was too much wrong with the color distribution, everything about them. Just listen to the first. Did you
Solid
actually
black.
watch it?
Solid black. That doesn't look normal. Just the solid black alone from a normal person would say that's not a real picture. There's a layer. There's a rock layer in front. There's a black background, and then there's a earth layer on it. Maybe you don't want to use that picture as proof. Maybe in some like a lower level flat Earth server you can get away with that one, but not in here.
Hello? Batman, 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 Batman,
Are you
Batman,
jealous?
Batman. Sorry?
Are you jealous?
Yes. I'm Robin, by the way. My name is Robin. I'm your Robin, if you like. No? To the Batmobile, Robin. Robin, to the Batmobile. I have to watch this old Batman series again. So funny.
Does anybody have any questions for the room? Is it quiet? Is it just me?
It's just you talking.
Ugh.
There's Moses. Moses here. He might have some answers, I would guess. Not a question. Moses, is it true that you purposely dropped the tablets?
I wouldn't say purposely, right? I mean,
So, what did
I'd
you
say more of
mean
a
when you
side effect of the DMT. You know.
Well, why?
Sorry.
Can I ask you? I just want one follow up. Why did the tablets fall down? Like why down?
That is the direction. That is the straight line path. That is the straight line of space time, right? Like,
Well, Jimmy Neutron, you now have your answer from Moses himself.
Mo, have you ever measured the curvature of the Earth? Do you think the Earth is a sphere?
oh, of course, I think this is weird.
Why is that?
Actually, let me correct that. I think it's a spheroid. I don't think it's a sphere. I think it's a irregular shape, best represented by a sphere.
Fine. Whatever shape of sphere or close to sphere, why do you believe that?
Because you can traverse across the entire thing, and there's no infinite space. You come back to the same place. We make round shadows on the moon during eclipses. We let's see what else. Because the predictions made by the model are the most accurate predictions we could possibly make. I mean, seasons is an example, right? I mean,
All right, before I get too lost. Okay. What was the first thing you stated?
I don't recall. Just God's honest truth. I'm too ADHD for that. I apologize. I gave
Okay.
quite a list.
And you said, well, then here, pick one, the
Seasons.
best one you think.
Seasons.
Seasons.
Yeah,
All right.
seasons.
So why do you think the changing of temperature and the changing of weather tells you that the environment that you live in is
I'm being genuine here. You completely cut out there. I did not hear anything you said. It might be on my end, but I'm not sure if anybody else can confirm.
2 minutes? Yeah, 2 minutes.
Can you be able to confirm, am I lagging or is he lagging?
He cut out.
Okay, perfect. I just want to make sure it was him, not me.
Why does weather tell you live on a sphere?
Well, it tells me that we rotate around the sun more than it tells me that I live on a sphere specifically, but it all maths out. The Milankovitch cycles, as an example, would be like another telltale sign, I'd say, that we're sphere and deals with seasons, right? Are you familiar with the Milankovitch cycles?
Please explain.
It's essentially a trackable measurable through core samples. That the tilt of the Earth, the tilt of the spheroid that we're on, has been changing at a wobbling rate, dynamic, like over time, within about 4 degrees or 6 degrees. I can't quite remember the math. It's been a long time since I looked at it, but within a few degrees, back and forth over time, and there's a measurable effect on the planet and the way that all of the seasonal shit works out. So we can see this in core samples of ice and rock. So, and pretty conclusive.
All right. So movements of lights in the sky plus core samples of ice
Movements of lights in
tells
the
you
sky. What
that
did
the
I say
ground
about movements of
feels
lights in the sky?
here.
What movements of
Well,
lights in
the
the sky did I
sun,
describe?
you look for it and you find it in the sky. The sun is also a light. So a light in the sky.
Oh, the sun. Yeah, we definitely rotate around the sun. That's definitely.
Okay.
Oh, the other reason
All
I know
right.
that we're on a sphere, an even better reason that I know we're on a sphere, is how else do we see
I know the
different
best to
star
begin with.
constellations if
All
we're
right. So
when we're in the
still,
southern and the
lights
northern
in the
hemisphere on a
sky
flat
tell
Earth?
you you live on a spherical shape.
Geometry tells me that I live on a round Earth. Yeah.
Okay. Now, is this measuring the ground or is this looking at lights in the sky?
I don't know why measuring the ground is the only way we could determine something.
Well,
And
usually if I wanted to measure what my table looked like, right? If I wanted to
right,
give you a description so you can see my table, I could give
right,
you descriptions and measurements
right.
of it.
Like your
And then
table has a
show
finite edge and things fall off the side of your table,
up,
right? So where's the finite edge of the Earth?
okay. No.
Where's the
If I wanted
finite
to
edge
give
of
you
the
a
Earth?
description of what my table, so you show up to my house after I've given you the measurements and the descriptions of my table, you verify that my table is exactly as I described, right? You don't show up to my house and start angling measurements of light from the chandelier and the movements of lights reflecting off of the ceiling from the ceiling fan moving, right? You don't look at the ceiling to measure my table, to verify if what I told you about my table is true.
Well, if you claimed your
Similarly,
table was
you
square in
measure
your
the
room, I
earth.
would. But that's what you claimed. If you claimed that it was
Similarly,
somehow perpendicular to
if
something,
someone's
I
giving
would
you
in fact infer, I
information,
would measure that. Like if you claimed that it was perpendicular to your ceiling, I would in fact measure that, right? And that's exactly what I'm saying, right? You're like I'm just extrapolating out the
yeah,
ceiling
this is what
being the
I'm
sky,
saying.
right?
Exactly as I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. If
But
I
you're
wanted
claiming that
to
the Earth is
verify
perpendicular
that the
to the
things
sky.
that they've
That's what you're
said
claiming.
about the ground
No, you have a
are
claim of
exactly as
perpendicularity,
they claim, then I
right?
would measure the ground to verify the geometric claims that they gave me. I
Right.
wouldn't look at the lights in the sky.
But that's because you're
I'd look
failing
at
to
the
miss the
ground.
point.
No, you missed the point.
No, you're making a
The
claim. You're
thing that
making
would
a claim.
actually prove the shape of the ground is the ground, not the sky.
Why not?
You would measure the ground
Why does we're not trying to measure the shape. We're
because
trying to
whatever is
measure.
happening
No.
in the sky
Listen. The
would be
shape is an
happening over
irregular
whatever
shape.
the
It's not a
shape of the
measurable shape. It's an
ground
irregular
is.
spheroid, right? What we're measuring is the perpendicularity of the surface of the Earth to
The
that of the space, to that of the
irregular
sky. That's what
shape
we're measuring. And we're
feels,
measuring that the perpendicularity
feels,
changes as you move south into the southern hemisphere. You end up at a different
yeah,
angular relationship to that of the sky. How does that happen on a
yeah.
flat Earth? How do you have a different
If the
relationship on a flat
ground
Earth?
is flat,
Please explain that.
then whatever is happening in the sky would be happening over a flat Earth. If the ground was a cube, whatever's happening in the sky is happening over a cube. If the ground is a trapezoid, whatever's happening in the sky would be happening over a trapezoid. Okay? Measure the
Different things
ground,
would happen. Different
ground by
things would
looking at the
happen if
ground.
the ground
And
was
then
a
whatever's
trapezoid.
happening
Because when
in
I
the sky
rounded that
would be
90-degree
happening
corner, I'd
over
have a
whatever
perpendicular
was being
view, right?
measured. Sure.
Like different things
Whatever's
would happen
happening
if we were on a different geometric
would
shape
be
in
happening
relation to
over
the things
whatever it is
around
you
us.
measure the ground to be doing. I can talk over you too. Whatever's
Well, you're talking
happening in the
nonsense.
sky, yeah, whatever's happening in the sky would be happening over whatever the ground is shaped like. You
Right.
would measure
I
the
mean,
ground
I would
and
agree.
identify its shape
Obviously, that's obvious. But
directly.
different things would be happening
So if
in the
it's
sky
obvious,
in
why are we not
relationship to
measuring
us
the ground?
if the geometry was different.
If
Right?
it's
If the
that
geometry of
obvious, why are
the
we not
geometry is different.
measuring the
If
ground?
it, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Is the
Yeah, another long
geometry of
question.
the relationship between your table and your ceiling different if your table is standing on its legs or if it's laid on its side? Is the geometric relationship different between your your table and the ceiling of the roof or the ceiling of the house if it's laying on its side or if it's standing up? Is it different or is it the same?
Well, what you're saying is that if
Is it
I have
different or
a
is it the same?
and I have a well
Simple
and I have
question, dude.
the
Simple
sun in the
question.
sky,
Simple question. Yes or
yeah,
no
and I'm
question.
telling you in such a
Yes or
way that
no.
I'm referencing
Different
the
or the
earth
same?
sequitur to
Different
the
or the same?
conversation.
I just need one word answer.
If
It's
we're
not
talking
complicated.
about
This is
the
what everybody
earth
else asks
and
for
you're
on this
going to
Discord is a
say the
one word
sky
answer.
tells me the shape of the
One word answer,
ground,
dude. I'm not asking about the shape of the
word
ground. I'm
answer.
asking about the geometric
Okay,
relationship between your table and the ceiling.
I got it. If we're gonna say that the light in the sky or the light over my table will tell me that the earth or the table is a sphere because I have a stick and a well on the earth and I have two beer bottles sitting on my dining table and a chandelier over it and the sun over the earth. And then I say, okay, well, there's no shadow inside this well, and then there's a shadow over here on this stick. I get the difference between the two angles. I multiply it by the distance between the stick and the well, and then I divide it by 360, and there's the circumference of the earth. I could do the same thing to the table with the chandelier. I would have the difference of angle of shadow between the two beer bottles. I would multiply it by the distance and then divide it by 360, and then I would have a circumference to my table. And then I could assert similarly that the table is a sphere, and then I can also say that the earth is a sphere because I squared it with math. I made it work with math. Instead of take a measurement of the table, verify if there's a curvature rate to the table that proves that the table is a sphere, I would do the same thing to the earth outside. I would identify a curvature rate to the earth and verify if it matches the curvature rate that they claim. How would I do that?
What does that have to do with the price of tea in China? You didn't answer my question in any kind of way.
Because I'm staying sequitur to the conversation. We're running around in circles. I'm keeping it on point right now. Curvature rate of the earth, right? Instead of looking at the sky and seeing the sun, moon, and stars do a thing, and then assert that what it appears to be looking like in the sky means that the ground is exactly like the thing that I assert, assume, and affirm the consequence of the things that's happening in the sky. That's why I said earlier, whatever the shape of the ground is, measuring it directly, the things that happen in the sky, exactly as I observed, are independent of each other. If the ground is a sphere, I would prove it by measurement. If the earth is not a sphere, I would prove it by measurement. And then I would conclude that whatever's happening in the sky is happening over a sphere or a flat surface. We have two contradicting things on the table, LOL, and we need to find the symmetry breaker. You're asserting that a phenomenon in the sky is the cause of the ground being a sphere, but you're not actually measuring the ground. You're seeing something happen in the sky, and then you affirm the consequence that the ground is doing it because the sky is doing this. Now, do you have a measurement of the ground curving at the rate that they're supposed to in order to have the sphere that they give you?
Absolutely. It's called surveying. It's an entire industry. Just look at how their practices. Just go look at the math of surveying. It's not complicated. And your nice monologue there, what you're doing actually is a logical fallacy. I made no claim
What's
that
the
you're trying
logical
to claim
fallacy?
about this curve of the Earth. I never made any claims related to that, even in the
I know.
ballpark of those things. That's just the one thing, the one point you think you can win on. So you're trying to tunnel the
Yeah.
conversation to that thing and then claiming I'm keeping it on point. No, brother, what you're doing is a logical fallacy. That's not what we
What's
talked
the
about. You did
logical
not answer my
fallacy?
question a single bit. Not one fucking bit. Not a
What's the
single bit.
logical fallacy? What
The
did I
logical
commit?
the logical fallacy that you committed is that you're fucking talking bullshit. Like that's the logical fallacy. I don't have to give you a name of a fallacy
Yeah,
to
you do.
recognize
You
one.
have to
No, I
identify
don't.
what it is
Yeah,
that I did.
you don't, dude. You don't. I don't. Like you know
Logical
what you're doing is
fallacy of
bullshit.
bullshit.
You know what you're doing is
That's the
bullshit.
globe.
Don't act like it's not.
Yeah, the globe. It's opposite of your census. Therefore, it works. It's opposite of
Sorry,
your
what
census.
works?
You got some math. It works. Yeah, the fallacy of
No,
bullshit. I agree.
the math monologue you gave was just completely wrong in all ways. Like
No,
it's like a fourth grade understanding of mathematics. Like otherwise,
is it?
like answer my question. If you
So
actually understand
then,
mathematics, answer my
how
question.
did
Answer my
Eratosthenes,
question.
the originator of
Answer my question. It was
measurement
a
of the
one
stars,
word
to give
answer
you a
question.
measurement of the so-called ground?
I didn't ask for a measurement.
How
I didn't
did he
mention
do the
measurements.
math?
I didn't bring up measurements. You just keep repeatedly
Yeah,
trying
because
to drag the
I
conversation
am
to that.
trying to get you to give me measurements of the
I don't
ground.
need to give you measurements. I don't. That's not how geometry works. Geometry doesn't require measurements, right? Like
Yes,
we don't.
in
Like
order to
it doesn't
have
require
the
measurements,
thing that
right?
you're
Like
mapping verified in reality, you have to have a measurement. My table
You
is
don't,
X, length, width, height. If
huh?
you say the table is
What did you
8
say?
feet long, 6 feet
Yes, I
wide,
did.
and 4 feet high, you then measure the table and verify if it's 8
I
feet
don't.
long, 6
How
feet wide,
the
4
length of your
feet
table is
high.
irrelevant to the price of tea in China, my brother. I don't know why you keep
Yeah,
talking about
well,
it. Like,
we're making an
what
objective truth
the
claim
size of your table is
about the
irrelevant. I didn't
earth.
ask you about the size of
I'm
your table. I
making
don't
a
even care how big
comparison
your
with
table
the
is. Your table could be as
table.
big as you want it to be.
The
I asked you
table
what is the
objectively
perpendicular
would be a
relationship between
specific
the surface of your
size.
table and your ceiling when it's sitting on its legs and when it's laying on its side. That's all I asked.
We're
Is it the
making a
same or
claim
is it
about the
different?
table.
No, I'm asking you.
And now
I'm
the
just simply
table
asking if the
objectively
table is on
has
its legs.
a
If the table
specific
is on its
length,
legs,
width, and height. You would
is there a
need a
different
measurement
relationship
of the
between the
length, width,
perpendicularity
and
of your
height
table on its
to prove
legs
the
or on
claim
its
true
surface?
or false
Yes or no?
about the table. You would have to verify it to claim true or false the objective truth claim of the table. If the measurement does not conclude equal to the claim made about the geometry of the table, then the claim is false. If it is in line with the claims made about the table, then it would be true. They claim the Earth has a radius of 3,959 miles. Using geometry, you can figure out whether it's true or false in reality. You need a measurement.
And I would use a square. That's what I would use to measure
You
the
would use a
relationship between the surface of your table and the ceiling, whether it was on its legs or whether it was on its side. And it would be different, right? It would be 90 degrees different, right? Well, looks like Slade that one. Who's next?
No, I said
No, you
the
haven't answered the
objective
question
truth
yet. You
claim
haven't.
of the table.
That's objective.
Yeah, yammer through each other. If the claim is the table is 6 feet long, 8 feet wide, 4 feet high, then the measurement of the table would then verify if the claim is true. You would then measure its length, width, and height to verify the claim of the table's size and geometry, true or false. Similarly, you would measure the Earth to verify if the claims made about its geometry is true or false. Not talking about the orientation of the table in comparison to the rest of the room. We're talking about the geometry of the ground. We're talking about the geometry of the table. The ceiling, the walls, the paintings, the wallpaper, non sequitur to the shape of the table. The ground surface, non sequitur to the trees, the air, the lights in the sky, sun, moon, and stars. How planes fly, scheduling for plane flights, ships sailing over water, scheduling for times in and out of ports, distances between 2 points, non sequitur to the shape of the ground. What would be sequitur is a measurement of the ground to identify if the surface of that is curving, because anybody and everybody can make their own claims to what the shape of the ground is. You say you live on the outside of a sphere. I say we live on top of a flat plane. Somebody else could say they live on the inside of the sphere. Somebody else could say that they're living on top of a raptor. Another person could claim that they live on a donut. And then you could model it using math magics and make it fit whatever model you want. Doesn't make it true just because the math makes it fit onto a model.
Moses, you've been unmuted.
Oh, am I unmuted? Sorry.
Hello, Moses. Is Moses there?
Probably is. Probably is there.
Hello,
Oh,
Moses.
yeah, he was just
Hello,
talking to
T-Dub.
Jimmy. How's it going, man?
I just wanted to let him know that when he says the Earth is a spheroid, he's already making a claim, uh, subconsciously, that there is curvature to the Earth, the surface that we on. Subconsciously isn't the right word. Indirectly, he's indirectly.
Yeah. I don't know. It was a bit hard to follow that conversation a moment ago that he had with Jimmy. And I don't have no mute. Mute Moses. Because he just wanted to talk over the top of Jimmy. So it was hard to listen to. He was saying something about, well, no, we're not trying to find out the shape. It's misshapen. It's like, it's not like perfect, whatever. And he was talking about perpendicularity to the sky. I'm not sure what he meant by that. Like, I mean, does he mean like 90 degrees to the surface? Vertical? He's looking for that? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe you could clarify your question, Moses, or ask it again. Since, what's your name
I
again?
never had a question. Moses was talking about Jim. So he was talking with Jim about, I don't know. This guy, some guy was saying that the seasons tell him that the Earth is a spinning ball, dude.
The seasons tell him he's on a sphere. The stars, in their
That's
orientation,
essentially his claim.
tell him he's on a sphere. Instead of actually measuring the ground, he affirms the consequence that the lights in the sky are telling him the shape of the ground
Yeah,
because the
he
stars
then
do this specific thing in the sky.
he also called. He said Jim was making fallacies by saying that Moses was claiming curvature of the Earth. Moses said he never claimed there is curvature of the Earth, yet he called it a sphere.
Now, his claim of my fallacy is a bullshit fallacy. I'm just speaking bullshit. So instead of actually putting forward the actual fallacy that I'm conducting, or correcting me if I was making a fallacious claim, just uses it as a way to ad hom. What you're saying is wrong because it's bullshit in his opinion. Essentially, anything the flat earther is saying is wrong because he's a flat earther, not based on whatever it is that he's actually saying.
I didn't hear, huh?
Well, someone was trying to get your attention, man. But didn't seem interested.
Oh, I might have been AFK. I had to lay my daughter down for a nap.
Oh, okay. Yeah. The
Nobody
best
even
guy.
talked. Nobody
The
even
best
talked when
guy.
I left.
The dude with the backwards R and the Russian letters. The one there.
Oh, I see him down there. He must have went AFK here now. Eh?
I can't remember his whole name. Some kid. It's like Japanese or something.
It's Russian.
Yeah. No, his old name. His old name is like Japanese or something.
Oh,
It's
Satoshi.
like Yaka. What is it? Say again.
Satoshi.
Yeah, that's it.
Like the writer of the white papers, is it, or is somebody else?
Satoshi. I used to use that name a while ago on here.
Is it like a play on words for it's a tushy?
No, I just liked Bitcoin, and
Yeah, I was gonna. That's what I was
wanted to
asking.
use
If it was
the
the
name.
name of the guy that wrote the white papers, that's Satoshi Nakamoto or whatever. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, Moses. Just so you know, when you say the Earth is a sphere, you're indirectly
Spheroid.
claiming that there's curvature to the Earth. Yeah, any kind of spheroid.
Right. No, I agree. But I was very clearly asking something very specific, and the dude refused to answer the question. Right? Like, it's like I don't need to take like he just was repeating a talking point over and over and over that was not pertinent.
No, curvature of the Earth that you claim is a sphere is not important.
No, it is, but like it is important, obviously, to it being a spheroid, right? There is curvature, but that's not what I was trying to talk about at all, right? That's just like the one point that you think you can win at, so you just like keep bringing it back to that, right?
No, it is the symmetry breaker. It is the thing that would prove whether or not it's a sphere as they claim or not.
Why?
Rather than just a
Why?
consequence of
Why is
whatever it
something
is
that's
that you
extremely difficult to measure with atmospheric refraction that's like nearly impossible to measure one way or the other be the only way we could determine something like that? It's like that'd be like saying the only way I could tell how big a pyramid was to measure the sides of it. But that's just not true, right? I could just know the height and the angle, and I could do the same thing, right? With different math, right? So it's like, but that's like a doable thing. So my point is we can measure a lot of things, and you guys just completely ignore all of those things that we do in fact measure and have no answer for any of them, right?
Like what?
Like what? Like the Coriolis effect.
Yeah. What with that?
What's your answer for the Coriolis effect on a flat Earth?
I never counted that in the military.
I don't know what that means, but okay. Oh.
And I was anti-aircrafter.
You don't know what that
They
means.
They didn't
Hold on,
teach
he
us.
said he didn't understand. 1 second, Sasha. He said he didn't understand what you meant. Obviously, he said he was in the military, and when he was in the military, they never accounted for the Coriolis.
No, we never spoke about that.
Yeah, I've spoken to other ballistics guys that come in here from the globe side, right? Just coming in casually to have a chat. And they said, oh, wow, yeah, I never thought of that. You know, I do ballistics over 30, 40 kilometers. And yeah, we never account for that. I've never even thought of that. That's interesting. We don't account for Earth curvature. We don't account for Coriolis, but we hit our targets. It's like, that's interesting. I'll have to look into that.
I was just wondering, Sasha.
He's saying he's saying that only surface measure flat, but and you cannot measure because it's measured flat. That's why you cannot measure curved. Because that refraction, what you're invoking, that doesn't change the surface.
When people talk about having to account for the Coriolis effect, right, I think that's a misnomer, because what they really mean to say is that they account for Earth rotation, because the Coriolis effect is just an optical visual effect that occurs. It's not something you'd have to account for.
But it wouldn't exist.
No military is going to be concerned with the way the trajectory of the projectile looks. Right, they're just focused on hitting the target.
But you don't need a target. You could have a drone. Just hover the drone and see in 1 hour if drone will move from your position. That means you will move. Drone will stay there.
What's up, guys?
That Hell's Angles. Oh, you're hot miking, I think, mate.
How's Angles, man?
Hell's Angles, are you there?
Just mute it.
Yeah.
You guys hear me?
We do.
Yep.
Welcome back, Cyclone.
Cyclone.
All right, what's up, boys?
Another day in paradise. How you doing, boss?
What's up? So what's the chat? We're talking.
All right. Yeah. So Moses was talking with Jimmy, and Jimmy was saying that if we want to know something is a globe, we would probably want to measure the surface of the Earth. And Moses is saying that's not possible because of refraction.
Well, I'm not saying it's not
Possible either
possible.
way, that's
We've done it. We've literally done it. We've mapped the whole Earth, right? I mean, like you can look at the surface of India, all over the entire planet, right? Like we've done it, right? Like you can do the whole thing. You can follow a map. You can follow the globe and get to all the places
No, you
exactly as
can't.
it says it will.
No, you can't.
Can we follow the elevation
Yeah, you
profile
can.
of the land?
You sound like a
Moses,
very
can we follow?
confident believer, Moses. What's made you so confident in the globe?
I mean, it's a series of effects and measurable phenomenon that there is no other model that answers as well.
From the consequence
of models.
Hmm?
Sorry, David, I didn't interrupt. Go for it.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't hear you.
Jimmy, your connection's a bit shoddy at the moment. Maybe Cyclone can talk to him.
Well, yeah, I mean, you can't. I mean, you saying, "Oh, it fits the models." That's kind of saying to me that you don't have any direct evidence of a globe. You're just insinuating a globe.
No,
Is that
I'm
okay?
saying that based on the evidence, show me a better model. Show
Yeah,
me
but
something
what's
that
a
answers
model,
all
though?
of the things. Show me something that explains different constellations from different latitudes.
You
Show
don't
me
have a
something
model
that
to do
explains.
that. You don't have a model yourself that explains anything. I want you to
Yes, I
your
do.
model to explain a constellation over my house. At the same time, a volcano
Conrad, hold on.
is shooting out shit.
What's because why are you talking about models when we're talking
What's a
about the
volcano to do
surface
with
of the Earth?
anything? What we're talking about is whether the best representation of our reality is a flat Earth or a globe or a spheroid
It would
Earth.
obviously
Right?
already be flat.
That's what we're
because
talking about.
if you're talking about a representation of reality, we're not talking about a representation. We're just talking about reality, which is what
Right.
we
I'm talking
experience,
about
observe, and measure.
actually being able to use things in a meaningful way to perform the
Using the word
improvement of society
reality.
and the
What
building
does
of
the word
things. Right?
reality mean? What does the word reality mean? That's what we experience in reality.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely, I
And
agree.
that
And
would
with the
be
experiences that we all have collectively as humans, this claim that the Earth is flat doesn't match that reality, right?
well,
Like it just
okay,
doesn't,
but you
right?
don't.
Like
But the
cumulatively, with all the
but we
human
don't
experience
observe
combined,
curvature
it
though.
just
But
doesn't.
they already tell us we don't observe curvature. They tell us we observe it to be flat.
Right, right. You
So,
do
they
that.
say
You do observe that one phenomenon to be that way, yes. But we could observe many other phenomenon that make it very clear to be a different way.
right. So
Right?
you
Like
agree
the
just
Earth's
on
shadows
your
during a lunar eclipse is an example.
okay.
Like
But
different
before we get to
constellations from
that,
different
before we get
latitudes,
to all
for
that,
example. Like the Coriolis effect as an
okay, I
example.
get it, dude. But
Like
before we get to
different time
that,
zones and simultaneous day-night as an example.
no, dude, I get it. The
Right?
script. But from
The
your
script.
experience, you agree that you experience the Earth to be flat, observably, right?
I observe the Earth to be a fixed geometric shape that is continuous and does not
You
have
don't
any
observe a
edges that I
geometric
No,
fall
you
off
don't
of.
observe it being continuous.
You
Yes,
don't
I do.
observe a
I've flown around
geometric.
it. I've flown around it.
No,
I've never fallen
you
off the edge
observe
of it. I've
you
never
observe a
seen an
surface.
edge.
You've never
I've
flown
never.
around a ball. Stop lying in here, dude.
You just observe a
Dude,
surface, dude. You don't observe a geometric shape. That doesn't make any
I
sense.
didn't
You
say
just
I did.
observe
I
a
didn't say I
surface.
did. What I observe is
You
something that
just
doesn't
said.
have any edges. That's what I observe.
So we observe a motionless topographical plane. That's what we observe.
With no edges.
Okay, well, yeah, if you want
And
no
I can
edges,
go
whatever
in
that
the
means.
same direction and come back to the
Okay,
same place in a
so
true
then that
circle.
comports
How?
with what we're talking about because we're talking about reality. Remember, a
Right.
motionless topographical plane, which is what we experience in
Just
reality.
because that's how
That
we
is, hold on,
experience
dude,
it doesn't
you don't
make
have to
that
interrupt me,
reality.
dude. Can I
That
finish my
doesn't make it
point? Why are
reality,
you
dude.
interrupting me?
That
No,
doesn't
no,
make
no.
it
But you
reality.
said, but we started this conversation talking about reality, and I'm pointing out that as far as reality goes for human beings on Earth,
Observation
it's a
and reality are
motionless
not the same thing.
topographical plane. It's a motionless
Observation
topographical
and
plane.
reality are not the same thing.
Well, it's what you experience would be reality. So observation would be part of that.
Your reality, yes. It wouldn't
No,
be objective
I
reality,
mean,
it'd be
well,
your
that's the globe
reality.
story. The globe story is that it's
For
too
example,
big
if I'm
to see the curve.
colorblind and I see colors differently, does that make
No, no,
those
no,
colors
because
a
the
different
globe
color,
story
or does it,
is
or are they still
no, no, the
objectively the
globe story.
same
No, because they're
combination
not
of
saying
light?
that some people. They're not saying on the globe that some people see the curve and some people don't, like with color blindness. They're saying that the globe is too big to see the curve. So their
Right,
story necessitates that
which
you don't
is
experience a curve. So reality
in
says
one
flat.
way, in one form of
That's what
observation,
reality
you do
is.
not experience the curve. Correct. In one way, you do not experience the curve. I
No,
agree. In that one way.
in every
No,
way that that a human being can
I still see
experience.
round shadows on the moon. I still experience the curvature
Round shadows
right
on the moon,
there.
right? Well, that's you
Yeah, during
assuming a globe,
eclipse.
though, and that it's a
No,
round
it's not me
shadow.
assuming.
That's an
It's please
assumption.
explain to me how we
That
make
is an assumption.
round shadows on the
That would
moon,
be
no
an
matter the
It's
assumption.
not a
Well, how
orientation
would
of the
shadow.
you?
It's
eclipse,
not
no
a
matter.
How
shadow,
would you?
dude. It's not
It's
a
not a shadow.
Hold
What is it
on, hold
then?
on. How would you verify that it's Earth's shadow that you're observing?
You're kidding, right?
And don't say what
Well,
else. And don't
first we
say
would have
what
to
else
verify
wouldn't.
that it's a
So we
shadow,
don't
right?
believe in satellites then
Say
in this
not.
chat, right? Is that we just don't believe in those?
Hold on.
Is
Could
that
you
what
answer
we're?
my question?
Do you believe in satellites? Yeah, you use
How do you
satellites. That's how we
verify
can
that what you're
verify that.
seeing?
It's called a
No, that's not what.
satellite.
Is that what you did? That's what you did.
That we definitely have done that. Yes.
What you did to
The
verify it's a
combined
Earth
human
shadow?
experience has done that.
Who
Yes.
told you that? Who told you that?
Oh, so you don't believe? You don't
To
believe in
verify that it's Earth's
satellites?
shadow. Well,
You don't
who
believe in
told you that
satellites?
the
You just don't
satellites are
believe in
proving that
them?
it's Earth's
Do you
shadow, dude?
believe
I'm
in
not talking
satellites or
about
do you not
believing in
believe in
satellites.
satellites?
Why are you
You do or
dodging
you
the
don't?
question?
But
Why
do
are you
you believe?
dodging the question?
I asked a question first. I asked a question first. Do
No,
you
no,
believe in
no.
the
I asked you the
satellites?
question.
No,
You
no.
You
said
weren't
I asked this like
talking
literally
about.
shadow
five
of
You
minutes
the
ago.
weren't
I asked this
Earth
talking
5 minutes
about
on
ago.
the moon.
satellites. Either one of you.
I
Why are you
asked
bringing
them.
up
Yeah,
No, we
satellites
said
now?
because it's the
hold on.
evidence. That's why we're bringing up
You
satellites.
said
You're
moon
claiming it's shadow.
shadows. You
Right,
said
and he said,
moon
"How
Right.
can I
shadows,
So
not
verify?"
satellites.
And he said, "How can I
hold
verify
on.
that it in fact is the shadow of the Earth on the moon?" And that's how we can verify it. You dense rock.
How can you verify
Jesus.
it? You didn't explain. You just said satellites. You don't believe in satellites. You don't believe in satellites. What do you
Well, I'm
mean
just asking. Do you believe
satellites
it's?
allowed you to
Do you
verify?
believe that there are
I'm not.
satellites
You need
in
to answer
space
this
rotating
first.
around us? Yes or no? Well, it's
Well,
important
no, I
because if you
don't
don't believe in them,
believe.
there's
at
no
the
reason to
origin of the
explain.
globe.
If you
Right,
don't
right.
believe
So
in
your
them, there's no
argument,
reason to
hold
explain it.
on. So your argument relies on my belief about something. Is that right?
There's
have to
no
believe
purpose
your
in
story.
explaining my
Your
argument if you
argument to be
don't believe
valid.
in it. Right?
Right. So do you just have to believe in it? Is that how you know that it's Earth's shadow? Because you believe in it. You believe in what they've told you. Is that what you're saying?
You can't argue
So
about
I'm
the
asking how you
reindeer unless you
verified it.
believe in Santa Claus first, right, Cyclone?
Yeah, like why does my belief matter for your argument? You're supposed to be telling us how you know it's Earth's shadow on the moon, apparently. How do you
Right.
know
If
that?
it's through satellites, that's how we know.
No,
Right? I don't have to have been the person to have
Satellites. What
done
does
it to
that
know
mean?
that. Like,
What does that mean through satellites?
because we have outside view of the geometric
Show me that.
relationship
Show
between
me
the
that. Show me
sun
that
and the
view.
earth and the
Post it in the
moon.
chat. Let's see it. What did you see
Wait,
that made
wait.
you
I
think
don't
this
think we
is
need satellites to verify it. I think you need way
right?
less
Hold
than that.
on. No, that's his
Yeah, I
claim.
agree. You
So let's
can, but
see it.
that's like
Post it in the
that's
chat.
indistinguishable proof, right? Like,
You're saying you've seen like a
I agree.
photograph
You can prove it
of
with
the
less than
Earth,
that, but
Sun, and Moon
Yeah,
in
but
at the same
Moses, they're
time, and
like,
they're
thinking that NASA is
casting a
like some
shadow.
crazy Jewish.
yeah. No, I know. That's why I
Okay.
had to ask if they even believed in satellites.
Dude, you're failing to even describe your claim. So don't you start. So what are you saying? Are you saying you've seen a photograph that you believe or have been told is from a satellite that shows you the Earth, Sun, and Moon, and the Earth casting a shadow onto the Moon? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying we can see the geometric relationship and see that there's a shadow, and it's
Well,
pretty clear to infer that when we have a light
no.
source and then we have
That's
an object
circular.
and then we have a
How
dark
do you know
patch
it's a
that
shadow?
it's in fact a
How do you know it's
shadow.
a shadow?
I mean,
How
we
do you know
could
it's a shadow?
the geometric relationship between the bodies, right?
What do you mean? What geometric
You know,
relationship?
it's your shadow when you're walking on the sidewalk.
because we can verify it.
How? How do you verify it?
Your
How do you
shadow.
verify that it's your
I can
shadow?
move my arm. I can move my arm, and the shadow will move at the exact same time. That's how I can verify it. You can't move the Earth and make the shadow move on the moon that you call a shadow.
You can't say that because you have a shadow that when you see an eclipse, you know that's the Earth's shadow. You understand that's not logical, right?
If you can see at the same time the relationship between the light source and the object, you sure can.
You don't see that though. You just see the eclipse occurring. You don't see a relationship between the
Here, maybe
bodies.
when you're standing on Earth, sure.
Okay. So what? So that's now we're getting somewhere. So what have you been shown that
Right, of
convinces
course.
you of this
Yeah. You don't
story you're
believe
telling?
it. So why didn't you just say you don't
Well, what have
believe
you
in
been
it? Why didn't you
shown?
just
Let's
say
see it.
that? Like
Let's
when
see
we
what convinced you. Let me see
Well,
what convinced you.
Cyclone, I think the Selenelian goes ahead and debunks that geometric
Wait. I
relationship
know
now,
we can
doesn't it?
get to the Selenelian, but I want him to confront that he doesn't even have justification for making this claim in the first place because he's not actually been shown any satellite proof of this geometric relationship. So show it.
So what is it?
Or concede you
Please
haven't.
enlighten me then. What is
Okay. Right. So are you
what is a
conceding that
lunar
you don't
eclipse?
know?
What is a solar
Okay.
eclipse?
Well,
What is happening during a solar
are
eclipse?
you
Please
right? So are you
explain it to me.
agreeing? Are you agreeing that
Yeah,
you
I'll agree.
don't know it's a
For
shadow
now, I'll
then?
take your point at face value. You tell me what it
Okay.
is.
I
You
don't
tell
know
me
what
what
it
it is,
is.
boss. You don't know
What
what
it
it
is?
is. You don't have
No.
a clue what it is.
Neither
Well,
do
how would you
you.
verify what it
How
is?
do
How
you?
would you do
Okay.
that?
Well, I do know what it is. I just said what it is,
Moses, you
right?
No,
asked him
you
a
don't.
question.
No,
Said
you
you
don't.
don't
You
know
said
what
you
it
don't
is.
know what it
We just
is.
asked you. We just asked you, and you said, "I know it's this through satellites." And then we said, "Okay, post
I
that
said that's
evidence." And you
in.
said, "Okay, I don't have that, so let's just
I
assume
didn't
I
say I
don't know
don't
what it is."
have that. I didn't say I don't have that. I didn't
Post it in the
once say
chat.
I don't
Post
have
it in
that.
the chat, then.
Yeah,
Let's see
it
it.
takes
Let's
some
see it.
fucking time to look up a source that some random fucking person just
No,
asked
it's
for. Like,
not. Just say you're just do
link me
your
a source
whatever it
that
was you
says it's
thought.
not that. Link me a source that says it's
Oh,
not
that would
that.
be easy to do.
Oh,
Please,
yeah.
link me a
That's
source that
you.
says it's
I
not
don't have to
the Earth's
debunk what
shadow
You
on the
got
people
to
moon.
shut
say,
up,
Please link
though.
me a
Moses.
source. Just
Moses.
link it.
Moses.
Just
Shut
link it.
up. Shut up for a second.
How about you
You are
stop
going to
talking
get a
and link
link.
it?
You are going to get a link, and you're
Yeah,
going to
but you've
explain
got the burden of
how
proof, though,
shadows
Moses.
work.
What's your claim? And you ask me, well, what is it? And I say, I don't know. And you're like, oh, well, then my baseless story must be true. No. How would you verify your story or any other story?
Guess you can just debunk his shadow real quick.
Sources stating something to be true doesn't make it true.
So you don't
It has to
know
be
what's
demonstrable.
causing the eclipse. So
And I don't even. How did you even get there from your curvature? You don't have any curvature, but you know it's a globe because you see an eclipse and you assume the Earth is a globe casting a shadow. Do you understand how illogical that train of thought is?
If you say so, boss.
Well, yeah, because you're not
A disc
linking.
would,
You're not
a
linking
flat
anything.
surface would cast a completely different shadow. Like,
You don't know it's a shadow being cast from the Earth to begin with.
right, because we don't know how light works at all. I forgot.
What are you talking about? Okay, so dude, tell me how you know it's a shadow again, because you still haven't done that.
Because it is a shadow. Like, what do you want me to
No,
define
that's
what a
just
shadow is?
asserting
Is
your
that what you're
claim
trying to
again.
ask
I asked
me?
you
Like,
how
what do
you know
you?
that. I
Cyclone,
didn't get to
Cyclone.
ask
I
you
just
to
want to
repeat
put.
it.
I want to Cyclone. I went ahead and posted how a straight line makes a curved shadow on a curved surface, just for him.
Beautiful.
Okay. So there you go. That would debunk
So
your
you were
claim
just
anyway.
debunked again, and also above that.
How is this debunking it? This is not.
Because you said flat line won't make a curved shadow. Yeah, it does.
So wait. So the moon is curved, but the Earth isn't.
No, it's just addressing your claim.
No. This for that to be true, for what he just posted to be true, for what he's claiming to be debunking what I'm saying, it fundamentally relies on the idea that the moon is a sphere. Is the moon a sphere? How do you know the moon is a sphere?
This guy is impossible to talk to.
No, it does. Like exactly. Like he is literally
No, you won't
casting
listen.
onto a
You
round
will not
surface,
listen
and
and
he's saying
allow
this is
somebody
how
to
you
clarify
can prove.
for you.
Please clarify. I'm listening.
Okay, so within your story, right?
No. Your story. The story that was just
Oh
linked
my
here.
god, bro!
I want you to
Dude,
address
you
that
didn't let him
and
talk, or
only
do I have to
that.
fucking mute you? There you go.
I got him. Yeah. Go ahead, T-Dub.
And then back to Cyclone, man. Look, listen, we're just saying that within your story, there's a globe, the moon's a globe, and the sun's casting light onto both of them. Then the Earth gets in between the sun and the moon, and the Earth casts a shadow onto the moon, right? And people say that can only happen if the object casting the shadow is a curved surface or a round object, right? So we go ahead and show them, no, that's not necessarily true, depending on the angle of the observer and the surface of the object that the shadow is being cast onto. A flat surface or a flat edge can appear to have a curved shadow on the curved surface of the object that the shadow is being cast onto. Right? Shadow will follow the contour of the object, like a railing. From a certain angle, you look at a railing along a staircase, and the shadow follows the stairs. Right? Doesn't necessarily look like a straight line.
Right, so I'm going to unmute Moses, but Moses, after I unmute you, man, try to have a bit more of a relaxed conversation, okay, so it can flow and doesn't get stuck on the same points constantly. Just chill out, listen to people's answers, and then we'll give you a chance to respond to what other people say as well. Just chill.
So, for this evidence to debunk what I'm saying, it's fundamentally requires that the surface of the object that the shadow is being cast on to be a curved surface. So if your claim is that the sun is the shadow that's being put onto the moon is curved, it's one of two things or both being true, because they're both can be simultaneously true and still create the same shadow, that either A, the surface of the object creating the shadow is round or spheroid, or the surface of the thing having the shadow cast upon it would be curved. So is it that the moon is curved and the Earth just isn't? We're just different than the moon, or is that just complete bullshit?
Well, yeah,
But it does that whole piece of evidence is completely useless.
Oh yeah, it
I want
doesn't
to ask
matter what the
Moses
moon
a
is. It
question.
doesn't matter what the moon is, Moses. We don't give a
How
shit.
does it not
How's
matter?
that?
How does it
because
not
it
matter?
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. How do you like that?
Hold on. Let me talk to him. You still there? You hear
I
me?
want to ask Moses a question after Cyclone, please.
Okay.
Yeah, Moses, what if it's neither? What if it's not a shadow being physically cast from a ball Earth or a flat Earth onto the moon?
So what is your explanation for what it is if it's not a shadow? Because we have a source of light, we have an object, and we know through our own lived experiences what happens when a light source hits an object that's not penetrable by light, that's not permeable by light, right? We all know what happens, right? So if we know that we have a light source, and we know that we have an object, and then we know that we're getting what appears to be a shadow, what else would you like
But
to
does it
infer
appear
that
to
it
be
is?
a shadow though? Because it goes red as well sometimes. You seen that?
Right. I don't know how that's not right. That's just luminosity, right? Like that's just
No. Because shadows. What color are shadows?
Yeah, shadow is the absence
dimmer
of
than the
light.
initial light. Shadows are dimmer than the initial light. That's what color shadows are.
What color are they?
They're not a particular color.
All right. So if it's
They're a
red, then
range of
it's not a
shades that
shadow.
is dimmer than that of the original light source.
Well, if it's red though, how are you saying it's a shadow?
Well,
You
you
say
can
it's not
make
a
red
color.
shadows. We can make red shadows. Like
What do
that's
you
not.
need for that? What do you need for
With a
that?
white light?
You just need bright light. You just need bright light. Yeah,
With
yeah.
So
sunlight? You can make a red
Absolutely.
shadow with sunlight?
I'm going to go outside and try that tomorrow morning.
How do you make a red
Yeah,
shadow
I
with
think even
sunlight?
I'll have to. I'm not sure with sunlight. I'm not sure, but I would imagine with sunlight and some mirrors,
It,
yeah, we could make some
it
red
would
shadows.
have
Yeah.
to be. It would have to be with sunlight because that's what your claim is, right?
Well, yeah, on the something
Yeah.
that large, yeah, absolutely. We
So
can't
if you can't,
do
so if
something
you
like that in
can't
our
make,
own personal type. We don't have something that
so if
large.
you
We can't have
if you
that much
can't make,
light being
so if
blocked
you
at
can't make
once,
a
right? We
red,
can't.
if you can't make a red shadow with sunlight, then your claim's debunked,
That's not
right?
true. Just because I can't make it at my scale, I'm not the sun, right? And I'm not the Earth, right? If I was the size of the Earth, I sure could do it. Yeah.
Oh well, but that's just fantasy though. That's just you saying no one could ever prove this, but it's true because I say so. Because you're giving an
That's not what I'm
impossible
saying, right?
requirement.
That's not what I'm
Yeah, you're
saying.
saying
That's
you
you're
would
saying
need
that it's
something the
not a
size
shadow
of the
because
Earth.
it glows red sometimes. I mean, that's your
I'm saying you have
claim.
no evidence that it
No,
is a
your claim
shadow.
is that it's not a shadow because it glows red. That's your claim, right?
Yeah,
That's
I'm going to
correct.
go
No,
ahead and
shadows
debunk
aren't
you
red.
with a selenilian eclipse, okay? You're going to tell me how this works to get this over
Okay.
with.
Okay. Perfect. Let's see
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, let's see. I already posted. I'm going to go ahead and post this shit again. So you're going to tell me how this works. How does this eclipse work right here? How does eclipse work where the
You need to
sun's
set
in
it
the
up first.
sky and the moon is in the sky at the same time and yet you have a shadow
Hold on.
on top
You need
of
to
the
get him.
moon?
You need to get him to explain how the globe eclipse works to begin with, or he's just gonna. Yeah. So how you're saying the way the globe eclipse works is that the sun, Earth, and Moon are in a alignment, a syzygy, right?
Based on your angle of perception, yeah, on the planet,
Yeah, they're in a
right?
straight line. They're in a straight line. So if you can imagine a sun on one side, Earth in the middle, and Moon on the other side, and they're in
It
a
doesn't
straight
actually
line.
require a perfectly straight line, right? Like a partial eclipse. Like
Well,
if you're saying a full eclipse, yeah.
require a straight enough line that you can cast a shadow directly through the path of light, right?
Right, absolutely right. Yeah, but that doesn't
Okay.
require something to be like
So
directly, but
let's
it's just
say
like lined up enough. Yeah.
let's say we've got like just imagine them lined up next to each other in a
Yeah.
straight line for these purposes.
Sure.
Now, if I lowered the Earth below them, so it was more like a shallow V rather than a straight line, would we get an eclipse then? You know what I'm describing?
I mean, it depends. Yeah,
Like,
if you lowered it to the point where there was no, I think
Be
yeah,
a
maybe
so
that's a
the
lower
triangle.
sun and the moon
Yeah.
are both above. They're both above the Earth in this geometric relationship. Would you be able to get an eclipse then?
Hmm. Hmm.
What do you
I
think?
don't know that one.
Just
I'd
geometric.
say
Well, just
I would
geometrically,
go with
what
probably
would you
not. Like
think?
assuming that your angle of incidence is high enough. Like no, right?
Yeah, because geometrically, if it's a V,
Yeah.
how could the sun's light cast a shadow onto the moon above it? Right. So
Right. Yeah, I'm with
we
you.
do have an eclipse. We do have an eclipse where the sun and the moon are both visible above the horizon. It's called the Selenelian eclipse, also called the impossible eclipse, because it's impossible on the globe. So that debunks the geometry claim of syzygy.
I will admit I've never seen this one before, so I'm going to look into this one more. But I'm willing to say like wholeheartedly before even looking into it that I'm certain I can show how this can be done. I'm quite certain of that. It's just
No, we
angle of
know.
it has
You
to do with
can't.
your
It's
perception and where you
geometrically
are.
impossible.
Well,
But you'll come up
I
with
will look into
whatever
that.
fantasy. They just come up with the same refraction fantasy. But yeah, go for it.
The same refraction. So do you not believe in refraction then, or?
Not in the way
Say
they're
refraction,
describing
you
it here.
lose. How's that?
So
Yeah, if you
you
say
do or
refraction,
don't
you
believe in
lose.
refraction?
If you say refraction, then you can't go to the moon because the moon isn't there either.
You're basically
How
just
does that
saying
make
light magic at that point.
How
Light
does that make
magic.
any sense?
Now you need an
Because
now
you're
you
going to say refraction, then I'm going to say you can't go to the moon because the moon's not there,
Refraction
or
is
the
an
sun.
atmospheric effect, right? Like,
well see now you need an
How do
explanation
they
for your
predict? How do they
explanation.
predict atmospheric effects 200 years in the future?
They don't.
when did we
But
do that? What? I don't. What does that have to? What? Please explain to
Yeah,
me.
when they predict this eclipse using the Saros cycle, they can tell you what eclipse you're getting, what eclipse you're having. How did since
like
you
a
said
solenelian.
since you said it's going to be, it's just the atmosphere that day. How do they know in the future
I
what the
didn't say it's just the
atmosphere is going to
atmosphere
be
that
that
day.
day?
I
Yeah,
didn't say it's just the
they
atmosphere that day.
predict.
I said it's going to be a relationship between where the person is and like
How do
it's
they
going
know
to be
where
a
I'm
general
going to be?
relationship.
How do they have a
Well,
ball that says where I'm going
you
to
can
be?
know they definitely have a ball that knows exactly where you'll be able to see any type
Yeah,
of
but this is
eclipse
the
from.
problem.
Like we know
You
that we
now
can
need.
predict that, right? Like I went and
Yeah,
watched the
no.
eclipse today and it was predicted to the exact time that it was predicted for. I'm confused. Like what do
Yeah,
you
but they
mean?
don't
Like
use
it
the
was
globe
beautiful.
to
I don't know if you
predict
guys have ever watched
eclipses.
a solar eclipse, but my god, is that beautiful.
Yeah, we have. They don't use a globe to predict eclipses.
Lunar eclipses are
So
cool, but
get that out
See,
of your head.
it's all well and good to have explanations, right? But that's not evidence. That explanation needs to be proven to be true, right? And what
which thing
you've
needs to
done
be proven
now,
to be true?
when you were showing the solenelian eclipse, what you had to do was provide an explanation for your explanation, right? Because your explanation is at fault. So now you need another explanation on top of your previous explanation, which you never provided
I
proof
just have
for.
to look into the specifics of the geometry. That's what I have to do. That's not a
Yeah, but
different
you never
explanation. It's
provided
just I have to
proof.
look into the
You
specifics.
never provide. Hey, listen, right? You never provided proof that your original
Well,
explanation
I mean, you
is
guys are flat
true.
earthers, so proof is never good enough for you guys, right? So
No,
it's
do you
like,
know what's even
let's be
worse,
Oh my
real about
god.
Moses?
it. Like,
You know what's even
I just
worse,
being
Moses?
honest, right? Like, I'm not.
Moses,
But
Moses,
I did
Moses.
contest that I
Chill.
don't know about this thing, and I need to look into it more.
Okay,
I
yeah, Moses,
straight said
I'm
that.
gonna tell you more about it. I'm gonna tell you more
I
about it.
don't.
What's even
Okay, I'll let you
worse?
tell me more
What's
about it.
even worse?
You want to go ahead.
What's even worse is that what you think of as a shadow, the eclipse, the darkening of the moon that we see, comes from the top down, right? So the shadow of the Earth somehow, even though the light from the sun is coming from above it, like the moon is, above the horizon, is somehow bouncing back upwards and coming from the top of the moon down, not even from the bottom up, which you would expect if the Earth's shadow is coming from beneath it. It doesn't work geometrically. You could not possibly diagram
I'm
this.
going to agree with you wholeheartedly that that's a unique looking phenomenon. Absolutely. And like I said, I need to look into
It
it
debunks the
more.
entire
But
globe
I
model.
don't think it does. That's where I contest.
Well, it
Right?
does.
But I will admit I need to look into it more before I can give you any evidence to say why it doesn't. Right? But like, so if we could just like move on from a different thing than that, I will contest
Well,
that
that's fine.
I
That's
don't know
fine.
on
But
that thing, and
remember, the
I'll
reason we're
do the
talking about
research, and
this.
next time I come back, we can talk about it again.
That's fine. That's
Deal?
fine. But let's remember the reason we're talking about this is because I asked you why you were so confident in the globe, and you essentially went to eclipses, and now you're saying, well, this eclipse does seem to debunk the globe explanation of eclipses. And this is
No, I
supposed to
don't
be
think.
what's
I'm
making
not
you
saying
confident
that. I'm
about
not
it.
saying that at all. I don't think it debunks it at all. I think it's a unique phenomenon that's going to be more difficult to explain, but I don't
Well, it
think that
doesn't
it
really matter
debunks
whether
it.
you say it or think it or not. Geometrically, diagram it out. It is impossible with what you claimed was the mechanism for it occurring, i.e., a shadow cast, because there's a basically straight line between the sun, earth, and moon. That was your claim of a cause. This disproves that geometrically, and you're just going to try and come up with some excuse. That's basically it.
I'm not going to come up with some excuse. I'm going to genuinely research it and try to understand.
No, but you're going to read the excuse, which is, oh, it's refraction. The sun and moon aren't actually there. It's all an illusion, a mirage, like everything else. And you're going to say, yep, sounds good to me.
I mean,
Earth's a
light
globe.
is
Everything's
in a
an
lot of ways.
How
illusion.
do you make the shadow upside down then? How does the shadow become upside down? And how is it in the Saros cycle, upside down shadow guy?
I've got a
Do I have to
question
repeat
after this.
myself and say I need to look into it more? Do I need to repeat myself again, or like do you
No,
want to
that's
just like
fine. That's
keep
fine. We've
berating me for the
explained it.
one
We've
thing I said
explained
I
it.
don't
That's
know?
fine. No, that's decent.
Yeah.
You know, actually
All
saying
right.
I need to look into this is a great answer. Most people will just lose their shit anyway. So good for you. But anyway, there was another guy who wanted to ask a question after me. Is that Travis?
Well,
Okay,
I just want to say
Moses.
one thing to you, Moses. Hold on one second, Moses. So we don't need to worry about your eclipses anymore, do we? That's that, basically.
For today, sure. I'll give it to you
So
today. I'll come
Moses,
back tomorrow.
I tagged you in an image. This phenomenon only happens during eclipses, and I saw this myself. So during an eclipse, solar eclipse, all leaf shadows on trees, every single one of them, will cast a shadow that's the same shape as a crescent moon. They don't cast shadows that are the same geometry as a leaf. Do you have any idea what's going on there? You can look
I
this
would
up
love
yourself.
to.
Just put
Yeah,
in eclipse leaf shadows. Any thoughts?
I have not looked at it yet. I'm not on my computer currently. I'm in my smoking room. But when I get back to my computer, I'll definitely
Yes,
look
I
at
know
it.
why it happens. Yes, I know why it happens.
Why does it happen? I'd love to know. That's crazy sounding.
No,
That's all.
you have to go do your research, and when you come back with the right answers, I'll give you the correct answer on this.
So what else, Moses?
Why don't we
So
just stop wasting
eclipses.
each other's time and you just say it?
That's all right. Like that's
If you don't
sidebar
research the
speculation
eclipse,
stuff.
Moses, you're not going to realize the Earth is flat and you were lied to.
Hey, listen, that's sidebar stuff anyway. We're progressing the conversation, right? So you were suggesting eclipses tell you that the Earth is a globe. Now you agree that at least as far as you know they don't. You need to look into it.
I'm not.
So
That's
what's
again.
the
I'm
other?
not contesting that far, right? Like I don't. I definitely still think
Well,
you're wrong.
you
I
just
just need
conceded.
to look
Well, you
into it
just
more.
conceded that you couldn't use it as an argument for proving a
Right
globe since
today,
we've
because I
just
need to go
done
look into that
demonstration.
more, right?
Yeah,
Because it's
yeah,
not
yeah. Well,
meaningful for me to continue
today
that
is
path
now.
today with
This is
right.
now. We won't appeal to some future situation that hasn't occurred. So we'll deal with the here and now. So eclipses are off
Yeah.
the table. What else is making you very confident about a globe?
Why do we see different constellations at different places on the planet?
Is that you saying that because you
Not a
see different
question.
patterns of stars in the sky, that makes you think the Earth's a ball?
I'm just asking, why do we see them? Like that's my answer.
Sky
Why do
moved.
we see
What do you
why do we
mean?
see a different
Well,
sky? Why do we see the North Star
You're not meant to
in the
be
northern
asking
hemisphere
us a
and not in the
question. You're
southern?
supposed to be telling Cyclone answering his as to your confidence level in the globe.
Right. Well, that's what I'm
yeah,
asking.
is
What
that
is
it?
this? Like,
So
Yeah, now
like
he's
why
asking.
I
this?
don't
Now,
ask.
well, he's
Tell.
confused
No,
Don't
now.
I
Listen,
ask.
guys,
Tell.
I'm
he's
not confused.
confused.
There's no confusion.
Yes,
There's
you
no
are.
confusion.
Then what?
No.
Then answer
I'm
your own
giving you guys an
question.
opportunity to convince me of the
well,
other
could you?
side. That's what I'm saying. You
We're
guys
not
have
trying to
heard
do that.
a million people come in
Okay,
here and say their positive side of the argument, why they think it's a globe. I'm
okay,
genuinely
that's fine.
asking
That's
you to
fine.
tell me why it's not a globe when it comes
Okay,
to different constellations in the sky. How are we answering this question?
okay. So maybe we need to reframe the conversation. Now it's shifted from you're confident that you can prove the globe to, okay, I'm listening. How does this work if the Earth is flat? That's what I'm hearing from you. And if that's
Yeah.
the case, then okay, we can pivot. And I mean, I can imagine you're going to try and use these answers because when it comes to things like the sun, the moon, and the stars, right? These are beyond our physical testing. Do you agree with that? As
No.
members of the public, at least.
I mean, we can measure lots of things about them, right?
No, you don't know anything
We
about
have
them.
extremely predictable star patterns that
No, no,
are.
no, no,
I mean, we can
Moses,
predict
Moses, you need
comets
to listen
down
to me
to
right
the
now.
fucking day. We
Moses,
can.
Moses,
I
you need to
mean,
listen to me right now. You need to listen to me very carefully right now.
what? I'm listening.
Okay? You do not know what the sun, moon, and stars are. You don't know how far
True.
away they are. You don't know what
Yes,
they're
I
made
do.
of. You don't know what medium they're
Some of
in.
them we
You
do.
don't know. You don't know what
We
mechanism
sent
makes any of
probes.
them function. Okay, so before we go on to then speculate about these things, because you're under the illusion that you know what these are, we're going to have to address that illusion that you have. And we're going to do that by asking
Which
you, how do you
no,
know these things? and you're going to
Right,
realize that
right.
you don't know them. You
Just
simply believe
right. No,
stories you've been told
you're
about.
gonna think I don't realize them because other people experienced them. Other people
No,
made
no,
the
no. Okay, for
drones that
example, what
were
is the sun? What is the sun? What's the sun?
the sun is a hydrogen reaction.
Who told you that, and how do you know that?
I'll admit that's one that we haven't said in
Right.
pro,
See,
but
exactly. You don't
it's
know. You
pretty
don't know anything
evidenced,
about them.
right?
Okay, so
It's
what is
pretty
a star?
evidenced.
What's a
It's
star?
pretty evidenced.
What's a
Have you
star?
have you ever seen a nuclear power plant?
It didn't look like the sun.
Have you ever
What's a
seen one of
star?
those? Right, but you do understand that the scientists that said what the star was, the sun,
Yes,
like
I've
those
been in a
same people that
nuclear
believe that,
power plant
they're the
Hold
ones
before.
on,
that
let
I
him
mean,
go.
made the
as
Let
a
him tell us.
nuclear
visitor.
power
Let him
plant.
tell us.
Yes,
No,
I've
no,
been in a
Let him tell us
right,
nuclear
what
right.
the
power
scientists.
plant,
No,
not
this is
as
important. This is
a
important.
visitor.
Hold on,
This
Radwin.
is important. This is
Let
important.
let let's
Do
hear
do
him
you
say what
understand
the
that the
scientists
science, the
said the
same
star was.
science that you're discrediting, is the same science that built that, right? They said, okay, this is what the
Okay,
sun is. These are the principles of the sun. How can we replicate this? They replicated and they made nuclear
you just
power,
said
right?
you don't know what the
I
sun
No,
is.
that's not true. They
You said you don't know what
speculated
that
as to what
is.
the sun was. They
right,
had
they
no idea
speculated.
what was. Yes, so you
Right,
said they
right.
knew what the
But it's
sun
the
was.
same speculation. I'm just saying it's important. It's important
Careful
to
with your words,
recognize that
man.
when
You're
something builds
rambling.
upon something. No, I'm not rambling.
Wait,
When
so now are you
You
saying
are. You said that's what the sun
you
was. Now
can't
you're trying to defend that position. He thinks that if he keeps
when
talking, he's going to
someone
avoid
makes a
his embarrassment.
hypothesis, and then they perform scientific experiments to prove the hypothesis,
Show me one for the
what
sun.
else do you want? Like what
Yeah,
else
Show
they
do
me
you
didn't
one
do
want?
for
this.
the
Like
sun.
we did the same thing. Like what?
Show me
They
one for the
didn't.
sun. Show me a scientific hypothesis that proves anything about the sun.
Well, the radiation that we experience is light and heat, and our entire life
Well, you're
existence is a
bullshitting,
consequence
dude.
of the
An
same reaction. No, it
experiment.
is though. Like that's experimental evidence. It's like
Sorry, do
that
you know
would
what
be
a
the output.
hypothesis is?
That's an output. Yeah,
Dude,
we can measure the output. We make a
hello?
hypothesis that this is what it is, and we
It's one of
fucking
these guys
measure,
who
and
just
bam, that's
keeps
what it is.
talking.
Like
Yeah,
Sorry,
this will be
ask
that's
good
for a
for
why.
another hour or
hypothesis.
so.
Ask for a
I'm not going to go
hypothesis,
down.
dude.
I've heard you bully a kid about the scientific
No.
method before. We're not going to go down that line. Like we're not doing
Oh,
that.
really?
We're all aware of what the
He's a
scientific method
white
is,
knight.
and we all support the scientific method. I hope.
Well, guys,
He's
I'm
your
only going to be
white
on for
knight.
like
Way,
another
he's
5 minutes.
sorry, Cyclone, you carry on.
No, I'm just going to be on for like another 5 minutes. So I'll just like say a couple more bits, and then I'll let you take over. But
It's all you, bro.
this is what I'm talking about, right? You don't know what they are. You've essentially now just conceded that it's speculation. Even if you believe what you've been told is true, you've no way of verifying it, right? So you don't know what the sun is, you don't know what the moon is, you don't know what the stars are. So we're not going to go off and just speculate about what they could be while you're like, well, I know it's a giant hydrogen reaction, nuclear reaction in a vacuum. You don't. You don't know any of
Well, it's
that.
not
But if
a
you're going to
true
maintain that
vacuum,
you do,
obviously, because
if
we're
you're going to
here.
maintain that you do, you're going to have to give us the evidence, right? So you said you don't know what the sun is. What about the stars? What's a star?
Same thing that the sun is.
The same thing that the sun is, but you said you don't know what the sun is.
I can still know it's the same thing, right? I don't need to
You
know
can still
what a
know it's the
church
same
is to
thing.
know it's the same
Okay,
as the other church right next to it. I
wow.
can
So
still
you're
know
just
that they're
saying
the
you
same
don't know what
thing.
it
I don't need
is,
to know that they're a church to know that they're the same
Could
as
be
the
a
one next
mosque.
to
and
them.
now you're talking about
Could
churches.
be
Synagogue.
same
You're
thing.
talking about the
Same
sun,
thing.
dude. So it's the same thing, and you don't know what that thing is.
Could be 21
Well,
Jump Street.
I know what it
So
is.
it's
You
two
don't know
things.
what it
So it's
is.
no, no, no. Okay, so what is it?
I
He's just
said
being
it.
an
It's a
arsehole,
hydrogen reaction,
Cyclone.
right? I mean, like that's
Yeah, and I said, who told you that, and how do you know it's true?
the best scientists in the world.
Okay, which scientist?
And the
Name one.
radiation that gives life to this planet.
Okay,
That's
which scientist
what I say.
told you that?
The radiation that we all bask
Hold on.
in,
Okay,
called the
okay,
light of the
okay. I
sun.
get it. I
That's
get
what
it.
I would say.
The extra dressing. The extra dressing. I get it. But just which scientist was that?
What is the sun if it's not that? How does it produce the
Which
radiation that
scientist
we live
was
on
that,
if it's
Moses?
not that?
Moses. Which scientist was that you're talking about?
Which one? I mean, it was a massive
That proved what
collection
the
of
sun is.
people that
That proved what the
proved
sun is.
what the sun is.
Yeah, and it's what you said it was.
I'm trying to think of one specific thing that would be definitive proof. It's
All
a
right, so you
building
don't
of
even know.
1,000
You
things.
just said it then. So you just said it then. You don't even you don't even actually know that what you said is true. You're now just thinking about it. Just do you see how
Everybody
you're doing this
knows.
backwards? Do you see how you're doing this backwards?
What is the radiation that we all live on then? Like what is sunlight?
Well, yeah, I'm sure you've got a
What is
million
sunlight?
questions.
What is
So
sunlight?
are you
No, answer the, what's
conceding? Yeah,
sunlight?
okay,
What
good.
is
That's
sunlight?
healthy.
What is
You're
sunlight?
asking
It's
good
not
questions.
the
What
glow
You're
is
of
asking good questions.
hydrogen.
sunlight?
It's
It's
not the glow of
okay. It's
hydrogen.
okay. It's okay. What is
What is
sunlight?
sunlight?
Perfectly valid spiral at this point. Perfectly valid. So you're conceding now that you don't know what they are, right?
What is sunlight?
So you don't know,
Because my
right?
claim is that sunlight is the consequence of a hydrogen reaction. That's what my claim is.
It's not. It's
Okay.
not.
But you
It's
didn't
not.
have any evidence for
What
that,
is it then?
remember?
This guy keeps saying it's
You just
not. He
said
knows
a
what it is. Please
scientist,
tell me what it is. I want to know.
but you don't know any scientists. So are you conceding that you don't know of any scientists that's proven your
I'm
claim?
not sitting at my computer, so I can't provide you a source. I apologize.
Okay, so we
But
can
what is
dismiss
it?
it, right?
Sure, you can dismiss it. Feel free. What was
Okay.
it though? The other
No,
guy
I don't
said it's not.
I don't know what the sun is either. I agree with you.
And our claim isn't reliant on explanations of those things anyway.
No. But it was though, because like by saying it's not that, you're saying like you know that
No, it
it's
doesn't
not
mean
that.
I have to
You've
give you a new
tested. You have
story.
certainty that it's not that.
No,
What
well
is
just
the
listen to
absolute
yourself, Moses.
certainty that it is not that? What is the
Moses, I'm just
definitive
helping you.
proof that it's
Moses,
not that?
listen, Moses, I'm just helping you understand that you
No,
don't
I
know
don't.
what it is.
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the other guy.
Yeah, Moses, I'm just helping you understand that you don't know what it is.
Sure, and I appreciate it. I don't understand what it is. That's great.
Okay,
But
cool.
what is it then?
That's a
That's what
good
I'm asking the
start.
other guy because he
Well,
does.
this
Like,
is a
what
good.
is his definitive proof that
I'll
it's
let the
not
other
that?
guys. I'll let the
Yeah.
other guys take it from here. We've established you don't know what the sun is. You don't know
Yep.
the Earth's a ball. All that good stuff.
Yeah.
Anyway, good
Definitely.
chats, guys. Good. Keep it flowing. And good to hear you, Jedi, DJ, Radwin, all the boys. Stay flat. Good luck,
Catch you later, man. Have a
Moses.
good one.
Hopefully you figure it out.
Oh, dude, I
Okay,
hope, dude.
the sun is
I pray.
not a ball of hydrogen in a vacuum. There,
I didn't
that's
say
what
anything
you
about a
get.
vacuum. I didn't say anything about a vacuum. I said it's not a
Oh,
vacuum. I said
the
we
universe is
exist
the
in space.
universe. Yeah. So,
I
I
mean,
see. So the
like
sun is somewhere
there's
else.
no. It's not a true vacuum, right? Because there wouldn't be Earth or planets or moons or.
No,
or
you
he's
can't
missing
have
the
that.
point.
No,
He's
I
obviously
can't have
missing the
that.
point for some kind of reason.
Oh, he's really mad at us, Jedi. Good luck.
I'm mad at
Oh, I
all,
don't
dude.
want to talk to
I
him.
got nothing but love for you guys, man.
I mean, to be fair to that guy, it could be a cloud of hydrogen in a container.
Could be.
When you say hydrogen, what do you mean by that? Hydrogen gas?
It's a fusion reaction
Okay, I
of
asked you to
of
just.
helium being turned into hydrogen.
Okay.
Define. Yeah, go ahead. Show us how that works.
I just wanted to know the
Yeah,
state of matter that you're specifically
from
talking
high
about.
pressure. High pressure.
So gaseous, a gaseous state, I'm presuming then.
Huh?
I'll answer my own
High
question.
pressure in
No,
a
it's
vacuum,
definitely
Jedi. He said it's high
not.
pressure inside a vacuum. High pressure in a
Right.
vacuum. Yeah, you're not retarded, dude, are you?
You
Just
guys
wanted
keep
to be
claiming
clear
this
that that's
vacuum word. I've never
Moses,
said
dude.
anything about a vacuum.
Moses,
Just to be clear. What's up? Yep. Go ahead.
like, calm down, dude. Right?
I'm calm, dude.
So
You can't
when,
even say that
fuck's
about me. You're
sake,
the
I'm
one that's
trying to
not
talk
calm.
to you, but every time
Okay.
someone opens
I
their mouth,
promise.
you start talking.
Here.
Please
I
don't do
promise
that
I'll
again,
let you
otherwise I'm going to
talk
have to
if you
use the
don't
mute
tell me to
button.
calm down one more time.
Oh,
I promise I'll let you talk.
sake.
Deal?
No, fuck off. We'll do it like this. When you say hydrogen, do you mean in a gaseous state? Unmute so he can answer. There you go.
I
Is
said
that
no
what you
3
mean?
times. You're just deaf. You keep
Okay, cool.
talking.
So
I
you
said no
don't
3
mean.
times.
Thank you. Right, the reason why I had to keep asking is because I didn't hear the first 3 fucking times, obviously, you pedantic prick. Is this the way this
Well, that's 'cause you were
conversation is going to
talking.
go? All right. Is this the way that this conversation is going to go? You're just going to be a prick.
Oh, with you? I mean, if I have to be, yeah. Because I mean, you just talk over me and.
Okay, I'm going to try and have a conversation with you. So you don't mean in a gaseous state. What do you
It's
mean?
not a conversation if you're constantly muting a person when
What
they're
do
speaking.
you mean if it's not a gaseous state? What other
It's in a
state of
much
matter
higher
do you
state than
see?
that. Yeah, it's like in
Much
a plasma
hotter?
state. Yeah.
Okay, so in a
Yeah.
plasma state. Okay,
Yeah.
would you be able to provide a spectrum of the sun that shows that the hydrogen is a hot enough state that it's plasma? Is it entirely plasma, or is it just
No,
a surface plasma?
No, it would definitely be hotter. To my understanding, it's hotter inside now. I will admit, I'd have to like pull this up because I
No,
don't want to misquote here.
I think it's hotter outside.
It might be.
But
That's why I didn't want to misquote because, like, it is a unique. It's a complex thing. It's the whole thing's fucking.
Yeah, I know it's a complex thing, and I'm trying to understand from you when you say it's complex because I'm giving you leeway, right? I'm trying to understand what you're saying.
Well, what I'm saying is, I asked what the radiation we all live on is if it's not the reaction of that. If it's not the radiation from that, what is it that we live on?
If it's not
what is
whatever the
sunlight?
reaction is in of the sun, at the moment you're saying it's plasma, right?
I'm saying it's the result. Yeah, it's the radiation that's the result of the reaction.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is all of the sun plasma?
Again, I'm going to go with there's probably a series of varied states, right? I mean, that would be my assumption, right?
So there would be, okay. Let's put it like this. Do we know exactly?
I mean, we can see it changes. Like there's solar
I'm now going
flares.
to ask you a
Like
question.
it's
Come on, dude.
uneven.
Please,
No,
please,
sorry. Go ahead.
please. Fuck. Thank you.
I was just trying to elaborate. I hadn't quite finished speaking.
I didn't need you to elaborate.
Well, you never do. You never want to
No.
answer.
No, I just want you to answer my questions. So
Yep.
it's complicated, the sun, then. Do we exactly know what the sun is? Or do we just have a best guess at the moment that constantly changes?
Science is always changing, right? Information is, we always have a more accurate understanding than we did before, right? So absolutely, it's constantly changing, right? As all good science should.
So with regards to our
understanding
of the sun,
I mean, there hasn't been a macro mega shift change in anything in a long time to our understanding of the sun, right? I mean,
really?
there's been small improvements in our understanding for sure, but
because,
the general idea has been pretty static for a
waffle
while
now.
in modern science.
Just waffle now. It just feels like you don't want to get to the end of the road and the obvious logical conclusion. You carry on talking, dude.
Can you just tell me what the logical
We
conclusion is?
obviously don't know exactly what the sun is, dude.
Oh, sure.
Obviously.
We don't know exactly what anything is, right? Like, let's be real.
No. No. Why do you have to say that?
No, because
right? I'm just pointing out, with regards to the thing that we're fucking talking about, which is the sun, and I use the ubiquitous we because we'll be included in the endeavours of mankind for this instance. We don't know really what it is. Not really. We've got best guesses, and it looks like this. This is why I asked you about the different layers, right? Because it's complicated. How complicated is it? Well, we don't really know. You're going to... Why? I let you talk, dude. I literally shut up and let you talk. Now it's my turn to talk. I'm pointing out something to you. You're demonstrating to me that you're not fucking listening, which again shows me I'm wasting my fucking time. Just piss off, dude.
I would agree, like, that every time, like, the second half of everything you say is a waste of time. I do apologize for interrupting you. I don't mean to interrupt you. It's just like when you're saying something that's completely off of the thing that I said just before that, it's like difficult, right?
Yeah, you defend your honour in
right
whichever
now,
way
here you
by
are cutting
pouring
me off
some kind
again.
of score on me, dude. Because you're just bullshit again, dude. Right, I'm just pointing out to you,
You can
you
cut
don't
me off
really
every
know
time.
what...
It's totally justified. But anytime I talk over you, I'm such a terrible person.
Because you just waffle on about nothing. It's just meta with you. I'm just reaching a conclusion that we really don't know.
You do the same thing to every single person in this channel. I've literally heard you use those exact same lines with everybody in this channel.
What the fuck? Anyway, how was everybody else this evening? Hope everyone's doing well. DJ's in the house. See, Indio's here. And Alexa's joined us as well. Peter, I heard your voice earlier as well, Sunshine. Good to see you. Doog221. Chess Clown's in the house. Dan Vader, what's up? So, anybody else but that guy for a bit? So I hope you're all doing well. Says who's in the house? TW's here. Travis towards the bottom, and some Russian guy's name that I can never pronounce. Professor Triangle's here. Hold on. Mr. Freeman's muted. I'll say hello to you. How about that? Anybody else but that guy at the moment?
That's Satoshi.
Hey,
Oh, is it?
Jedi, look at that image I posted. That's that software I wrote last week. I don't know if you saw it, but I'm tracking those planes with an antenna in the back of my house.
Oh, wow. Okay, dude. Where did you put any
Live,
side chat yet?
live. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Oh, wow.
A new toy I built that I have no reason to even be doing this stuff because I have nothing to do with flying. But now I'm going to do this. I'm going to put more antennas up. So there now. And I'm going to try to pick them up with. I got a couple more radios. I'm going to try to actually pick up their communication too. I got to figure out how to do it the right way though. They're when they're talking to the tower, because I'm only max 5 miles away from that tower, maybe 7.
Sorry, man. I'm just looking at what you're showing.
ADS-B is the signal I'm picking up at 1090 megahertz, and it's decoded into that. It decodes into its its call sign,
Yeah.
altimeter, altitude, speed.
Yeah. So track.
And a distance away from where I want. Where I can just pick. I can move that blue circle around. I just pick a spot. Yep. I can just pick a spot and it'll calculate the distance off that blue circle.
Bloody hell. Does it triangulate the distance? What's it doing?
It's okay. What it does is it's using GPS coordinates for that circle and wherever a plane is, and does the math between there.
Okay.
It uses GPS, turns it into. I'd have to show you the formula, but it turns it into its numbers that you need. That's how I did when I was on a cruise ship, I was able to figure out that I was like 19 miles away or something. We could see that land at night. I don't know. You guys have seen the picture before, but I did it the same way.
Okay.
All for a total cost of $29.
Wow, that is cheap.
It's going to cost me more to make it portable. It'll cost more for me to put it in a box. The box costs more than the whole project.
I was going to say, right.
Guys,
I created the software. It's not like it's somebody else, so that's my stuff.
Oh, good
guys,
stuff.
I have something to say. The Earth is flat. I was wrong about it being a globe. Holy fucking shit! Holy fucking shit! They're coming for us. You guys are right. You guys are right about everything. We're fucked. We're so fucked. I have no idea how.
You sound like you need help, dude.
Yeah, well, I was gonna see if he's still. Let's see if he's still going. You all right?
Dude, it's happening. Okay. Remember how I came in saying that the Earth was a globe, and because of the models, and it was all bullshit. It was all fucking bullshit. We're fucked. Okay, Revelations is being fulfilled.
Oh, PD.
No, you guys have to believe me. You guys are the only ones who
Pea
believe me.
drinker. Wow. Everybody's coming out tonight.
Bloody hell. I shouldn't have taken a drink then. What the hell? That went everywhere. I keep looking up and down the channel and seeing Moses still muted. So I have hope for him. I want to give him another chance, but I can't do it.
Satoshi talked to him.
I think that's a good idea.
Moses, you're up.
I guess I'm not sure if Saitoshi's available.
Nables, I believe that you believe what you believe.
No, I don't believe he believes it. Don't scream and shout some more.
Space Jews! Space Jews!
Isn't that like literally your guys' claim? Is it NASA's all fake and
No.
lying and propaganda, right? Like, isn't he just
Well,
believing you?
hold on. All right, that's not our claim anymore. Right,
Oh,
that's even your claim now. Has to be if you believe what President Trump signed in with his executive order about 2-3 months ago. NASA is a information and disinformation agency, right? Surveillance. That's what they do now. So if you want to ask us if they're a propaganda agency, then I suggest you go and read the executive order.
does that discredit everything over the last 6 years?
Yes.
Okay.
Because
Right.
now if they say, oh, we faked the moon landings, you can't say shit about it because they can say, haha, we just told you, we just signed it in because we didn't want you to know because it was really a secret the whole time. Ta-da!
Propaganda exists
What about the
everywhere, dude.
rest of space? Like, did we ever have astronauts orbit around the planet? Did we ever shoot rockets into space at all?
I put it into two different categories, right? Low Earth orbit and
Mm-hmm.
anything beyond, like the guys who went to the moon. So I think
Okay.
there's vast difference, right? I think you can put people up into the sky a bit higher than
Okay.
an airplane, maybe classify that area of space, maybe about 100 kilometers up. And if you go to the 100 kilometers up, you're in low Earth orbit, you're in space, right? Difference to the ones that have gone to the moon. I don't think the ones that went to the moon actually went to the moon, but I think people can go up into the sky high.
So, like, the footage that we acquired from then, is that credible footage or is that, like, not credible footage?
What do you mean? Are you talking
Like,
about
the footage that
the
we
Apollo
obtained
missions?
through the... Well, Apollo is when we went to the moon. I mean before that, right? Like,
Okay, so you're talking about low Earth orbit stuff then?
yeah.
Okay,
Just the low Earth
so
orbit
be
stuff that you said we
okay,
did.
so be specific. What's it showing? Where you're
I'm
leading me
just
with
curious, like,
this?
just in general, like, if there was footage from those low Earth orbit flights, like, is
Footage
that
of
being
what? Footage of what?
footage of their flight, footage of being in low Earth orbit? Yeah.
Okay, and that would show the Earth somehow, right? This is all leading to they're going up into the sky, and they're really there. And whilst they're really there, the Earth looks like a sphere, right? That's where this is going, yeah.
No, not so much that it looks like a sphere,
Okay,
just so much more that we go around it, right? That we rotate
okay, but
around the whole thing and show it all
okay,
continuously as like one thing, right?
okay. So rotation around a sphere
It's not even about
is
the
different
shape.
from
It's just like that it doesn't even, I don't even care about the shape. It's just like that we created we traversed around it in a way to create a 3D model of the whole thing, right? Like we went around the whole
okay,
thing in many
okay,
passes, in many
okay,
directions, right? Many rotations.
okay, okay.
Yeah.
You can take multiple circular paths over a flat surface, right? You don't need to have a sphere to end up where you started
I'm not
from
saying
if
you
you
do.
just
I'm not saying
travel.
you right. I'm
Okay,
just asking, like,
just
if there was footage of that, that would be real footage, right? That's not fake. That's not propaganda agency footage, right? Like,
what from NASA?
Yeah, from the
I don't know.
exactly.
See, I don't know now if you're talking about stuff in the
I'm talking like
past. Then
footage. I'm talking like we're talking like shit from like before we went to the moon, right? We're talking like
yeah, yeah,
low Earth orbit shit, right?
okay. But at the moment, you're just saying, well, we can go up into the sky, and if it's if you believe it, then we can
No,
go
I'm
around
just
in
having a
circles.
personal conversation with you, and I'm just asking like if
Yeah,
that
and I'm trying to
if
figure out
that
what you're
footage
asking.
is
Yeah.
from a credit. Yeah, my question is like, do you think that footage that we took then is credible footage of something that really happened, or is that propaganda footage by a 50s propaganda agency that became a propaganda agency in 2025?
Okay, so you said 50s. I might have missed something. Are you talking about the first time we sent rockets up into the sky?
I'm talking everything from
I
the
think
start of the
I
space
think we
race
sent
to
rockets up
before the
into the
moon.
sky.
I think everything
Yeah,
before the moon.
So you send rockets up into the sky and there's cameras on them. Okay,
with people
I
in
get.
them, with cameras in
Oh,
their
with me.
hands. Yeah,
Oh,
with
okay.
people in
When
them.
did they? When did they do that?
The
Because really, all I know is the only person who's gone really high before we started sending rockets up into the sky were
no,
people on
I'm talking low Earth
balloons.
orbit. I said low Earth orbit. I said low Earth orbit.
So in the 50s, that was balloons. Do you think people
Well,
and
maybe not
balloons
it
were
might have been
going?
like the early 60s. It was before. I'm just saying everything from the start of the space race. I said everything from the start of the space race until before we went to the moon. Right? I get that you don't believe we went to the moon. That's all propaganda. I
Okay,
get
no,
that.
that's fine.
I'm just
Right.
asking: is the rest of this propaganda as well, like the moon landing, or is this credible information? That's what I'm
Okay.
trying to ask.
So I'm struggling to answer because I think the answer's both. I think some is real and I think some's propaganda.
Even back then, right? Like we're just talking low
Well,
Earth orbit.
do you know?
We're pushing the bounds of
Do you
science. We're
know?
literally shooting massive rockets.
Okay.
I mean, one of them blows up
Okay.
and kills a school teacher, right? I
Okay.
mean, like it happened,
Do you
right?
know
Like
the history of NASA and how they were established and started? Do you know who was in control of NASA and the associated companies like JPL, for example?
yeah,
Do you know who started? So
I know that
you know
JPL
they
was
were.
a major contractor and did most of it. Yeah, I'm aware.
Yeah.
My
So
my
we
my
understand.
wife's father
You know the
was
chain of
military.
events before the end of the Second World War, right? The nuclear bomb, the Project Manhattan, and
Yes.
then NASA. You know that
Yeah,
logical framework,
absolutely.
right?
Yeah,
All right,
absolutely.
cool.
We wanted to put warheads in
Okay.
space. Yeah.
Yeah. So we have to understand this is military.
Absolutely, right? No question about
Right.
it. We
So
wanted to put.
then in that case, I don't know because
That
military is very much a need to know basis. Now, just look at Project Manhattan, for example, right?
Did,
Now, the people that
did
were
the
involved
school
with
teacher
that,
die on the Challenger or not?
no, I don't think so.
Okay, fair enough. I appreciate your honesty.
Did Jedi drop?
No,
No,
he might. No, he's
I'm
still here.
still here.
Yeah.
It's just
Oh, okay.
I was talking about NASA in the early days and trying to walk down a path, and I got sideswept with that question about Kirsty McCulloch or whatever her name was,
Yeah, I'm just
1986 or
like trying to
anything.
understand like if you were to give me like a I'm just trying to
I,
gauge how much like where like what you
NASA's a
believe or what you
propaganda
don't believe.
agency. Why would you believe
Yeah,
anything they said?
and so nothing. Your take is 0%.
Yeah,
Nothing they've
zero.
Yeah.
ever said.
No.
0%. Right?
Yeah, nothing they say at all matters.
Not even from the beginning
No,
till now.
no. Yeah,
Nothing.
my
Yeah.
dad worked for a spy agency. Yep, he worked for a spy agency.
Have you followed the document trail showing the founding of NASA after World War II?
Yeah, we were just talking about this. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm not
Yeah.
disagreeing. I'm
So
not
it was born.
disagreeing.
It was born out of the President's Psychological Coordinating Board.
We want to put nukes in fucking space. I'm not disagreeing, man.
I can elaborate on much of this too.
I'll
So
ask
after World
you.
War
I
II,
don't disagree
go ahead.
with.
Go ahead.
I don't disagree with any of those things, right? Like, it definitely was that way
Well,
around.
this was what I was going to ask you, right? I mean, how much do you believe what NASA tells us? You can give it to me in percent. It's like, well, 50-50. Like now, with new knowledge that it's been declared as it's what has been, and you look back to the history of NASA and how it was started after the
Well, I've
Second
known
World
all
War,
that,
blah blah
right?
blah.
Right. I've known all that from minute one, right?
Yeah,
I respect the need to be trepidatious about information from any government agency ever of any kind, or really of any person at all, right? Absolutely. I think that um, I'm sure if you get hyper nitpicky, you could find some inaccuracies. I think that there was a lot of amazing scientists that put a ton of amazing work into the development of a ton of amazing systems that definitely were created, definitely did work, were definitely manufactured and made, and we definitely have video evidence of it occurring. We can watch the rockets launch from the ground. We can watch the video footage of the astronauts in in
right.
in their
Sorry to interrupt
capsules.
you.
Like, I
Sorry to
mean, it's
interrupt
like
you.
it's hard to
Um,
argue with
no, it
data like
doesn't.
that. Like, I mean, like when people watch the Challenger
Dude,
explode in
slow
live
down. You sound
action,
like you're
like there's
telling a
no.
story, dude. You sound like you're telling a drama.
Oh,
Right.
okay. You
It's
tell
all
me
right.
how I'm allowed to
I
speak, then,
wanted,
brother.
I wanted to respectfully interrupt, but you carry on, dude.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I appreciate everything you were saying, right? We can watch the rockets go away. We can turn on the TV and the astronauts can smile at us and wave and all of this type of stuff. Have you ever been to a magic show before?
Have you ever been to Starbase?
Have
Have
you
you ever
ever
watched them
watched?
launch a rocket? Because I have.
I mean, yeah, but answer my. It's like you don't want to follow anything that I say, dude. It's like, why are you
Right,
so
no,
fucking
because you're trying to
antagonistic?
trap. You're always the way you ask
No,
questions is
it's like
designed to
this
trap
pisses
someone
me
into
off. I'm
a
literally not
particular
trying to trap
statement.
you.
Okay, okay? Go ahead. Ask your question again.
I'm
I'll
just
give
trying
you
to
a
point
genuine
something
answer.
out
What's
from
your
one
genuine?
human
What's
to
your
another, and you feel like it's a
okay?
good idea to keep talking. It's so
Just
disrespectful, man.
ask it. I
No,
stopped talking. I said,
fuck
go ahead
off.
and ask 3 times, bro.
All
You know
right,
what,
calm down,
Moses?
everybody.
Your problem, Moses, is you
Hey,
take
Travis,
50
Travis,
words to say
Travis,
something that should
Travis,
take 10.
Travis, Travis,
So does
Travis.
everyone else.
Calm down, bro.
What?
Calm it down. Listen, from now on, instead of people asking leading questions, just assume the answer and continue your point, and then you can't be accused of asking a leading question. Then we don't have to put up with this anymore. Problem solved. So, for example, I might say, so you might go to a magic show, and at the magic show, such and such will happen, and therefore this and that. See, I didn't have to inquire of the other party at all. Try that.
Beautiful.
Let's see if it
I
works.
love that.
Right, so you might go to a rocket launch and you see the rocket go up and far, far away. That's it. No globe required.
If ever I can watch a continuous feed that shows the exact place that I'm at, and then it continues on farther, long beyond that into space, right?
Yeah, how's that in orbit around a globe?
You
Right, at
guys
what point
watched
does this
any of
become
the
a globe orbit?
SpaceX launches? Have you watched any of them?
Yeah. Which one shows us a globe orbiting around a globe?
All of the math done
No, I
in
just need one because I
allowing
haven't
it
seen a
to
single one that shows
attach
a
to
globe
the.
orbit.
I guess we're watching different things. I'm not really sure.
No, I mean they don't show you enough to even present an orbit, right? Because one orbital pass should take about 90 minutes.
Well, what's the highest SpaceX launch altitude that's ever been reached?
That's another good point.
Yeah, not super high.
Is it
Right. Yeah.
okay? So less than the ISS or greater than the ISS?
No, they go to the ISS. They go to the ISS all the time.
Okay, fair enough. So the ISS can only see, in an ideal
I mean, the
situation,
ISS isn't even really
3%.
technically in space. It's just
Okay, yeah.
yeah.
Okay, bro. I know. So if the ISS isn't technically in space, then
Or sorry,
watching
I should rephrase that. It's still
SpaceX.
in space. It's just it's not
Okay, brother, we heard you.
orbiting.
We don't
Sorry.
need you to correct yourself 3 or 4 times. Okay, you correct yourself
Whatever.
once. That's sufficient. Now it's my turn to talk. Fair? All right, thank you. So
Sure.
the ISS itself, from its altitude, could only see it if you could see 360 degrees around simultaneously. Could only see 3% of the whole surface of the Earth. So you're going to be
Agreed.
seeing less than that, right? So
Right.
this idea
Yeah.
that SpaceX is somehow definitively telling you the whole form and shape of the Earth, you couldn't carry that conclusion,
But it's
could you?
through the flight paths, right? It's through the ability to land the rocket on a fucking pad in the middle of the ocean at an exact point
What?
I just
perfectly.
posted it
That
for you,
that,
dude.
dude, the ability to land a rocket going in reverse doesn't decide what the shape of the Earth is, friend.
The whole entire flight path does though. Like
Okay, so then you're saying that a SpaceX rocket leaves the ground, travels around the entire Earth, photographs itself, taking photos of the Earth, and you can verify its position the entire time, and then it lands back where it started from. Is that what you're trying to say?
different parts. Those are disconnected parts, right? So we have a capsule and we have a booster rocket, right? So the booster rocket is the part that lands back on the platform, right? That just shoots up, right? The
Yeah, fair enough.
capsule
So,
flight path is what shows the curvature of the Earth, right? Like that's the part, right? Like
okay, so what
how it
capsule?
gets to where the ISS is and effectively docks, the math and the path that it does to do that is around a circular Earth, right? Like the math that keeps the space station in the sky is the fact that the Earth is circular and it's falling as it rotates around the Earth at the same speed, so it stays steady in the same place. So it's like both, like the
Yeah, but
existence
you
of the
got a
space
lot of
station
assumptions in
only
there.
works if the Earth is round.
I like the math keeps it
Oh,
in the sky one myself.
yeah, that
It
was a good
does.
one, by the
You can
way.
look this up.
I
This
know,
is
I
this is
understand, dude.
mathematically
I know where you're
verifiable.
coming. I know where you're coming from.
Yeah.
I used to be a Glober just like you. Yeah, math keeps it in the sky, dude. I used to think math can grow apples and everything, but I realized math does not grow an apple.
It depends on what you mean by that.
So that's
Right.
what you
So,
got.
what math? What math? Right. What math decides how something is?
Well, there's lots of things, right? Like the force of gravity, the speed of wind, right? Like
That's not math.
yes, it is. Just
No,
because
No,
it's
it
you
isn't.
not.
can't perceive how it is, absolutely it is. It absolutely it is. It's a force, right? It's math, right?
No,
Like
gravity's not a force. Don't talk like that either.
wind speed is a force.
Okay, well, don't include gravity in your forces.
Fine, then wind speed.
Okay, so let's say okay. So is 5 pounds math?
Wait, sorry, what was your question?
5 pounds. I have 5 pounds of dough. Is that math?
You have 5 pounds of dough?
Yeah, dough. You know, you make pizza with it.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean that's math. You use math to make
Okay,
dough,
okay. That's good. Okay,
right?
cool. So then when I
Yeah,
make my
dough is
pizza,
made.
I now have a pizza. I now have a pizza.
Yeah,
Is that math?
absolutely, right? Because your pizza is a circle, right? You're gonna
Right.
slice
So
it in
right.
triangles.
So everything's math. Therefore, nothing is math.
Well, yeah, I would definitely take the claim that everything is math for sure. Yeah, everything is geometry,
Oh my
absolutely.
goodness. No,
Down to
everything is
creation
color.
itself.
No, you're wrong, sir. Everything's
No,
color.
color is
It's
an
actually color.
illusion. Color is just an
Oh,
illusion.
it's an
Yeah,
illusion,
yeah. It's just a
but
shared
everything has it.
illusion.
But
Okay, so but yeah,
Actually, not really
my
true.
car
You
has
just
color. My car has color. My phone has color. My hands have color.
That's
So
just an
therefore, everything's color.
evolutionary. We've just evolved to perceive those things. Those all it is a different wavelength, right? Like you see a tiny fraction of all possible wavelengths of light. Those are just the ones you see because those are the ones we've evolved to be meaningful to survival. So,
Where's this going?
I don't know.
I don't know. I got my slippers
Yeah,
on. I got my slippers. I got my slippers on. I'm by the fire enjoying Glover Storytime hour.
That's actually what I'm doing. I've got my slippers on and I'm by the fire. That is true.
Just got staring
Slippers.
deep into the bung hole.
Cold, man.
When you say a fire, do you mean like a propane fire or like a wood fire or like?
Yeah, wood burner. Yeah.
Damn.
Are
Yo,
you guys
farts.
telling
Is
stories
this the
around the
Dark Ages
fire?
or what? Holy
I just
shit.
got back.
Do you have a glass of brandy as well? Lying on a
No, I don't
tartan
drink
rug.
alcohol.
Just kidding.
Lying naked on a bearskin rug.
Not yet. No.
What? Some jazz playing in the background.
Walking around in my
Jazz.
white Speedo.
The fuck's wrong with you people?
That's you Brits walking around in Speedos when it's 50 degrees
No,
outside.
we don't do that. That's our Australian cousins.
Is that why you guys sent them away for doing that weird stuff?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I was smuggling too many budgies, so we sent them over to Australia. So yeah, I don't know where we're up to. I do apologise. I just thought it was interesting to bring up that we can see things, right? We can give evidence to an observation of something, but if we look logically through the steps of the observation, like for example, a rocket launch, right? There are stages to what we can see and what we perceive, right? Yeah, we can watch the rocket go away, and then we turn on the TV, and then the TV will tell us that what's happening when the rocket's gone away, because eventually it will go out of our sight, right? When we have cameras on rockets, we get multiple cutscenes. Now, we have to understand that it's probably prudent to understand that these types of things can be akin to like a magic show, right? You can be shown things to sleight of hand, you can be distracted by something, look over here whilst I do this. And it's interesting to lay the parallel with these types of propaganda tricks. NASA doesn't have to be the example. We
SpaceX is a
see
private company, though, right? Just to be clear, right? What's their purpose for doing that? Like, if they are doing that, like, that's my only question. Like, this is like a cabal, like, fucking conspiracy theory. Like, they're like, what is the advantage to a
Maybe they're just like magic.
profit-driven public company?
Dude, how do you know they're a public company?
Well, they're not a public company, sorry, a private company, but they're a profit-driven company. Is what I said. I didn't say, if I said public, I didn't say that. I mean to say that. They're a private-owned company that's for profit. Right? Like, what is their
Who?
why? What is this conspiracy? SpaceX.
You need top secret clearances to work there. Just do a job search.
Yeah, Elon Musk doesn't have that.
Right, but that's because the United States has declared rocket science as weaponry, and he's not allowed to go build rockets anywhere else in the world.
It falls
Right?
apart.
It doesn't fall apart just because we've limited their ability, like we've limited the ability of our opponents to have fucking rocket technology.
Yeah, so
Does not
they're as
mean that
private as Lockheed Martin Skunk Works, right?
they're more private than Lockheed for sure, but they're far less dependent on government than Lockheed is.
Oh, really?
Or
you know this?
Oh yeah, for I mean, look at their books. Yeah, like they do tons
Look at their
of.
private. How do you look at their books?
You're right. It's hard. That is hard. They have tons of private. Just look at their contracts. Like look at who satellites they're putting into space. Right. It's not all government.
Do you know who
shit.
the
They're launching
operations manager
Starlink
is at
satellites
SpaceX?
every day.
The operations manager of SpaceX is Gwynne Shotwell. It's not Elon Musk. You know who that is?
Why does it matter
She's
if
from
it's Elon
JPL.
Musk? Right.
No, Gwynne Shotwell.
Right. She's
And the
from
facility
JPL. She's from
security
the place
officer,
that
the
has the
facility security
most
officer
rocket
for
experience in
SpaceX is her
history.
husband, Robert Shotwell.
Oh, fuck, dude.
Right. Sound like
All right, listen,
qualified people for
guess,
the
bro.
job.
Guess, bro. Okay, I'd like for people to finish their sentences. So for the love of God, let them do it. Thanks.
Yeah, so my greater point is you haven't looked into this like we have.
Those sound like qualified people for the positions. I don't like when you're trying to build a successful rocket company. Are you going to take the people with experience or not? I mean, I don't like they're good at their job. Like they have those jobs because they're good at their jobs and they provide quality service. I mean, Elon Musk demands some of the highest quality out of employees of any boss, right? He pays extremely well and demands extremely high quality, right? I
Yeah.
don't.
Well, you know what the funny thing is? Elon Musk is not the highest cleared person at SpaceX. It's the Shotwells and a whole army of
Sure.
other people, including engineers, right? And because of their clearance, they actually have to lie to Elon Musk about certain things they're working on.
Yeah, I'm not going to say that that's not possible, right? I could see.
Well, they
I
have
could
to.
definitely
They
see the
have to.
government using a
As part
backdoor.
of
Yeah, I can see that.
obtaining
Yeah.
a facility clearance, they have to. This is also for foci mitigation. You know what foci mitigation is? Foreign ownership, control, and influence.
Yeah, I'm not objecting, right? It's the same thing as the limitations on the rocket's technology. I honestly,
Yeah,
I
so
do
they're
apologize.
not just like right. So you can't really make it
I just
out
have
as
to.
just like they're a couple dudes in their backyard shooting rockets
Yeah,
at what you
yeah,
can
yeah.
do.
I'm not trying to make it out like it's that. I'm not trying to make that out like it's that. I'm not. I'm not. I'm not at all. But like, it's like I don't know. I the conspiracy angle still just seems. It's like you
This
have
is not
to
a
suspend
conspiracy.
so much belief, right? Like you have to
They're
just be
just a
like
very, very
they're
tight-lipped company, and
purposely.
very few people have full knowledge and access to what's going on. Just like Skunk Works at Lockheed Martin.
Right. I'm not. That's a fair comparison for sure.
Right. And furthermore, this being part of the space program, the space program is
Wasn't
founded
finished.
under the National Security Council in 1958, which sets forth a psychological warfare operation. You can download a
You're not even
copy of
allowed. You're not
NSC
even allowed to ask
5814.
those people questions, are you? You're not even allowed to
Yeah.
ask people above you questions about stuff. If even you asking questions will get you fired.
Yeah, because they will report you for asking questions because you're a security
Yeah.
risk.
Yep. Because
Yep.
why are you asking questions when you know you're not allowed to ask these badge colors any questions? You're not even allowed to say hi to them.
Right. So let me
Sounds like
help
good
set the
security protocol.
context
I don't
here.
know. I'm confused.
Absolutely, friend. Absolutely. So let me set some context here. So many people will bring up SpaceX because it's one of the most famous alleged private institutions that does space stuff. But they bring it up to try to combat this idea that space is highly controlled, militarized, and secretive. And they give us this example, but then when you study it, you find out that they're still under the umbrella of that secrecy and being controlled by governmental agencies. So there is no free open source space programs. They just don't exist. They're all highly controlled. They're all highly modified. They all have agents from the government inside the works that represent the government's interest, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So this idea that space is just available to the common rich dude and he's just doing all this stuff and there's no conspiracy that he wouldn't be aware of and he'd be blowing whistles, like that's just la la land.
I'm not saying that there's not any secrets, that they're not testing technology or they're not fucking, hiding proprietary. Like I'm not saying that's not happening, right? But that's to say that means that they're somehow modifying and changing the flight paths that they displayed to people to be different than the actual flight paths, even though you can watch the video of it like doing that flight path like to the T. Everything they say is going to happen happens when they say
I
it's going to
watched
happen.
Capricorn 1 the other day, and I could see the flight path in that movie, and I think that was 1973.
I'm just saying, like, I'm not saying you couldn't replicate it. I'm just saying, like,
Well, we
No,
actually
SpaceX
watched in one
replicated
instance where
that.
Why are we doing
SpaceX's
this?
reported altitude was
Why are
actually
we
changed in real time.
I actually want to get to the core of the problem. Why is the whole world in conspiracy against you guys and saying
Just
that the
you,
world
you
is a
mean? They're in
globe? And
conspiracy against you. We already know the Earth
Okay,
is
they're in a
flat.
conspiracy against me, right? Fine. Okay,
Yeah,
fine.
we already know
That's
the
fair.
Earth
That's
is
fair. I'll
flat.
take
We're
the
not
negative of
worried
that. That's
about it.
fine.
We're not
Yeah,
worried
yeah.
about you guys. You guys
So
come
they're
in
in
here
conspiracy against.
seeking
Why are
us.
they in conspiracy
Remember,
against
we
me?
don't go out seeking you. You come in seeking us. So
Well,
why did they do
I
that
thought it
to
was
you
an inside
guys?
talk.
I don't know. I don't
You
know.
don't know.
I just stay away from it. Yep, I just stay away from them. I stay away from all that nonsense, and my life is 1,000 times better.
How do you stay away from it? How is your life different
I don't
than my life?
watch
What
television
way
or
do
social
I?
media anymore. If I'm watching
Okay.
TV, it's a rerun from 20 years ago, 7 seasons long, and it just plays continuously in the background while I write.
But just to speculate, maybe it's because they are actually doing stuff, right? But they don't want the possibility of people back engineering their technology and their methodology, so they lie about it to the public. Because they don't
Other
want
than the
some
fact that
Joe Blow
all of
that is
SpaceX's
purely
patents are
independent
public,
rising up and building rockets that could potentially harm people
the only
or
problem with that
discover
is
their
that every one of
secrets.
SpaceX's patents are open source. You can use any of them. Every single one of
What
them
does
is
that
open
have to do
source.
with anything?
It just means like all the like
What?
what
What special things did they develop?
uh, a lot of shit, dude. Are
Okay,
you
name one.
unaware? The ability to land a booster rocket on a
I posted a
platform
picture
in the
from
middle of the ocean.
1959 when did that in a movie. The only time I've ever seen it was in a movie. What about you?
It's funny how the very validatable things that are used to endorse the veracity of such endeavors are all things that are on the ground. Kind of weird. Something
And since
landing on the
SpaceX
ground.
How do we
since SpaceX
explain
is
that the sun and
directly
the moon
related to
move
NASA.
in the sky, but the stars don't?
Oh yeah, sky moves.
Hey, bro, real quick. Listen,
How do
dude.
we measure that?
Listen, my friend Triangle was clearly speaking. You talked straight through him. So that means nobody heard what the fuck you said, and nobody heard what he said either, dude. So why are you just
Yeah,
going to talk through people? You think people are going to hear you when you do it? It's literally ear rape, dude. We're trying to have a live stream here where people can listen and enjoy the show, hear what you have to say, hear what the other guy has to say. Not just hear the two of you train wreck fucking each other through the ear hole. Okay? So for the God's sakes, stop talking through people. Please. All right, go ahead.
Oh, I forgot what I was going to say. He can talk now.
I'm Googling earhole train wreckage.
Oh, I like that.
Okay, so now that I cleared the floor for you, you don't want to talk? All right, somebody else talk so he can interrupt you. Maybe we'll finally get him to say something. Or
He
is it you
wanted to
don't
know
want to
why. He wanted
participate
to know
unless you
why.
have freedom?
Yeah, he wanted to know why people put on shows for people, like rocket shows. And I told him, and he didn't like
Cool.
that. So that's where we're at.
Yeah, notice how the triangle spoke and I was speaking. I stopped speaking so he could go. Did you notice that, friends? Very simple.
I think it's our room only in the all of Discord that does that. Maybe it's because we're all actually
My main
professionals and go to meetings and shit.
my main problem is like I know people want to hear what the person has to say, and they're just being self-defeating by insisting that they talk through somebody else who's talking, because then nobody's hearing either of you. You know, not a lot of people have been in a situation where they are actually in an environment of a government lying to the people, and they were above the lie. Do you follow what I'm saying? So, like in certain factors, there'll be, you know, the heads that know, that they truly know what's going on, but all their subordinates don't. So they know that what they're telling their subordinates isn't true. The subordinates just all believe it's all true. But then there are outside people that are even above those people that know that it's not true. And very few people are in those positions at certain times in their lives. Most people are really grasping at straws for the greater picture of what's really going on, even within their own society.
Globers are flipping quicker and quicker these days to flat earthers. It's amazing.
So, don't test. Who here thinks there was WMDs in Iraq circa the reason for the invasion? You know, they got WMDs. Part of the reason that was given for the 2003 invasion.
I can't comment anymore since NASA was declared an intelligence agency.
Interesting. I'm glad you said that, because evidence was presented to Congress of NASA photographs, high altitude aerial reconnaissance and satellite imagery, supposedly, of weapons of mass destruction in Iraq territory. It was presented as evidence that there are WMDs.
Maybe that was just propaganda.
Who is the US to say that other countries can't have them anyway? They have them.
No, you're not allowed. You guys aren't even allowed to have guns. You should really, you guys, now that's a knife. Just kidding.
Well, interestingly enough, the USA at a certain point in history had an opportunity at that moment to conquer the entire world. And if they desired to do so at that moment, they could have, and there would have been nothing anybody could have done. But rather than conquer the whole world by military force, they rebuilt a lot of the stuff that was destroyed. Now, that doesn't mean what's going on now is as benevolent as what happened then. But, I mean, the reason why America gets to tell other countries what to do is because they decided we get to, and ain't nobody told them no. And nobody can tell us no.
You just
Pretty much
carried
the
on.
reason.
You just carried on building your military up after the end of the Second World War. You had the largest navy as soon as the war finished. You just kept producing shit. You had a massive the ability to produce arms at a massive scale, and you just kept doing that.
Yeah, like I think our aircraft carriers are like greater. Our aircraft carrier space is greater than all the other countries in the world combined.
Yeah,
And many of our facets are like that. And our military doctrine was be greater than the next 7 nations.
Yeah.
So if America is number 1, then they're bigger than number 2 through 9. Or no,
that's
2 through 8.
China and Europe, basically. Yeah.
But now keep in mind, friends, it wasn't just America that was involved with the Iraq invasion. There were three facets that were involved. British were involved, but there were 27 nations that were involved. 27, so it wasn't just America going rogue and deciding what to do on its own per se. Now,
No, this was
after the first Gulf War, Iraq invaded Kuwait. Okay, and so the first Gulf War was to repel an invasion. But after that, there was a treaty signed, and so Iraq agreed to certain terms in the treaty, and supposedly they broke those terms over the years. And part of those terms were to have their WMD facilities, which were capable of producing WMDs, be inspected on a certain regular interval by certain members of that 27 group treaty. And so they started not allowing that to happen, supposedly. So no, you're not allowed to look in our weapons closet to see if we have weapons. And so they were like, okay, you're in breach. And then there was some other evidences that came out that maybe they do or don't have them. For example, the guy that put the NASA photos said, look, here they got them, et cetera, et cetera. Now, I do think there were people that said they didn't have them, or maybe they don't, or whatever. But there was enough interested parties that say, listen, we're in the area. They've invaded a country before. Now they're skirting their responsibilities to this treaty. Somebody has to go in and enforce the treaty. Well, all the little mom and pop countries that don't have major militaries around who are members of that 27 group treaty, they're not going to go invade and enforce it. So who's going to do it? Well, obviously the guys in that treaty that are capable of doing it, which would include the United States and Britain. Part of the reason why Britain went.
Didn't he also didn't Saddam Hussein in the UN also state that if they tried to insist on inspecting the shit they were trying to inspect, that he would threaten to use chemical weapons, right? I feel like that was a big
Right, and the chemical weapons was part of the thing that was against his treaty. So it's like if you're
right.
threatening to use chemical weapons, you're basically admitting that you have the weapons you're not supposed to have.
Yeah,
Now,
even though we never
interestingly
did
enough, when
actually
we
ever find them, right? I don't think.
so that comes later in the story. Now,
But
when
yeah,
we
but we
did
didn't know
invade,
that. When you're saying you have them and you're going to use them, we have to assume you have them, right? I agree with your logic. Yeah.
yeah, to that degree, where it's like, look, bro, you're basically on parole.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody said they saw you in your house with 17 AKs, and you're not supposed to have weapons, bro. And then you threatened your neighbor to shoot them with an AK. I think we have probable cause to come in and check if you're violating your parole.
Yeah, I agree. But doesn't
Now we did threaten back, dude. So you guys may not know this, but we brought the Moab with us, and we also brought tactical nukes. And we told the Iraqis, if you chemical warfare our troops, we're tactically nuking you. It's that simple. So there ain't going to be no chemical warfare, or you're going to get it. Now, whether that was a bluff or not, who knows? I'm just saying that's what we told those guys.
Of course, it was a bluff.
Yeah, I think we'd have been unlikely to actually drop the nukes, right? I think, but at the same time,
I wanted to see
them
sand
dropping
turn into
chemical
glass
weapons would
myself because I wanted to try to sell that shit on eBay at the time.
Well, I don't know. Maybe the Moab is sufficient to do that. I don't know. I haven't done too much research on what happens after that blast. Now, here's the thing. So there's a whole bunch of people outside of their culture talking about their weapons, doing evidences about their weapons, doing counter evidences about whether they do or don't. All these different things. But what about them? How were they thinking about their own weapon? Well, I can tell you. You know why? Because I was there. I was in their facilities. I actually was in their WMD facilities. I actually saw their propaganda and some, training material, all that type of stuff. So, and we had communiques from their defense ministers and stuff. So basically, the Iraqi military believe that they possess weapons that they didn't possess. They thought that they were a better army than they were, and people at top of the army were telling the underlings of powers that they possessed and weapons that they possessed and how they were going to use those weapons in the future, and it was all a lie. It was just pure chutzpah, like, oh, we're the best. We got missiles, we got rockets, we got WMDs. Eventually, we're going to shoot America and blow them up, and we're going to shoot Israel and blow them up, and then we're going to take over. We're going to have barbecues on their land, and we're going to date their blonde chicks. You know, all this huge propaganda machine, and they were deceiving their own people. And not only that, but they were deceiving their local enemies, because some of their local enemies, like or other countries that they had problems with in the past, believed that they had these weapons. You know, so it was basically this big bully saying, "Hey, I've got all these weapons and I'm going to use them, so you better be under my heel." You know, power projection. So they had a vested interest in maintaining the deceit, in maintaining that, oh no, we can't let you look at our WMD facilities, because if you broadcast, yeah, we looked and we didn't find anything, then our enemies will know we don't have them. So there's all kinds of weird motives going on and in flux. Dude, they had a good propaganda machine, bro. So, like, I don't know if you guys may not be old enough, but there used to be this commercial called the Hartford Stag, and it was about a bank, but it would basically be like this big deer with, you know, antlers and, you know, the male deer, and he would be hopping through the forest, and then he'd get up on this mountaintop, and he'd be shadowed over the valley, and then they'd have like this iconic image of the deer in a shadow, like just projecting strength, like Hartford, we are the best bank in the universe. Or there's also was the classic Americana cabin in the woods with your family and a barbecue on 4th of July. You know, all these different imagery, and they had different versions of this imagery where they were now in our land taking over us. And part of the reason how they get to that is with their weapons that they didn't have. That they were telling all the people, yeah, we're going to build up this army. We're going to take over America. You're going to be living at the lake house, barbecuing with the kids. You know, the Hartford Stag is going to be ours. All of these
Or you
types
could
of
just
weird
get your
propaganda
Coca-Cola
that they were doing.
machines, vending machines, out of our country.
Yeah. Yeah. they were kind of a little behind. You know how,
I mean,
like,
it's hard not to believe
in
that, though,
each.
right? As a person there, right? It's hard not to believe the promise
Oh
of
yes,
fucking a
yes,
better tomorrow, right? Like,
correct. And part of it too was kind of like, there's obviously, when it comes to places like that and places like North Korea and different other places, they do a lot of systemic censorship on outside world knowledge. You know, first off, they denigrate it. You know, like, oh, the other countries are always lying. Of course, they teach you that, but then they try to stifle you from finding out good information, and it really warps the way you perceive reality. This was the most weirdest reality warp that I encountered when I was there. So the defense minister told. So there's the Republic. There's the elite guard, the Republican guard, and then, you know, there's the general troops and stuff. So they basically told the general troops, who were going to be the ones that would encounter the American army first as we went north towards Baghdad. They literally put out a publishing saying, you know, what are the forces that are coming? What to expect? How are you going to counteract the American forces that are coming? And so basically, like a synopsis of what we have, how it works, how to attack it. Here's what they said, dude. They told their soldiers that the American tanks and fighting vehicles armor, don't worry about it. They're such losers. Their armor is made of wood, not like ours, which is made of metal. And those people were so bankrupted in their thinking, so backwards in their ability to understand the world based on how they were taught and raised. They believed it. They thought that America, you know, one of the most advanced militaries in the world, coming to them, we're made of wood. Wood. Like, how backwards do you have to be to think that?
I mean, it's more like how information isolated, right? Like, it's like you said yourself, right? It's a control of information flow, right?
Exactly. Exactly. To them, that makes sense because that's their world that they live in, and they don't understand the levels of deception. Now, if they had a friend, like I don't know, just imagine some Iraqi name. We'll just call him Jeeves because that's all I can think of. So imagine your friend Jeeves is like, "Hey, bro, that ain't made of wood. That's made of metal. You dumbass. You think tanks are made of wood? You stupid. Everything else we have, vehicles, parts, they're all metal. You think a tank is going to be made of wood from a country that has enough money to be able to send their army to us? Are you dumb?" And that person's going to be like, "Bro, you're a conspiracy theorist. Why would our government lie to us? Don't you know that NASA tells the truth?" NASA tells the truth.
This is a beautiful story. I loved it.
Don't you know that? Don't you know that
This is a
Elon?
great moral
Hey,
of
don't
the
you know that?
story.
Hey, real quick, brother. Don't you know that Elon Akbar has a rocket program? All right.
I want my 20 minutes back.
I thought Elon
I thought it was
Akbar was a
great, dude.
good
I thought it was a
punchline.
great 20 minutes, dude. I thought it was great, dude.
That's because you don't get to hear those lovely stories all the time like I do.
Yeah, he's probably heard this story like 17 times by now.
Yeah, I knew where you were going. I was
Yeah,
like,
you didn't see. Listen,
soon as you
listen.
got to the part where, yeah, I saw it myself, I was like, I know this story. Yep, I know this one. I heard this one a few times.
Yeah, but Elon, listen. To my credit, Elon Akbar, that's new. Yeah. So the moral of that story is that from the inside looking out, there's one perception, and from the outside looking in, there's another perception. So when you say to somebody like a flat earther, for example, well, what about all these things about all these space programs and these conspiracies and this and that? It's like, dude, the flat earther's thinking in his mind, listen, dude, I went out, measured a body of water, and it's flat. So I'm on the outside now. So when you're telling me all these fancy stories about your space dramas and Elon would have to be lying or this person or that person would have to be doing this or that if the earth was flat, it's like, no, dude, the earth is flat. So I don't need to know why they're doing all their weird stuff. You could keep looking on the inside thinking the tank is made of wood, but I know it's made of metal, my friend.
So you're saying SpaceX is made of wood?
I'm saying it's pretty easy to land a helium balloon.
There actually was a one of the plans of rockets in the past was to fill them with helium so that they would be a assisted buoyant device, and so it would counteract the extreme weight and fuel measures needed. I can't remember if that was in the Werner von Braun era, but I clearly remember hearing that.
Oh yeah, it was. I think James Van Allen did that. He called them raccoons. They're the counterpart to satelloons. I might be a little wrong about that. Somebody might want to fact check me. I heard the same though. This goes back to when he was launching these things off of aircraft carriers in the Pacific, which I believe preceded the White Sands Missile Base days.
You know what's funny too, Yoder, which I just thought of? Obviously, people understand helium, how it functions, right? You put it in a volume, it fills the volume. That volume then is less dense than air, and it floats on the air, and it just keeps rising, right? So, in other words, it's buoyant relative to the environment it's in, and it'll just float indefinitely. I mean, unless you put it in a substance that leaks. So, if it doesn't leak, a structure filled with helium will just stay above the Earth forever.
Yeah.
No fuel needed, no orbit needed, nothing needed except the properties it possesses in itself. That's it. It will literally stay up there forever.
Oh, so it reaches an environment where there's no substance and it has to float on top of the substance.
Right?
So you just admitted to outer space, bro.
But then we got people come in here, brother, like it just happened in the past 30 minutes that they're like, how could something stay up? How can something stay up? I don't understand. It can only stay up if space and satellite rocket trajectory orbits. It's like, no, dude, there's plenty of ways for things to stay up. I just gave you one way. There's other ways as well. I'm not even going to tell you what those are because I want the Globers to scratch their head and try to figure it out on their own. Actually
Oh, I
do some
can't give
work for
them
once.
another one? Oh.
You can if you want, I guess.
Well, theoretically, you could get an unmanned glider to remain aloft indefinitely by remotely operating it to stay within your jet streams and trade winds.
Right. And they've done extensive mapping of those winds, right? So, and they can, with a simple balloon, they can just raise and lower it and take it anywhere they need to around the world.
Right, I've got an article saved somewhere that talks about the longest manned glider flight, and it talks about it. The only restriction was that the guy needs to eat and shit and sleep, right?
I got a cool slide deck from the early CloudSat days where they're launching balloons from Texas. And it shows a balloon track going from Texas to northern Africa and back, around and around and around and around like a big NASCAR racetrack. So they're able to do things with predictability. If I got a minute, I'll post it.
Okay, but let's take it for granted that someone believes that the claims about trajectories and paths above the surface of the Earth when it comes to SpaceX or another object that is trying to meet, let's say you take it for granted that you're told that those things happen perfectly and that the way they work coincides with some mathematical projection of an idea that they're orbiting a sphere. Okay, let's say that's true. You say, okay, that works. It just works. It matches perfectly. Okay, now you got on the actual Earth all kinds of observations that don't match the claims. So now you have to pick one over the other, no matter what. You have to.
Well, I would rather listen to the authorities and the experts than some guy on the internet, some Joe Blow.
Yeah. Well, for example, the guy was talking about images taken from high altitude where he assumes is an orbit and a thing traveling in a space around a ball, and that it's traveling in a manner in which it's scanning the entire surface, and then you can put that all together and get a three-dimensional ball. Okay, let's say that's even possibly true. Then how come is it when a couple of us just checked it out over the past few days? One of our guys we know in the post content to Flat Earth called Jay Tolan, he used photogrammetry software and took the images that they were showing to be scans of the Earth, took still moments in time of where the camera would be relative to the surface, put it in the software, measured the distances from what is shown on the image, and then laid it out in the software. And he ended up with a globe that is more than 4 times larger than the globe that they claim that they're circling around. So now we got a problem because the guy previously said, oh, these trajectories, they just mathematically work. They just coincide perfectly. Well, if that were true, then the Earth would be 4 times larger. So no, it's not. It's not that these things just happen perfectly. There's discrepancies all over the place.
Did you say that's a
Go
recent
ahead.
Jay Tolan release?
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's weird because somebody was just talking about how he hasn't released anything for a while the other day. Huh.
Well, let me put it to you this way, friend. He hadn't done anything for 2 months or something like that. But based on what he was doing, it could have took him 2 months to do this one video. Especially if he has a normal job, right? And he's got to do it here and there. Because he was getting images and footages of high altitude passovers of the Earth that are claiming to be taking certain paths, and then you can obviously see the terrain that they're over underneath. And so then he was matching to maps and data sets, getting the measurements, and then putting them in his photogrammetry software. I mean, that could take quite a while. Especially you got the holidays, all this other stuff going on.
Because it is rocket science.
Yeah, when you
You see that?
apply, so if both of his recent videos that have to do with these measuring softwares, when applied, they result in an Earth that is way, way, way bigger than the alleged 3959 radius. So no matter what, you got a problem.
Who are you talking about?
Tolan media.
Uh huh.
If you don't know the two videos, real quick, the first one came out some months ago, and it was applying the machine vision algorithm to parallaxial stereography of looking out across the Earth towards the horizon and using those techniques to determine how far away things are that are in that field of view. And then the second one was applying photogrammetry software to the images or videos that are shown from high altitude platforms allegedly orbiting the Earth, such as ISS or other such vessels that are, going over a large portion of the Earth taking images.
ISS takes like what, 90 minutes to circle the Earth?
Supposedly, yeah.
Yeah, how is that possible?
Well, it depends on what you mean by circle of the Earth, I guess.
I mean, you can watch the footage.
And
Yeah, it orbits the Earth. It's in orbit.
so do you think that footage, that last 90 minutes, is sufficient to prove that something took 90 minutes to get from point A to point B?
I think that the video footage of the ISS in orbit is evidence that the ISS is in orbit around the Earth.
There is none.
Holy crap! A tautology?
No, you're talking about
It's
the
not a
footage
tautology.
that's allegedly from the ISS, not of the ISS. It's of the Earth. Footage of the Earth from the
Yeah,
Yeah,
ISS.
of the Earth.
yeah, you can see bits of it too. You know, you can see bits of the ISS. Right. So I think that that's good evidence, right? That that's exactly what's happening. It's orbiting the Earth.
You
Well,
can't
look, if
see
I
it
was looking
orbiting an
at the
Earth.
video, yeah, you can't see that. All you can see is you could see a static view from a camera, and the image that appears to be the Earth is changing in the frame. That's what you could see. Everything else is inferred.
Yeah, yeah, it's rotating underneath the ISS. Yes, right.
Well, moving. It's definitely moving.
Yeah, that's evidence that the ISS is up there. You can question the evidence, but it's still evidence.
Okay, so let's see what we have here. So we have, at best, evidence that something is above the Earth. Okay. Then what happens?
Well, you can independently corroborate it.
Okay, so you can independently corroborate that something is above the Earth. Okay, then what?
There's a video of shuttles docking with the ISS from the ground.
Okay, what does that change?
That's just additional evidence that there is, in fact, something up there that is
Okay, so there's things
resembles.
above the ground. Okay,
Yep.
let's take it as a given. There's things above the ground. Then what?
Well, it's in orbit, and there are craft that are sent there to dock with
What's
it.
in orbit? What's in orbit?
It's when you go around the Earth. That's in orbit, right?
No, because I went all around the Earth and I didn't orbit anything.
I don't know what you mean. What do you mean? You were in space?
You need a little more. You need a little more qualifications than just saying around the Earth, don't you, to get an orbit?
No. Surely you know what I mean. It's
Rotate
like,
360
I don't
degrees.
want to guess. I don't want to think. I don't want to think. I want you to lay it out.
oh, well, if you don't want to think, I can't help you.
Is it rotate around the sphere 360 as opposed to just going around parallel to the ground below? Orbit.
I'm just saying from the ground,
I
like
posted it
what
for you,
Jedi was
Jedi.
asking. Like what vantage point does anyone have to validate the question that Jedi just asked? Because the only thing we've gotten so far is people on the ground can see something above them, and people on the thing above them can supposedly look back and see the ground. But they can't.
That's
Neither of those two see an orbit.
well, that's what it does. It orbits the Earth. You can watch it orbit the
I
Earth.
know, but you're just repeating the same phrase. You're just saying it orbits the Earth. Nothing what you said substantiates that that's what's occurring.
How do I watch it orbit the Earth?
Well, in my mind, right, we're all standing on the floor, we're looking up at the night sky, and the light, we'll call it the satellite, passes from one horizon over my head towards the other. That's what I see. That's what we all see. Conversely, I also see another sky. That's an aeroplane. It goes from one horizon over my. It does the same thing.
Really,
It's the difference between the
I think.
airplane and the satellite.
Yeah, airplanes don't orbit the Earth.
Okay, but we see the same thing, though, right?
No, you don't see the same thing.
Okay, so I'm
do.
standing on
I do.
the night sky. Two lights go over my head, right? One's a satellite, one's a plane, but they look pretty much the same. They do the same thing.
They don't do the
There's
same
also
thing.
people on the airplane that are looking at me down below, and people on the International Space Station looking at the floor below.
The
Trying to figure out what
airplane,
the difference is.
the
Sorry,
airplane
carry
is
on,
on.
Brenda.
The airplane has engines and is undergoing powered flight. It's flying. The ISS isn't flying. It's in a gravitational orbit.
Amazing.
Right.
I better
So
warm up. I better warm up a cup of cocoa while I listen to this story.
But that's the details that AI was asking for.
I don't think you need to warm up your cocoa, dude. I think the story's done. It ends with it's a satellite. It's in orbit.
Oh, because we see a light.
no, it's not because you see a light. It's because you
Because
see an
that's what
orbit.
it is. Yeah, you
So
see an
when
orbit.
they're actually in orbit, that's what they look
You don't.
like.
Yeah, they don't look
I,
alike. They're different.
Airplanes are in orbit then.
No, they're not. That's different. Airplanes don't orbit the Earth. They fly.
A person told me there's a difference.
So they
Like you right now, you're telling me there's a difference. How do you know there's a difference?
By definition, an orbit is when an
Oh my
object,
God.
small object, is in a gravitational path around a larger object.
I'm just going to go hit my head on a brick wall. I mean, I may as well.
Well, suit yourself, but that's what an orbit is.
So go ahead. How
yeah,
do
we
I
know what
plot
the
that?
it's again. We know what the definitions of the things that you're saying are.
Do
We
you?
know this. Yeah.
Do you?
Oh, for fuck's sake!
It didn't seem. It
Why
didn't
do I
seem like
bother
you knew the
talking to these
difference.
people?
It didn't seem
I don't
like you
know.
knew the difference.
Leading
Airplanes fly.
questions.
Airplanes
Yeah,
fly.
I
Satellites
know.
orbit.
I know. I was trying to use that line of questioning to get you thinking about what you were telling us, because it still wasn't giving us the answers that AI was. At the moment, the observations
I
are the
don't know
same.
about
You're
IR.
just saying there's a story about these satellites that are different from airplanes because of X, Y, and Z, which we all knew, but you laid out for us. Okay,
Yeah. Yeah.
we
Right.
know we
An
know that
orbit
story.
is basically a satellite is falling around the Earth. That's what an
Okay,
orbit
so how
is.
do we verify this to be true? That this is actually happening?
Oh, by it would follow the path that would be predicted by the physics, as opposed to a plane,
I heard
which is
something.
flying. Right. That's how you tell.
A friend of mine was telling me my astrological chart according to Vedic astrology, and apparently I don't deal well with talking to stupid people. That was in black and white. I kind of agree with her.
Oh
Well,
shit!
that's okay. That's okay because I'm not a stupid people.
No, of course not.
No, I don't think so.
Well, you're not a
I think
people, you're a person.
I think a lot of people
So,
here are not stupid. They're stubborn. I think a lot of people here are just stubborn. That's all.
Yeah. Would you include yourself in that category?
No, I happen to be right as opposed to being stubborn.
Right. Okay.
Yes, yes. It is. It
I
is. It
understand
is.
that
Super
you can.
weird.
I understand that you can regurgitate the story about satellites to us. You can remember it. You understand it, and you can tell it to us with authority. I understand that. Doesn't mean that
Yeah,
you're correct though, because you haven't
yeah,
really demonstrated the knowable, demonstrable facts. You've just appealed to the story again, which is
right,
somewhat
right.
frustrating.
No, you're right. If somebody can repeat the facts to you, like say you're in a test, you're in a schoolroom, and you get a test, you get handed a sheet of paper, you can repeat the correct answers that the teacher has given to you previously, taught to you in lectures, right? Yeah, the
Yeah,
fact that you can repeat that isn't what
yeah.
makes it true, is it? That's not what makes
No,
it true.
no. What makes it true?
What makes it what makes it true
Mm.
is the fact that it corresponds to reality.
Okay, which way?
Huh?
In which way?
In the way that the physics corresponds to observations in reality. It makes predictions, and those predictions are true.
Okay, can you be a little bit more specific for me? Which predictions?
Right. So if I predict that if I put so much gunpowder
Hmm.
into a bullet
Okay.
and fire it at
Mm.
such and such an angle,
Yes.
it will hit this point at a certain distance away, and I can reliably predict where that place will be.
Yes.
Then we can be reasonably certain that the equations that describe the projectile are
Mm.
true,
Okay.
right?
So this projectile, what forces apply to the projectile?
Well, it's a bullet, so the forces that would be applied to it would be given to it when the pin hits when the pin hits the firing mechanism, right? And the
Okay.
gunpowder explodes. It gives it
Hmm.
so much force. You know how
Hmm.
much that is depending on how many grains of gunpowder you put there. You know how much that is, and
Yep.
you know some other things, and it flies in a ballistic trajectory, and you can
Cool.
predict that with precision. With precision,
Yeah.
that's
Okay.
physics.
Are there any other forces that apply after we've applied the power to release the object?
There's a gravitational force.
Ah,
There's
okay.
friction. There's friction.
Okay.
There might be rifling. There might be side winds.
You know,
Um,
the gravity one was the one I
those
was
things.
looking for, though, right?
No, I wasn't sure.
Okay, but ultimately that's the one I was looking for because the bullet is going to. I was going to say return to the floor, but that's not the correct way to say it. The bullet is going to go down to the floor eventually when the power runs out.
What? No, that doesn't how it works.
Okay, so the bullet's going to be fired
What?
out the gun,
Right. It's
and then it's
given
going
a
to hit the
certain
floor after
force.
distance. Yeah, it's going to hit the floor after distance. Why does it hit the floor after distance?
Excuse,
Is it because the bullet's being pulled down to the floor, the earth?
excuse me. I had a piece of red pepper. Sorry. Oh man, that was hot. I had some pizza and a red, those red pepper flakes. I got a solid piece of that. That was hot.
That was a warning to stop telling bad words with your tongue.
Right. So, it's given a certain amount of force, and it would continue in a straight line if it wasn't for friction and if it wasn't for gravity. It would continue forever.
Okay. So we're shooting a gun because the physics applies to reality. So we're shooting a gun or whatever projectile, and eventually over distance, after friction, it runs out of power, and the gravitational force of the Earth is going to hit the floor, right?
No, the bullet does not run out of power. That's not how physics works. Right? It
I don't
doesn't.
know what
It
to
doesn't
tell you,
have
John.
it. It,
I don't
it
know what to
doesn't
tell
have
you,
it.
dude.
Yeah,
It's
it doesn't
nothing you
have
can
an
do with
engine.
that one.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
doesn't
no
have an
engines.
engine.
Doesn't have engines. It's just magic. Yeah, it doesn't run out. It just goes on
Uh,
forever. Jedi.
bullets aren't magic, but I could understand when you think that it runs out of power that you would think that it's
It
magic.
just feels like this conversation could have really progressed. For some reason, you're being
Well,
obstinate.
you have
I
the
mean, I generally
you
don't
have a
engage with you, but it's the new
you
year. I
have
thought
a
I'd try. And
you
now,
you
whilst
have
I'm
the
talking,
wrong you have the
again,
listen.
you're talking through me. It's like, wow, Brenda, for fuck's sake, please.
Just trying to
I'm just
explain
trying to get
elementary school
somewhere.
physics to you.
You don't need to. Right? I'm
Actually, I
just
do
trying to
because
find.
you think that bullets run out of power. They don't run out of power. That's not how it works,
I'm
right?
really being. I appreciate that we're trying to be
I
specific,
mean,
but I'm actually generally
it's
being colloquial
It's
because I'm
Newton's
just
first
trying to
law,
get
dude.
to the meat and fucking bones of this. Right?
This is the meat.
You're
This is the
just being obstinate to take time and
no,
be frustrating.
no. This is the meat. This is the meat. This is Newton's first law. The first law is an
Okay, this
object
is
in
applies to
motion
steel.
continues in motion, and you
Okay,
can reject it. But then that's why you make all these mistakes. Is because you reject elementary school physics.
I'm trying to figure out is if we shoot the gun at an angle with enough gunpowder that eventually we'll shoot ourselves in the back of the head.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, I
Newton
know because
figured
we're
that
trying to
out.
do.
Yes,
I know because satellites, right? That's basically how they're working.
because of
Are really
satellites. No, that
falling.
doesn't make any sense. The
No, this
reason is because it follows a parabolic path, right?
yeah, it's
And if you
falling
extend
towards
it
the
and
Earth, but
extend it,
continually misses the Earth. I've got good
yeah,
grades
yeah.
too, Brendo. I remember the story as well.
I don't think you do. You thought bullets run out of power.
No, they go on forever and ever
Well, unless interacted with some other force.
with like friction and stuff,
Yeah,
and a
all those
gravitational
forces.
force.
Yep,
So
all those forces
yeah.
affect it.
So I was fucking right then. God's sake. I was going to hopefully get to a conclusion, but I'm going to stop there. What's the point?
Well, I'm taking you to a correct conclusion. You seem to want to go to an incorrect conclusion.
Stop being a prick. Right? Don't define my thoughts of what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to follow you with your reasoning about how physics applies to our reality because we're here.
Huh? Well, you need to start at the beginning, and the beginning
Fuck
is
me.
the first law. You have to start with the first law, and it doesn't seem like you understand the first law, and
Well, energy can't be
the
created
root
or
of all your
destroyed.
problems. That's the root of
Sorry.
all your problems.
Without being a bitch, it's like, why do you always have to pour poison into the well when conversing with people? Why do you
I'm
have to
just
act that way? I think
I'm
you're just very
just
bitter and twisted. And I think with that, the conversation and time we're going to spend is
I'm just
over. Fuck off. In actual fact, you can talk to her. I'm going to fucking leave.
Thanks a lot, Brenda. Oh, come on. That doesn't mean the conversation has to end. Moses, you up? You wanna talk? I think it was Archimedes that disagreed with Newton. He thought that it was a matter of like energy and power, and when it runs out, it'll stop. What is it when it makes that sound? What is that? Is that part of Discord or is it soundboard?
You can assign sound effects whenever you enter, and that one clown has that stupid dun sound assigned to themselves, which makes
Oh,
you know when they're here.
can you only do that on computer or can you do it on Android?
I don't know if you can do it on your phone. Should be just in settings. You can apply sound effects to yourself, but it is a pain because if someone's talking, next thing, it overrides everyone's speech.
Yeah.
But you get a lot of choices. You can have a ringing doorbell. You can have
just
playing.
Oh, you can't have custom?
You can
I want the
have
start of that Earth, Wind and Fire song. Down, 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 down.
you can have any sound effect as your entry.
Oh, can you?
Anything that fits on the soundboard, you can have as your entry. But like I said, they are a pain. So
Can you hear that?
yes,
I gotta put that one.
the knock. I had my headphones on one episode, and someone did that, and it sounded like someone tapped on my window and then front door. And off went the headphones. Go out and check my front door, looking around, going on here. And I come back in, and apparently a few other people had done the same thing too.
Yeah, it does sound like that. It sounds like they're banging on the door than the window.
Ding dong, the wicked bitch is dead.
Like if I had an entry sound, it'd probably be something like, "This is a community service announcement. Turn your volume down to level 2."
Hello, guys.
Hey, how's it going?
My British friend told me that this is where I should be.
Why?
Um, cause I something about like the globe being flat.
The globe being flat?
I was told to like come argue that because I'm a glober apparently, whatever that means.
Oh, okay, cool.
What's a flat
Okay.
look like?
What does it look like?
Yeah, what does a flat globe look like? I'm interested.
I'm not sure. That's why I'm asking you. Is that like when you take a globe and put it on a hydraulic press?
Well, that's not
Like,
what we
Looks like doing
think
some smart.
on.
I'm very smart actually. I'm 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 currently getting my bachelor's degree in economics.
Excellent. So what's that got to do with shapes?
Cuz the fundamentals of mathematics is geometry. Do you guys play Geometry Dash?
Never heard of it.
Nah, my kids do though.
Do you like triangles?
I do like triangles. I think they're pretty fucking awesome. Especially the hypotenuse triangles, bro.
Excellent. Let's see if you know what triangles are.
Wait,
Okay,
why is
this
your name
NASA,
Professor
this is a
Triangle?
NASA IQ test question coming right up for you. Which of the
Okay,
figures below are not triangles?
where am I looking?
In the chat.
Okay. Um Which one's not a triangle?
Read the question and then answer the question. This is a NASA IQ test question. I just grabbed it off one of the tests.
D.
Is that it then?
Yeah, it's got to be D.
All right, I'm going to post the answers. Let's see. Nope, you're wrong. B is not a triangle because it has one curved side. D is not close, so it's also not a triangle.
Okay.
Guess
Okay.
what happened? You don't know geometry either.
Okay. Okay, Professor Triangle, respectfully, how many sides does a triangle have?
No curved sides.
No. Okay, so being curved or not determines whether it's a triangle or not.
You don't even
But an
know what shapes
but
are,
an
Yes.
dude.
no,
You don't
but
even
an
know
Yes.
first grade shapes.
but an
Fundamentally,
incomplete.
because you won't have an angle
I'll be
between
back. I'll be
you won't
back.
have
You guys have fun with this for a minute. I got to do something.
yeah,
Man,
yeah.
this is why furries are taking
Fundamentally,
over the world. I'm tired of
one
it.
sec. Fundamentally, it won't be. Oh, is he gone? Ah, asshole. But he's still
Just
there.
realised. Just realised he don't know shit
Press the
about
wrong button.
triangles. He
I
can just
pressed the
bail
wrong
out.
button.
That was
I pressed the wrong
hilarious.
button. My bad.
Oh man.
He's back.
Are you back?
I'm back. I only have
Okay.
like 5 minutes though.
Yeah, no, I just want to explain to you fundamentally, like B can't be because one of the sides is curved, right? So between the junction of the straight and the curved, you won't have an angle. And fundamentally, a triangle has to have internal
Okay, but it
angles which
still
add up
has
to
3
180
sides.
degrees, correct? Because that's one of
It
the defining features of a triangle, right?
Do you look like your profile picture?
Yeah, absolutely. When I let it grow. I've only got like
Have
a
you been to the
5-day
moon?
growth at the moment. No, that's AI generated image.
Do you think that anyone has ever been to the moon?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I think people have claimed to have done that.
Okay. So is Neil Armstrong just a joke to you?
Yeah, liar. Yep.
An
Okay, do you
actor.
think that Vegas has rigged every single sporting event in American history?
Well, let me ask you: do you look like your profile picture? Do you have
Oh,
lavender hair?
absolutely. Oh
Okay.
yeah. I am Himmel. So like what goes on in this Discord server? What did I get invited to?
You got
They
invited to
literally
a triangle test and you failed.
Okay, brother. I completely understand where you're coming from, but I think you're wrong. And regardless of it being a NASA IQ test, whoever came up with that question is wrong.
No, it's just
Wow,
you
he
that's wrong.
still thinks. Yeah, he still
Dude,
thinks
being a
that
flat earther in
B's a
2025,
triangle.
26,
He still thinks
cringe.
B's a triangle.
B
For
is a
real.
triangle.
Okay.
Well, it's actually
What's
a
the
third
rule
grade
for a
geometry
triangle?
test question, and you failed it.
Y'all are flat earthers, so you have no right to talk about anybody failing any test.
Shut up.
That's great. Right. Line up. So press
Okay.
Believe in some
Goodbye.
bullshit.
I'm mid tournament.
triangle. Gone.
Triangle.
Y'all deny
Guy doesn't
evidence.
even know what a triangle is. Oh yeah, what evidence?
I mean,
What
do
evidence?
you want me to show the evidence right now?
Yeah, show the evidence right now.
Okay. I've been
What
doing this
happened to
for
my
years.
man? What happened to my man? Where'd he go?
You
He
wrecked him.
insisted B was a triangle, and then he got told it was a third grade test, and then he ran away in shame. And
I'm
yeah,
so convincing when I tell him it's a NASA IQ test. I've been practicing.
and now we have a Nigerian king that's going to give us the proof of the globe, the evidence.
Dude, if you're in Nigeria, I need somebody in Nigeria to be able to cash this money for me because I got a whole bunch of money for Nigeria, but I can't. I need somebody there to do it, but I need you to send me 10,000 first.
Yeah, so here's the picture from NASA. If you deny evidence, just say so now. We can save our time.
What video game is that from?
It's not a video game.
Oh,
See?
stop it.
So you're literally okay. I mean, if all you're going to do is just nah, then you might as well just give it
So
up.
hold on a minute, Nigerian Prince. Your evidence, and you said to us if we deny evidence. No, we don't deny evidence. We want people to bring it in so we can assess the evidence. So now,
Can you
your
please just like
evidence is that picture you've just posted up. Okay, not denying it's there. We can all see it. How do you
yeah?
verify
I mean,
that
you're
that
just
picture
conflating
is
something, right?
true and correct?
Yeah,
How do you
turn
do that?
your into more than that so that we don't have to go.
No, that's all
Nuh-uh.
you're saying. Look,
No,
if
you're going,
I gave you a picture
Yeah, we're
from a
going,
credible
nuh-uh,
Yeah,
source,
we
because you're
saw
going,
that.
Look, notice how every time you interrupt, you know you're wrong, right? Look, I've already
Notice how
said this
every
many
time you
times that
interrupt, you've just
this
interrupted.
picture
Waste
is
of time.
from NASA, a credible source that has been in outer space. For you to
NASA,
sit here and
credible.
say, "Well,
No,
that's,"
I
no,
don't believe in
dude.
NASA,
can you
bro.
calm down?
They
Dude,
think NASA
NASA's
is a
been
propaganda
no,
agency.
let's quiet you up anyway. So anyway, no, I don't think it. They've been renamed. They've been recategorized as an intelligence agency. They're not a space agency. So why are you using their propaganda pictures they're putting out?
Yeah, that's not true at all. Like
Oh,
right
it
now, when
sure
I look
is.
up,
Look it up. You better look
I
it
am
up,
looking it
son.
up right now. I'm at NASA.gov, and what it says is NASA stands for National. Oh, okay, wait. Let me find the
You ever
definition.
seen a moonicorn, King?
What?
I just put a picture of the moonicorn in the side chat.
Space. Yeah, so is NASA an outer space agency? Yes, NASA is the U.S. government civilian agency for outer space
There, they
exploration.
posted Trump's executive order that was just declared. NASA is now a spy agency, so you are wrong.
Yeah, I mean that's not like what source is
Yes.
this? What are you reading?
Well, read it in the chat. It's been posted for you. This just happened a couple
So
months ago, I
Trump
think.
said so, therefore it's true. Is that
No,
like
it's not. It's,
literally?
it's an executive order. Yeah, it's done.
Yes. All that means is Trump said it. That's. There's nothing
It
more to
means
that.
that's what it is now.
No, nobody ever. No
Yeah,
one
but
knows.
they qualify under different security. I think Yoder would tell you.
It doesn't matter because they still
It sure
been to outer
does.
space. They've still put a man on the moon,
No, they
and they
didn't.
have.
They just told you that because they're a propaganda machine. They're just telling you
You say
now
that
they're
because you
a
hate them.
propaganda
That's it.
machine. No, I'm telling you now because they finally admitted it. We had to make them admit it. They did. See?
No, NASA never admitted that.
Don't
You know,
fight
they've
it,
never put a.
son. Don't fight it. It's happening. NASA's fake.
Again, you could keep repeating that, and you've always been saying this even before Trump put the
Do you,
Oh my
okay,
God,
whilst you're getting
I can't
excited,
speak.
Junior, do you know the purpose of why Trump did that?
Yeah, because Trump is like anti-intellectual. He's like literally a propaganda machine that just
Now
wants to
that it's
make.
been reclassified, there's no recourse for them. Nothing happens if they tell lies. Every single thing they've said just can get pushed to the side by agency. We can do what we like.
Executive. Why can't I pronounce that word? That's so weird.
Hey, is Trump the first president that's a
Executive.
propaganda machine, or were there other presidents that also were?
Oh, all of them.
Well, Obama never said that. No,
No,
Joe Biden never
Obama's the
said
one who
that.
made it
Obama was not.
legal. Obama made it legal. Read his stuff.
Wait, Obama made what legal?
Trump was the only propaganda machine president.
Wait, you guys are
That's not
again
what he said.
misunderstanding what I mean. Like
Read
you
what
guys are saying a bunch of
Obama did with propaganda.
no.
He made it. He made it
Okay,
okay for the government to use propaganda against its people.
dude, what? America
Yeah,
has
look
been
it up.
using
Why would we lie
propaganda
to you?
since
Why would we lie to
America
you?
has been using propaganda since
Then
like World War One.
why are you believing in it?
Okay, well, see, you lied just right now, and I have evidence of you lying.
You
But for
are
some reason, you don't
believing in
want
it.
to.
You're a believer. I'm
You
not a
said
believer.
Obama made it okay to use propaganda, but we
Yes.
know America has been using propaganda in World War One and Two, and even before
No,
that.
not
Yes.
the same
What do you
way.
mean?
Not the same way.
Oh, please, dude, you guys are bullshitters.
Okay, so now it's different. All right.
You guys are yes, you're lying. I just what?
The moon landing was part
I
of
know
that
we're lying.
propaganda.
I know
No,
we're
it's not.
The
lying
reason
to
it's
Because we
you.
being
have
signed
videos.
over,
We
Nigerian
have
King,
pictures.
is to
We have pictures
legalise
and videos.
it. They can lie to you and get away with it. No one can pull them down because of it now.
No, you can. No,
So
everyone
you can come in
can.
here and lie to us. We can call
Look,
you out, and we can actually have something done about it. Whereas the spy agency now can tell you anything, and nothing can be done about it.
that's not true. See,
It
you
is
have a
true.
very false
That's why
view.
we signed over.
No,
You can
okay.
disagree with it all you like.
If NASA
Go and do
was
some
lying,
research.
if NASA was lying, right? The
If
Russians would
NASA
have.
was lying, how
Why?
about you
Putin
go and watch
said,
some of the NASA videos with the
yeah, Putin
green
said
screen,
we didn't go to the moon,
the
dude.
eye?
Putin already said we had fake pictures.
Wait, we got to the moon before Putin was like even in the nut of his father.
No,
Look,
he took the pictures we took and had them analyzed. They said they were fake.
oh please, dude, the Russians are gonna deny that we've been on the.
So
Well,
now
you
they're
guys.
going to deny it, but back then they said we went. Pick one,
Wait,
dude.
this
You
is why
have
you
to
won't
pick
let me finish my points. So you can keep strawmanning my position and then pretending like you got a point. No, you don't. Let me finish. Look, what I said is, if it's so obvious that Earth is flat, when the Russians went to outer space, they would have obviously stated that, but they don't.
They
It's not
did
about whether
say that.
They did.
no,
Yeah,
they
we got
did not.
yes, we have
The Russians
astronauts
never
that said
said
it's
the Earth is
flat.
flat.
Yes, they did.
No, they didn't.
So Helioskeptic just posted the actual bill that was signed, that proves that it is actually an intelligence agency. So do you want to concede that one?
Oh, finally.
Again, I already said just because Trump says so doesn't make it true. Like
It's
this is
from
Yeah. So here's the
Congress.gov.
yeah.
Well, we could
Who's
follow that same logic, Nigerian Prince. Just because
control
you
your
said so
ego.
doesn't make it true.
Control your
what?
ego and just
No, I
admit
never
that
said because
you were
people
wrong
said so.
about that.
I use evidence to support what I'm saying. You guys rely on people
There's
saying.
Smith
We get
We
you with
rely
the
on what,
ego.
sorry?
2012 revision under Obama. I guess I was right about that, huh? Damn.
Okay,
I'm
can we go
always
one
right.
point at a time? You guys are all talking about different things here. Look,
No, we're not. We're
Trump
talking about the same thing.
has it even been
Oh
approved?
yeah,
Hold on.
and also hold on. You hold on one second. Okay, so also the picture that you posted, that was just a composite image, right? It's just a CGI image
What does that
essentially.
have to do with my point?
Well, that was your evidence that the Earth was a globe. That's what the
Yeah, that's
topic
like
is
from
meant to be
Blender,
about.
Yeah,
dude.
there's still evidence. Whether it's composite or not doesn't change anything.
Yes, it does. It's not.
It's
It's from
stitched
No,
Blender.
together.
You made it in Blender, dude.
oh my god, that's not what. Okay,
Yeah,
I'm gonna look
it's
this up.
stitched together. It's a bunch of images stitched together.
No, it's a bunch of pictures taken from outer space put together.
So how do you verify that's true and correct?
Again, I told you the way that I
And
verify
what you're
and validate.
doing is just appealing to an authority.
SpaceX,
You perceive
SpaceX,
NASA.
the
You
No,
perceive
you
Russians.
can't. You
NASA.
can't use SpaceX now. You can't use them either.
Appealing
They've
to
been
them.
Here's
defunded
the
by the
funny part, guys.
government. You
Here's the
can't use
funny part.
SpaceX.
Here's the funny part because India just recently went to outer space,
No, they
and
didn't.
yes, I'm gonna say
That's what,
this is what
it's
I'm
funny,
talking
all
about.
right.
You guys
Have
sit
you
here and just
seen the
deny
so-called?
everything.
You believe anything you see in social media, don't you?
I don't believe. No, that's why I'm pointing to credible sources. But you are
No, there
just
are
sitting there.
none.
Oh yeah, so the government of India is not reliable. NASA's
No,
not
they're
reliable.
not reliable.
Have you seen
Guys,
any of
this
that?
is a picture
Have you
of the
ever
It's
seen
control room.
I
This
know
is
people
this is
from there and they laugh if I say they're going to go back. They got to go back there to see their family. They're like, no, man, I don't even want to go there, but they have to go there.
dude.
They
the
don't get
picture I just
they
put in
don't
the
get an
side
instant
chat.
believe this pass, bro. Just because they're an agency or a government authority, they don't just get an instant pass.
Yes,
They're
they
still got to
do.
prove their
Because
shit too. No, they don't.
yes, they
Make
do.
me,
Oh,
bro.
God, you
Make
said yes,
me.
they get a
Make me
You
pass.
believe
literally
it.
do. You do
Make
that.
me
You
believe it,
also
bro.
do
If
that.
that's your personal
Whenever
prerogative, then go for it. I've got
Edom,
no issues with you
whenever
wanting
you
to
let me
believe them
finish,
because they're a so-called authority. I don't have to.
no,
They've got to
no,
prove
you're
it to me. Thank you
saying
very
things.
much. Good night.
Thank you for
Hey,
denying what he
Nigerian
actually.
King,
Wait, can I
I just
respond to what he
tagged
just
you.
said? Why are you
Dude,
chiming in? Let me respond
no,
to what he
no,
said.
I just tagged you in
He
a picture from
doesn't
the
go to
inside of
government,
the
but he also
Indian
goes to
control
hospital
room.
state. He goes to
From the
education post
inside of the
field. Oh my God! You
dude, from
please
the
be quiet.
inside of the Indian control room when they launched that rocket. That's a picture from that. Do you think that's a
Travis, you're gonna
real
have to you're
image?
gonna have to figure out that you got to let these guys get it out, and then you can just shove that in their face. Let them get it. Let them dig his big hole, and then say, "Oh yeah, by the way, that looks real to you,"
No,
and he's gonna say
I'm not.
no.
Let me just respond to what he said. He talked about as if like I just blindly trust these
You
government
do.
agents. I was like,
You
I
do.
don't. I believe them to the same extent that you do. by
No,
using,
I
you
don't
know,
believe
getting back.
anything.
When he
It's a
gets
lie.
vaccines, he's not able to verify
No,
that
I don't,
every
we're not
person.
talking about that. You are. You're the only person that
It's
talks about that.
analogous. It's
No, it's
analogous. Why
not.
do you keep
No,
running?
it's
You're
not.
running
Why
right
do you
now.
think that is?
You're
Because it's
running
not
right now.
content for YouTube.
Non-analogous.
You
There it
can't
is.
use medical talk on YouTube
Okay,
for
so
your
you do have
point.
to trust the agencies then. Okay, good to
What?
know. You're just
Do
like me.
what? I
You do
what?
have to trust the agencies and these
No,
authorities that you
YouTube
speak
will
of.
just turn the channels off, and then they'll yell at me for getting it shut down for letting you talk about it. I don't give
It
a
doesn't
fuck
have
if
to
you
be
talk about
medical. It
it,
doesn't. We can talk
actually,
about
but I
anything
don't
else.
want to get yelled at about it.
We don't. It doesn't have to be medical. You still rely on the government on different
I don't rely
aspects.
on the
Again,
government for anything. What do I rely on them for? To take my
there's like
money?
you
I
trust
definitely
every.
rely on them to take my money. That I do know that will happen for sure.
Okay. I mean, we're gonna sit here and pretend like we don't trust the government. It's just insane to me. Like, you live in a society.
You
You
trust the
You
think
work a
government?
so?
job. You
He
pay
no
your
he
tax.
yeah he's a government, he's a bootlicker. He loves the government.
Wow, that's
Please help me,
No,
hilarious.
government. They would never lie to me. The government wouldn't lie. What would they lie about?
again, when we're talking about space agencies, it's not just one
Oh, so
government we're
it's
talking
different.
about.
So Nigerian King at 46 after the hour. There's a picture from India's space capsule. Does that look great to you? That's a real picture somebody took inside the control room.
I mean, if they took it and NASA and SpaceX and Russia and everyone who's ever been to outer space or has
So he doesn't want
satellites
to
out
answer
there,
that question.
He won't even
Interesting.
answer.
I'm answering the question. If it
No,
comports
you're
with
not.
everything we've seen before, then like you have no right to deny it.
So if I do that in Blender and I show you that I went up there and I built it secretly without telling anybody, me and Yoder and Matrix did it, and I took pictures, are you going to believe me then?
No, because we have to
Why?
verify it.
All right, verify that.
Yeah, the way you verify it is by seeing if it comports with NASA's statements or
No, we don't.
SpaceX.
We don't ask. We don't see if the picture matches their colors. That's fucking retarded, dude. You
No,
really
it's
are
not retarded.
like you really don't have any logic, do you?
I do. I'm very consistent, and my
So,
No,
position is
well,
never
according
you're
to what you've
adjusted.
very,
said,
very
Nigerian
weird,
Prince,
dude.
everything that
I'm
you've
weird
said
because I rely
goes
on facts.
to NASA. So it doesn't matter what anyone does; they have to compare it to NASA. That's what you're saying to us.
I'm saying if it comports with what we have now
If
collectively
it
as NASA,
comports to our
SpaceX.
propaganda
Oh
machine,
my God.
then yes, we
So are you
believe it.
saying, Professor, are you saying like SpaceX is lying, NASA is lying, Russia is lying,
Yes,
No,
India is
we're
lying?
not
yes,
saying
yes,
anything
yes,
about
yes.
SpaceX.
Okay, he
What we'd
just
like
said
you
yes.
to do,
Why
I
are you
said
Nigerian
speaking for
yes.
Prince,
him?
Matrix is
Why
and
are
I
you
am.
speaking for him?
I
He
say
just
they
said yes.
lie to you. Yes, I said they fucking lie to you.
That's insane. You have no evidence for
Well,
that.
too bad. Yeah, I do. Earth is
No,
measured
you don't.
flat. Yes, it's measured
You're
flat.
just saying that.
It can't be measured. No, it's measured that way. You can't be measured that way and also be a ball. You have a problem, not me.
No, I don't have any problem. I have the facts here. And I'm like, how do you explain horizon? Like if the Earth is actually flat?
Where the sky apparently meets the ground. That's where the sky apparently meets the ground. How do you explain it?
Wait, so you believe that, like, if the Earth is, look, suppose the Earth is flat, it's supposed to, the Earth, like the ground is supposed to fade out. It's not supposed to have like a fine line where the sky and the ground meet. It doesn't make any sense at all.
Who
And that's
told you
like, what?
this?
What? This is just the
Who
basic
told
fact.
you that?
No,
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 it's
it's
just a
not a basic
fact.
fact, dude. Who told you this basic fact?
Dude, I've did my research. I've read the literatures.
Okay,
I know
post
it.
your link to your research you did on
Why?
this because I want to read it.
Why are you running now?
I'm not.
Then why are you asking for
It's
sources?
because you're telling me something, making claims, and you got no proof for it.
What do you
Dude,
guys
it's
say?
basic. It's self-explanatory. Like,
Nigerian King, this is how it works. You can make whatever claims you like. Nobody's got a problem with that. You've got to back them up.
Okay, how about this? The Earth is round. The Earth is a
How
fucking
about Naval
globe.
shuts
Yeah.
up and lets Nigerian Prince keep talking?
He doesn't know about the
what?
space.
Get rid of PD again.
So you guys mute people that support me because they know the truth.
No,
He's not
we
supporting
knew
you. He's a
people that shut
troll.
you down.
He's trolling
So
because
you
he
can
knows the truth. He
you
knows the
make
whole truth.
whatever claims you make, Nigerian King. All
For
we ask,
7 years.
back them up.
He's
I don't
trolling
know what
because he knows the truth. Wow.
Yeah, because you
Okay.
guys hold to this insane belief
Is that
that
what people
the
that
Earth.
know the truth do? Is it they troll?
Well, yeah. If
Hey,
somebody
Nigerian
if you know unicorns don't exist, and your kid is like, "Oh, unicorns do exist,"
do
like
you
you
know
He
what
guys
a
are
looks
trolling
like a
them.
triangle is?
unicorn.
Nigerian King, do you know what a triangle is?
Uh-oh.
Is that? Are you running? Is this like a run from my point I
No, we
made?
can't. What point did you make? We can't go on.
Oh, so you have no way of responding to what I said. That's why you've been quiet the whole time. Good to
To
know.
what?
You've got nothing to back.
To
You
what?
can't back
It's
what you
This.
said.
self-explanatory. It's
No, it's
self-explanatory.
you can't use that. That it's
What do you mean? Like, it's
self-explanatory.
basic logic.
What's the logic? Break it down for me.
If the Earth is flat, like you guys claim it is,
Huh?
like the only way we wouldn't be able to see things such as like I don't know the Great Wall of China or some stuff like this is because the air is too dirty, right? And if that's the case,
Oh, so now
wait,
it's
can I
the air's problem.
No, supposing that the Earth is flat, I obviously don't hold to that position. But if your case was to be true, there wouldn't be a clear horizon where there's a fine line between like Earth and the
It isn't
and the
clear.
sky.
Not.
Are you not listening?
Are you telling me the horizon is there because the Earth is a ball, and that's the curve of the Earth we're
Yes,
looking at?
yes,
Really?
yes.
Are you? Anybody want to take this?
And literally everyone who holds to
Well,
my
when you
position
zoom in
is
on the horizon, it isn't clear at all.
it is
Okay,
clear,
when you
even
zoom
when you
right in
zoom
on
in.
it.
Yes, it
No, it
is.
absolutely isn't.
Yes, it
No, it's not.
is.
Link
Yeah,
one,
Wait, just
Nigerian,
one
so we
minute.
can look at it. Link one, so we
Yeah,
can zoom in and look
show
at it.
us some
Okay.
super zoom footage of a horizon that's clear line.
Super zoom.
And look, I can destroy your horizon claim if you want as well.
You cannot.
Well,
Yeah,
quick
I
question:
can actually.
Can you have a sunset in a? You don't think you can have a sunset on a flat Earth, Nigerian?
Well, it depends on which flat Earth position you guys hold to.
The
I
one where
don't
the Earth
believe
is
you guys.
flat.
Well, no, it
Okay, can you
depends, like,
have a
'cause
sunset in a video
can I
game?
respond without you
You
interrupting
did.
me
You said
constantly?
no.
Okay,
You
thank
said
you.
no.
Okay, thank you. I'll respond then.
Can you have a sunset in
Okay,
a
I'm done.
video game?
This guy's obviously retarded. Why am I talking to him,
Can you
guys?
have a
Please continue.
sunset in a
Please.
simulation?
Again, either I answer it the way that I want to, or you don't.
What's wrong,
Okay, go for
Nigerian
it.
King? You just
He
realised
won't let
that the
me finish
guys in
my
here
answers because he knows what I'm about to say destroys his retarded point. That's why. Super zoom picture of horizon. Yeah, so all of them are clear.
Yeah, show one.
Right. Picture.
So if I go find a picture of a sunset from a video game with a clear horizon,
Dude, why
that
is
be a
this
problem?
retard always talking?
I'm showing you that a horizon and a sunset is not exclusive to a globe model.
Please be quiet.
No. How about
Okay,
no, Nigerian
here's a good one.
princess?
Here. This is really good.
It's not zoomed in at all.
It's very clear, it's very straight. You could zoom in by
Yeah,
yourself
if you were to zoom in on that,
I am zooming in right now.
it would just be a blurry. You are zooming
No,
in,
it's
are
not.
you?
I'm zooming in right now.
You're zooming in.
Yes.
Oh yeah. The camera isn't zoomed in. Yeah, I've got a good one here. I've got a good one here for you, and it's like a 2-in-1 or 3-in-1. Yeah,
I
have
do
a
like
look.
the
Here's a
image that
GIF.
you posted up, Nigerian King. Perfectly flat. Thank you. Proving our
Yeah,
argument.
I'm keeping that one too. Another anti-flat earther proving flat Earth.
Oh my god.
Well, I zoomed in on it and it's rather blurry. Did you see the screenshot there, Nigerian princess?
Okay, so there's a problem with you. I mean, you just don't understand how anything works at all.
Yeah, Nigerian King. Look at what I posted, bro. Okay, so here's a GIF. Okay, and this guy's using an actual super zoom camera, and he's zooming in to the horizon. Okay, now how far away should the horizon be if someone's standing at the shoreline? Do you know?
It does. Wait, hold on. So the thing you just sent is very clear.
No, the horizon is not clear.
Yes,
when
it
he zooms
is.
in. No, it's absolutely not. When he zooms in, the horizon's not clear. Okay,
It is
but there's a
clear.
big problem. There's a big problem for you here.
Dude, it's
Okay,
very
what distance
clear.
should the horizon be? What distance should the horizon be at if the Earth were a
You're not.
globe?
Wait, you're not going to run away from this. The video you
No, no, no.
sent goes against
Yeah,
what
it
you're
shows.
saying.
It just fades off into the haze.
Does not
Actually, you
fade.
can barely. You
Nobody's
can't
seen
even
it.
see. You can't even
Nobody's
see a
seen it
distinct
fade.
horizon. But this is the
Yeah,
problem. This is the
you
problem.
keep repeating that.
Okay,
You keep
shut up
repeating
for a
it, but when
second.
you look at it,
Shut up
it's
for a
very clear.
second, because the horizon should be at 2.3 miles from this observer height on a globe. That's the distance the horizon should be. Okay, but we have a windmill farm. Okay, and we can tell the distance to the windmill farm. Okay, it's 8 miles away. Right, there's a Professor Triangle just put a diagram showing the windmill farm. It's called Rampion Windmill Farm. Okay, and on a globe from a
you
one.
just monologue because you know what you said is wrong. Is this it?
Okay, what did I
Again,
say that's wrong? What did I say
you
that's
said
wrong?
everything you talked about built on the premise that the video for some reason shows a guy zooming in, and when he zooms in, it's diffused, but it's not. It's very clear. That anyone who's watching this video
Okay,
could
well,
tell you.
I'm sorry if
Hey,
you have
DJ,
retarded eyes.
he thinks the horizon is that black line in front of the.
Yeah.
He thinks it's the
Where's
black line.
the horizon? Is the
Oh my
okay,
god, I'm
bro?
actually dealing with
Hold on a
idiots.
second. Right, this is because you're gonna get wrecked, dude. Okay, so
I'm
is the
gonna get
horizon?
wrecked.
Yeah, yes. Is the horizon in front or behind the windmills? Is it beyond the windmills or is it in front of the windmills?
This is where it is.
Yeah, where is it? In front or behind?
There it is. There it is. It's
Yeah,
that simple.
do you understand the question? Is the horizon?
I
Do you know
don't
what the
think you
horizon
understand
definition is?
horizon. Okay, let me just
Okay, what's the
Nigerian Prince, why are
definition?
you running from such a
calm
basic
down.
question?
Relax. We get it.
Oh
You
no,
want
I'm
someone to
relaxed, enjoying this.
Yeah,
Okay,
what's
so
the
let me
horizon,
respond.
bro?
Buddy, calm
What's
down.
the
Relax.
horizon?
Calm down.
Yeah, I'm calm, bro.
You're not
You're
saying anything
you're running away.
You're not sophisticated. You're saying the dumbest shit and pretending to be smart because a lot of people you're
No, it was a basic question. He asked you
calm
where the
down.
horizon is, and you're
Oh,
running
y'all
around in
pretend to
little
speak
circles
about each
because
other,
you're
right?
scared because you've just had your ass handed to
Yes,
you.
I'm very terrified. You got me. Yes, yes. Okay, are you done? Thank you. Look, I've
So where's
already
the
You're
horizon?
gonna answer the question, bro. Answer the
calm
question.
down. Calm down. Calm down.
Is the
I've already.
horizon in front or behind?
Maybe
In
if you
front
ask it one
or
more
beyond?
time, what I'm saying just to
Yeah.
answer you.
Well, this
Go
is
ahead.
what's gonna happen, bro. Because right now you're being
Okay, you're gonna run
intellectually
away?
dishonest.
Are you running away right now?
What am I running away
Okay,
from?
good. Okay, let me finish. Thank you. So I've already
Yeah.
sent a
No,
very
no.
Oh,
clear picture.
I asked you the
Nigerian
question.
There
King,
it is. You won't let me
why
respond.
can't you answer the question? What's your issue?
There it is. I mean, it's clear you guys don't want actual answers.
No,
So
no, it's clear that you're the one that's dodging the question that was put forward.
Yeah, I'm dodging that question, but I was making a statement until you
Is
cut
the
me off.
horizon in the image provided? Is it in front of the windmills, beyond the windmills? Can't you cough it up?
You're so retarded.
Why are you running from
On
the
your way?
question?
Yeah. You know this is recorded on YouTube right now. It's like live streaming, and you look like a
I already said
dishonest
I know
clown
you
right
think
now.
you're smart. I know you think you're. What
Why
you're
are
saying
you
is true.
running?
Just no, I
Like
don't.
this
I'm
is.
just asking you a
I don't
question.
think that
Like, is
video's
the
gonna
horizon?
demonstrate.
Do you even know what a horizon is? I don't think you even
Okay.
know what a horizon is at this point.
And it's funny
There's
because
no
I
way
even
to
said
believe.
it to him what a horizon is, and he just went right over his head. I said, apparently, where the sky meets the ground.
Yeah, so I mean, just tell me when you guys are done being performative and acting like you know what you're talking about.
No, you're going to answer the question. You're not going to be able to run away from it.
Yeah,
Is the
so I'm
horizon
only
beyond
ever gonna answer
the
any
windmill?
question once I'm
Is
done saying
the
what I was
horizon
saying.
beyond the windmill?
Maybe if you repeat
Is
it
it
one more
beyond the
time.
windmill or is it in front of the windmill?
Try again one more time, please.
Bro,
You're running Nigerian Prince?
yeah.
Oh,
you're
he's
just
trying to get
clowning.
muted or banned. Yeah, that's him
Yeah, this
running
is
away.
yeah.
We know how this works, dude. It's the same
Yep,
tragic logic you guys
I'm
always
running away
use.
because I want to finish what I was saying
Because you
before I
won't
lose
answer a question.
Yep, you got me. Dude, this is so running away. You're right. This is what running away.
So what you've got, Nigerian
That's why I'm
Prince,
still
your
standing for
claims that
10
you've handed out is photographs from a company that you can't prove whether true, false, or otherwise, and
Can you stop going back to the
photographs
proof
of
thing,
your
please?
claim of geometry thrown out the window, and you don't even want to answer where bloody horizon.
Yeah, so like everything you just said again, if anybody has been watching that video you're talking about will know is wrong. I've already proved multiple times by different sources that the Earth is a
No, you
sphere.
haven't. You've
That
proven
was my
nothing.
again. You keep
All
there. It
you've done
is.
is
There it
proven
is.
Nigerian Prince.
Alright.
All you've done is
Whatever.
proven you have an inability to answer basic questions.
And
You're
all
scared,
you've
bro.
done, all you've done is you've proven you're not capable of listening to what anybody's
What's your
saying.
intimidation level right now on a 1 to 10? Like a 7 or 8?
And you have the ability to ask the most
Is
dumbest and irrelevant
-3.
questions. There it is. Yeah, so
Yeah,
this
so
conversation
in
is
the
only gonna work
yeah,
if you
bro,
guys
this
stop
is
saying
only
what I'm
gonna
saying.
work
No,
if
he's
no.
running.
This is
You
the
gotta let
thing,
me
bro.
finish. Yep, guys, you
No, we
got me.
don't
I
have to
am
do
running because I'm
anything.
saying I gotta
You want to
finish the
get
point I was
you
making.
want to get muted so you can leave because your ego won't let you leave on your own accord.
Dude.
So run away if you
That's
want to, or
correct.
answer the
Yeah, that's how
question.
it works. We hear it every
Yep.
day from you guys.
That's
You
also
get to
right.
this
You're a
point,
pussy.
you say shit,
That the flat
to get
earthers
muted
read
or
my
and
mind,
banned,
dummy
then you
guys.
start talking about us, and you think that's gonna make
There
a
it is.
win.
I'm gonna
See
get
how that works? And I can talk over you the
what
whole time, so you can't say any words right now. What do you
that's
think of
fine.
that?
It's fine.
Yeah, that's
It's
pretty
fine.
good, huh?
Tell me when you're done crying. Tell me when you're done. Oh, are you done? Okay, it's so weird he finished talking when I finished talking. Interesting. But like I already said before, I'm not gonna keep getting interrupted. I have to finish what I'm saying for you guys to even ask me any sort of question. And then you guys have to answer what I'm like you guys have to answer the question that
We
I'm
don't have
asking.
to. Mm-mm.
Yes, that's why the conversation is, moron.
We're not. No, you said it was a debate before.
What do you think a debate is?
It's not a conversation, that's for sure. We
What
don't
is
just
it?
sit there
Well, if
and
I
drink
ask you what is an
coffee
apple, you
and
don't
talk
respond
about
by saying
football,
what
you
an orange is.
weirdo.
Okay, there it is. I mean, you're showing your intellect right now. Oh my god, you're so
Dude,
smart.
you
You
don't
got me.
sit there and talk
That's all
about
right. I'm
things.
running away. No,
Share
you got me.
ideas with each other. That's not a debate.
You got me. I'm running away. That's it. That's the only reasonable conclusion we've reached so far. Yep.
Well, a room
Okay,
full of people
four
can see
minutes.
you running
Room full of
away.
people that believe in flat
4
Earth, so
minutes
that
after
doesn't
the
really.
hour, Nigerian King. Flat Lloyd has put a question in the side chat. It says, "Where is the horizon? A, B, or C? Which one? A, B, or C? Which one of those is
Maybe
the
if you just
horizon?
repeat it one more time, then I might answer. Go ahead.
A, B, or C?
Just one more time again.
He's trying to
I'm
get
saying one
kicked
like the
out.
probability is
Dude,
reasonable
we
from what you
know
said.
what this cope is. We hear it every day from you guys. Once you lose, you go into the spiral mode and you
If
just
you hear
repeat
it every day,
yourself.
then maybe the problem is you, right?
That's a triangle. That comes
If
under
you hear the same
on
thing from
coping.
different people, then maybe the problem might be you, right? Like it's not the people that are coming.
So how come you haven't answered the
Niger,
question, Princess?
I already said why I haven't answered any sort of
you
question
suck
because
at
I was
this, by the
interjected,
way.
and you guys can't
You're
like
not very
what
good
I
at defending the
look.
globe.
No, you guys
You're
keep
like
talking until I'm done.
one of the dumbest globers we've had in here today.
Uh-oh.
And that's saying a lot about this channel.
And
Yes, that is saying a lot in a room.
anti-globalist is one of our nicest one of our nicest flat earthers that we have, and he said that you're a clown, basically. Did you know
But
that?
when you say he's
Who
the
is,
nicest,
who is the Glober over here?
when you say he's
You
like the
are.
nicest, you have to keep in mind he's a flat earther, so it doesn't really mean much here. But again, I've already said if you had multiple people saying the same thing that I'm saying, then maybe the problem is you keep interjecting and pretending like you control what I have to say.
So multiple people say the
I don't
same things, therefore you're right.
Again, see, I don't know how this
Again.
Australian dude has the ability to repeat the dumbest shit that nobody has ever said, and then I
So
don't
how
get
come you
this.
still haven't answered the question, coward?
Did you track anything I said so far? Are
Did you
you
answer the
like
fucking question? Are you tracking what
he's
DJ
like
said?
an AI,
What
bro.
DJ asked you? So what you're going
Literally,
to
he's
do
like
now
a robot.
is you're going to sit back and pretend all that in a bag of chips, and act like you're the intellect. Tell everyone they're not you. We asked you.
Okay, so
Okay, so answer the question. Horizon in the
I've
image
already said you gotta let me
provided.
finish what I'm saying without you interjecting every fucking second. Calm down.
Yes, I
So
am
once
quite
we
calm.
have
I'm waiting for you to answer the question. The break only goes so long. Answer it.
okay, Australia, I don't know if you're retarded. Like
No,
I
I'm
am not
suggesting you
able
are,
to know anymore.
because you
It
can't
seems
answer the
like I've already
question.
addressed what you
For
just
some
said.
reason, you're a
It's
coward.
like you keep
That
repeating the same point.
yeah,
Actually, I've already addressed
okay,
it.
so I
There
don't
he
know.
goes again. He's ranting. Dude, who am I talking
He's
to right
patiently
now?
waiting for you to answer the question. Have you
Calm
been
down.
away?
I've already said the reason why I haven't answered the question is because you guys keep interjecting every time we get to
Okay,
some sort of.
right. You're on mute. I'm going to take you off mute, and that's your opportunity to answer the question, not talk about why you haven't been able to talk about answer the question. Right? Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, so I'm gonna have to finish what I'm saying. It's really
So
that
that's
simple
not the
for you.
answer. Oh well, he tried.
You can sit in here on mute now and help us stack up our statistics for the server.
We
Thank you for your
ran away
service.
because he can't answer a question. We're the ones that ran away.
You don't get to type. No typing.
Maybe he'll type the right answer. Because we could just delete if it's not an answer.
He's unable to.
Oh.
He's got no hands.
Oh.
Thanks, Flat Lloyd. That's heaps better. Hey, DJ, you still there?
Yeah, man.
Just to show everyone at home that's listening on YouTube and to show how dishonest that last person was, can you just pick anyone on the panel and ask them the same question you were wanting to ask him?
Sure. Travis, where's the horizon
Yes.
located? Yeah, where's the horizon before or after the windmills?
Clearly after.
Clearly after. And what if the Earth were a globe? What distance should the horizon be at from a 1 meter observation height?
Ooh, 1 meter. Let me see. What is that? 3. So what's that like? It would be like a mile and a half? 2 miles?
Yeah. That's close enough. Yep. 2.3 is the answer. 2.29. Okay, so if we
And
can
where's
see
the
the
horizon in
horizon,
that image?
Hey, after we reverse this globe
beyond
spell they have on you guys, we're taking back the imperial system. You guys can't use the metric system anymore, so it's too confusing for everybody.
this is Dr. John Dee's fault. 3.5 foot. 3.5
Well, yeah.
feet is one. Oh, well, actually, it's 1.07 meters.
Oh my goodness, I
Which
don't
is
even know how to
less.
look at that. It's just like, okay, so a meter is a little bit more than a yard. A yard is 3 feet, so it's 3 feet. It's more than 3 feet. It's got to be less than 4 feet, right? That's how I know it. Then I multiply that by how many meters.
Man, I'm the
Hey, I did
opposite
pretty
with that.
good for having to guess on the fly the meter
You
conversion.
did a good job. Yeah.
Hey, look, we
Can you give,
understand. You got 6 fingers. Imperial's easier.
can you give us some details about that image? Like, how far away are those windmills? And isn't there a boat in the far distance of that horizon as well?
Yeah, so there's a boat at 14 miles away, tracked on tracking radar, and it's about 7.6 meters above the surface of the water. Like, that's how high it is. But there should be, I think, about 20 to 25 meters of drop over that distance. So you shouldn't be able to see the boat. And then the windmills range from 8 to 11 miles away. And there should be about 29 to 52 miles hidden from the bottom of all of the windmills, depending on whether it's the closer one or the further one. That would have to be the case if the Earth were a globe.
So those yellow foundations on the bottom of those windmills should not be visible.
No, that's a marker for tide, the black part. Low tide, you see the whole thing. No, you only see yellow tide.
But yeah, you probably shouldn't be able to see any of the yellow section. I'd have to check how high that yellow section is.
Oh, on a globe, yeah, you probably should only see half. Well, not even. I don't know how tall those ones are, but you wouldn't see it like that. That's for sure. Can't be exactly sure unless we do it in some kind of 3D modeling, and then you'll see it perfect what it should almost look like. But because we can't see that in real life, we don't live on a ball, so can only imagine it or try to draw it out. Otherwise, video games would be done in a globe foundation.
Hello. So fucking quiet in here.
We're having a moment of silence for the Glober that we just RIP'd.
Oh.
It was a princess from Nigeria.
Oh. Wait, who died?
They died
It was a,
inside.
yeah, it was a Nigerian princess.
Oh.
He melted.
Oh. Bad. Sorry.
What's your position on the shape of the Earth, friend?
Is the silence done?
It's done.
Yo, I
Yeah,
I
you're
don't mean
right.
to this conversation, but I need help from somebody. Do we have someone who believes in a globe in here? Do we have a
Yeah,
globe
me.
head? Okay, are you a good debater?
Wait, what do you mean globe? Like a
Like
ball?
yes, you believe the Earth is a
Yeah.
oblate sphere.
Yeah. Yeah.
Are you a good debater and you're well versed in like these debates?
No.
Flat
No.
Earth?
No.
Oh shit. Do you know someone who is someone else in here like well versed in this?
It's a stupid subject. I don't care. It's so stupid.
Okay, are you able to debate someone who is well versed on the subject?
Yeah, but I don't want to.
Okay.
Are you scared? You scared to debate it?
Oh no, I'm just
No,
not good at it. Oh wait, you're
it's
talking to him?
stupid.
Oh no, not
It
you.
is
This other
stupid.
guy who just got in and said it was stupid. I think he kind of sounds scared a little.
Wait, no, S Knight said it's stupid, not me.
Right, right. That's what I'm
That's not.
talking about.
Oh
So
no,
are you
S
scared
Knight
to debate
stupid.
it, Knight?
I just
He thinks it's
No,
stupid. That's why he decided to join the channel because he thinks it's stupid. He doesn't want to
wait.
debate it.
I think you guys are confused here.
I don't want to debate. I just want to
No, no,
listen.
we're not confused. S Knight.
No,
We're talking
no,
about
no.
S Knight,
You're
not you.
Did S Knight just join? Because I just joined the chat.
Yeah, yeah. He just joined as well. Yeah, he also
Oh, okay.
joined
I
just
see.
before you.
Are you a flat earther? Oh yeah, you are. I see. Unless you're just anti-globalist, like.
Thing is, look, wait. Thing is,
Yeah, I don't
I
like
can see the
globalists
moon.
either.
I
I
can see
see.
the moon
Wow.
is circle, and I can see the sun is circle.
Yeah.
Why doesn't Earth be circle?
Okay. Well,
Draw a
let's
circle for
do
us.
it.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, hold on. Let's just do an analogy on that. It's like just something similar to just to point out the flawed logic in it. Okay, if you measure your floor flat, okay, and then you look at the light on your ceiling, how come your floor isn't also a sphere like the light on the ceiling? Pretty illogical, isn't it, to suggest it to even say that? Okay, but I get where you're coming from because you've been told your whole life that
That
the
doesn't
Earth
make
is a
sense.
planet. It doesn't make sense, does it? Because the
Doesn't
floor
make
is
sense.
completely different to the light that's
No,
on
no,
your
no.
ceiling.
You don't make sense.
The floor's independent of those things.
Really, what don't you understand about what I said?
It's not the same. The whole situation you just mentioned is not the same.
Why
It's not
isn't
the
it?
same.
Why? Yeah, why not?
Because you comparing space to a living room, that does not make sense.
No, I didn't
Because
compare space with a living room.
No, because
Okay, this is what I
space is
compared. Something that is observed and measured flat to something that is observed as a round light in the sky or in the air.
is Mars flat?
I didn't
I
make
just,
any claims about the lights in the sky, but you seem to
let's
be
just
thinking.
let's just
No.
let's just
Wait,
end
wait,
it
wait.
friend quickly, DJ.
Yeah,
We don't think Earth is a disk in space. Okay, it's not
right.
what we're saying. It's not a disk
You're not
planet.
claiming not a flat planet. Yeah.
What you talking about then?
Flat is not a shape. And we're talking about the surface area of the Earth, which is mostly covered in water that we know about. Okay, not curving over distance. If it were a globe, it must be curving at a rate that we can calculate over distance. And then when we go out and test for that curvature that should be there, it's never there. Like huge amounts of curvature, it's just never there.
What's the point of this Like, what are you gonna get out of this? Like, oh, not gonna do anything.
It's
not gonna
super
make your life better.
interesting, and we like talking about it.
Yeah, why are you in here?
I'm just joining randoms, to be honest. That's my problem.
Do
My
you?
bad.
So you picked. Yeah, okay. Well, if you're not interested in the topic, then you can go find it. A different channel. But I think it's
All right, bro.
important. Yeah, that like the nature of reality is kind of important to me, right? And so is truth, and also teaching people to think critically as well, or helping people unlock that critical thinking ability that's been taken away. All right, he's gone. All right, we need another moment of silence. Another globe has melted.
I like the other guy who asked for help from another globe and didn't get any. Did he leave as well? He seemed honest, at least.
Yeah, unfortunately, he left as well. This politics serve as such a big letdown with the globies, the quality of the globies.
That Nigerian princess is Collapse. He first when he first encountered him under the username Collapse. Mindio and Miggy basically tipped him upside down and put his head in the toilet and made him realize he had a belief. And his response to that, right? His realization was, but we need to believe this. Like he was so like, oh, but you've got to believe this with me, please.
Well,
It was so funny.
Is the Earth flat, guys?
Looks like it. Wouldn't you agree?
Oh. No, I don't agree. Hold on.
So you don't observe the surface of water at rest to be flat and level and horizontal? You don't observe flat horizons out at sea?
Oh, wait, hold on. I can't post anything, but like I went to Google and I looked Earth picture, and it's round. It's
You've never
circle.
seen that. You've never seen that.
I'm looking at it right now.
I'm talking about what you can go and see with your own
Yeah, it's
eyes,
on
not
Google.
on a screen. Out in reality. Do you
It's on
observe the
Google.
surface of liquid at rest to be flat and level and horizontal?
What does that mean?
It's hydrostatics, you know?
It's
Okay,
all
so when you've got a calm
horizontal,
body
and then
of
I can't
water,
see it.
let's say you've got a cup of water, bathtub, a pond, a lake, doesn't matter. When it's nice and still, does it look flat or does it look curved?
I looked at the Earth emoji on Discord, and it's round.
Yeah, that's amazing, bro. I'm glad you like cartoons. I'm talking about
There's
reality.
no flat Earth. Gee.
All right, you're not tracking, are you? You're not tracking.
You said if it was horizontal or vertical, but it's horizontal. Can't see it after.
Do you agree the
Can't see
surface of...
water on the
Do
planet at the same time.
you agree that the surface of liquid at rest is horizontal?
It's horizontal.
Did you say what is horizontal?
I said yeah, it's horizontal.
It's horizontal, right. Okay, there you go. And what is most of the Earth covered in?
Oh, it's covered in water, right?
Right. So if the surface of water is horizontal, how can it be a sphere?
But if it was flat, wouldn't it all like fall into space?
Space? Who said we're in space?
Doesn't make sense.
I'm not claiming we're in outer space. Are you?
Are we? Yeah, I am.
Or we're on Earth?
But like Earth is in outer space, so like the water would
Is
fall
it?
into outer space.
Is it? Is it?
There's pictures.
There's pictures, so nothing that you can experience in reality yourself. So nothing firsthand, no firsthand experience of this outer space.
Google the picture of outer space and
Google
some other
isn't a
stars.
firsthand experience of reality.
And I looked at a video from NASA. It has a
Yeah, videos
outer
aren't
space.
firsthand experience of reality.
It's on TV.
Yeah, it's on TV. So you saw something on TV and you believed it.
Yeah. Shouldn't I?
Yeah. Why should you?
Wrong? I said, why shouldn't I?
Why
What are
should
you
you?
talking about? I
What
mean,
are you
it's
talking
on
about?
TV.
Give me a reason to believe it.
Is this on television? They can't
Because it's
broadcast
on
false information
television? Are
on
you
television.
serious, bro? Right now?
Yeah, there's the
So we should just
done this.
automatically, ipso facto, believe everything we see on TV.
Yeah.
Yo, Farhad, you're getting absolutely
Regulated.
cooked.
You didn't know that. The FCC regulates television. They can't lie on it. What are you talking
Maybe
about?
talk to somebody else, man.
The FCC regulates television. Why would they put false information on it?
Because retarded.
Can you show us that? Can you get a source for that, like their rule book or something, where it says they can't lie on TV? And why would you use Google as a source? Doesn't Google also say that men can get pregnant?
I Googled it. It said the FCC's stance on lying on television is clear. You cannot lie on TV. Those are right here.
Aren't all are cartoons a lie?
So literally on the no, it's not a lie because it's fiction, so it doesn't claim to be reality.
Isn't fiction
Why are you
is a
being
lie?
disingenuous? I just gave you the
Well, I mean,
source,
it's
by
a
the way.
lie though.
Just gave you the source, by the way.
A fictitious movie would be a lie. So
It
by
doesn't
your
claim to be
logic, you
reality, so
can't
it's not
publish,
lying.
you can't watch that on TV because it's a lie.
Being disingenuous doesn't claim to be
So
reality.
when Brad Pitt plays in a movie and his name is Joe in the movie, that would be a lie, right? So that he wouldn't be able to play the movie.
It's fiction. It doesn't claim to be reality.
But if it's fiction, it's a lie.
True. So why are you lying? I don't get it. I don't get it. You're just like wrong stuff. It'd be like if it'd be like if I looked at War of the Worlds, but the world actually isn't at war. So it's like, it's a movie. It doesn't claim to.
So that would be a lie,
Put the
right?
world at war.
The world's not at war, so that's a lie. So you lied when you said that they can't publish such a thing on TV.
Yeah, but where in the movie does it say that this is happening right now? In the real world.
When they show the world being attacked.
But it doesn't say it's happening in the real world, though. Brad Pitt doesn't say, "Oh, this is happening right now in real life, guys." He never said that.
But it's still a lie. It's not actually happening.
I see. Like I just debunked your whole argument. What are you talking about?
I don't know. Anybody else want to talk to this group?
Never made an argumentative claim that it was actually happening in real life. How is it a lie? See? It makes no sense. Your argument made no sense. I don't know. I mean, if we're gonna go back to the Earth is round, right? They can't lie on TV, and since the Earth is on TV and it's round, then yeah, it's not flat.
Where does it say they can't lie on TV?
I gave you the source on the side chat.
Does that mean they don't?
Yeah, because they regulate it.
So has no one ever lied on TV? Is that your claim? Nobody has ever lied on television.
And claim that, but I'm saying that they can't lie about the Earth being round on TV.
Oh, just about that.
Yeah, that's the evidence I'm using to back up my claim about the Earth being round.
Amazing logic you carry, sir.
You haven't disproved it. I don't really.
Yeah, we have disproved
But
it.
can they be wrong?
They'd be wrong, yeah.
Okay,
Like
so
they
what
were
if they just
wrong.
believe that the Earth is a globe, but they're wrong?
Who's they?
The people that say it's a
TV
globe on
people.
TV.
Yeah, like anybody who says the Earth is round, like they just believe it's round, but they're wrong. TV.
Yeah, maybe they just believe it because that's what they were taught, and they're not actually lying about it. They genuinely believe it.
Yeah, but so if they were wrong about the Earth being round, they'd be in jail because that's against the rules.
What's the sentence for
Why?
something like that?
Depends.
Yeah, what's the maximum sentence?
It's fraud. It would probably be fraud. What I would go for. Maximum sentence for fraud.
Depends on how far the horizon is that day.
Up to 10 years, yeah. Can't lie about the Earth being round, or you get put in jail for 10 years. I don't know if you knew that.
Again, take the malice out of it. Maybe they believe their own lie.
Did what?
I said maybe they believe their own lie and they're just wrong.
But it hasn't been disproven as a lie.
Yeah, it has.
You agreed the surface of liquid, the rest is horizontal.
But you can't
If
see the rest of the liquid.
If the
so
majority
how's
of
it
the Earth
flat?
is covered in water, and the surface of water is horizontal. And how can the
Yeah, we can
exterior of Earth be a sphere?
we can see enough of the liquid to be able to confirm that it's not curving by many, many hundreds of feet that it should be curving over that distance of liquid.
The Earth is flat. Why can't I see all of it? Like, that doesn't make any sense.
Because the air is only semi-transparent, and we also have something called perspective.
Yeah, your eyes aren't
Like
good
if,
enough to see that far.
yeah, and neither's the air. Like if you
Also,
check
the
your
inverse square square law.
I mean, also, like, how could we not walk off the Earth if it was
also
flat,
that,
right?
yeah. Well, we don't.
Wouldn't
It's,
make a lot of
okay,
sense.
okay, that's silly. We're not claiming it's a flat disk that you could fall off into space.
Then, like, what is like the physical appearance of it then? It's flat.
It's just what you see when you go outside.
We're in like a bubble. You just can't walk off of it.
You can't like, I don't know. Yeah, we're not claiming to know the shape or the extremities of the Earth. But when we test for curvature, there isn't any, so it can't be a globe.
I think it might be a square.
Do we
Could
just
be a
live in like a
square.
glass dome? Like, what is that about?
No. I didn't hear anyone claim a glass dome.
That's the only
Why would you
logical
assume
answer.
such a thing?
You can't
Really?
walk off of it. How would you survive?
Why would it have to be in a glass dome?
There's no atmosphere on that disk.
What do you mean? How do you have atmosphere on a
Um,
globe?
Celestial objects are held together by the force of gravity. You didn't know
Hold
that?
on. He asked you why you can't have an atmosphere on a globe, or how you can.
You can, because of the gas surrounding the globe, because of the force of gravity, it pulls it together. You know that?
You're 100
So
years
if a
Science
late.
class.
Gravity hasn't been a force since like the 1920s when it was overturned by Einstein and the curvature of the magical
Einstein's a
space-time
Jew. I don't
fabric.
trust him.
well, here's a
I
problem.
don't trust
Like
Einstein. He's
what
a
would
Jew.
happen? I got a question for
Yo,
you.
that's the
If
smartest
you
thing
had
this guy said so far.
yeah, it is. If you had a gas particle and it was going upward, what would happen to the gas particle? Would it get pulled down?
Yeah, it's always going up, but it's getting pulled towards the center of gravity.
It's always so. Is it going to move in a straight line if it doesn't collide with another gas particle?
Collides with another gas
'Cause then
particle. It collides with another gas particle.
yeah. If it doesn't, like we got to just say we got a gas particle. It's going upward on an angle. Let's say it's going up on an angle. Is it going to do a parabolic arc and come back down again because of gravity?
Oh, I think it would
Because
do a
that's
full
not.
revolution.
It would do a full revolution around the globe.
Yeah.
And then what?
The Earth rotates on its axis, so why would it not?
So we have a gas particle going up. Where's gravity the strongest?
The middle?
Like strongest, yeah, like for us, accessible on the surface, right?
It's in the center of the Earth, right?
Yeah, but we can't get there. So
The core
where
of
is
the
it
Earth made of
strongest?
iron and nickel. The
Okay,
surface.
is
I'm
the
standing.
gravity stronger? Is the surface? That's the correct answer. Okay, so if a gas particles like gases are produced at ground level or under the ground, okay, that's where they all come from. How come gravity is not pulling all of the gases down to the Earth?
It does.
No, it doesn't. Like if you look up the definition of gas particle movement right now, it will say that that's not what happens. It'll say gas particles move at random in all directions, and a gas particle will move in a straight line indefinitely until it either bounces off another gas particle or collides with the wall of the container. That's what it says in all of the textbooks.
Google says it's the balance between pressure and gravity, apparently. So,
Yeah, but that's not the question. You didn't ask it the question that I asked you.
saying why doesn't the gas particles in the atmosphere come down to the surface?
Just type
Because
in
of the
gas
pressure and the
particle
balance of
movement
gravity.
definition. Just type in gas particle movement definition.
Yeah, that is what you asked. You should why does it come down to the surface? I told you why.
Quick
You
question.
said it
Yeah, go.
orbits the globe. Yeah, go ahead.
So,
Yes,
Farthead,
it's
you said that the core of the Earth was iron nickel.
it is nickel.
Okay, so I used to make knives, and I'd make a knife out of an iron
Okay.
nickel piece of metal, and then to temper it, you'd want to heat treat it. You'd get that to about 1300 degrees, and you'll know it's been officially tempered because you stick a magnet to it, and the magnet, it loses all magnetic properties. The magnet will no longer stick to it. So, so how is it that a 5,000 degree, or some say 10,000 degree iron nickel core can create a magnetic field when it's called the Curry point, when iron nickel lose all magnetic
Is
properties?
that made by an Indian?
No. So how is it that a
Continue.
5,000 degree iron nickel core can create a magnetic field considering we have the Curry point?
This is the mass of the iron nickel core.
The mass doesn't create magnetism.
Yeah, maybe this
Mass
is just
does.
like a flat earther LARPing as a glober to make globers look silly on our
I
stream.
was thinking that, I was earlier. I was thinking, is this guy really a flat earther?
Not LARP because the Earth
Are you
is
pretending to
a
be
globe.
dumb, or are you really dumb?
I mean, I consulted Reddit, so I mean, people believe it's a globe, so why would I not?
Pretending to be dumb.
Like, I mean, no, there's
I don't
like
know. I
actually
like the
no
guy.
reason for me to believe the
Yeah, he's
Earth's
alright.
flat, though.
If you
Well,
think that
how
the
come?
atmosphere is here because of gravity, then you
Yes.
have to admit that a molecule of air will eventually get pulled down. So you would have to
Gets pulled into
concede
the
to this
atmosphere.
parabolic arc or whatever of a molecule of gas going diagonal.
What is that?
Parabolic arc?
An arch?
No, there's no H.
It's a parabola. Remember?
Yeah.
Yes.
The arc of a
Like
parabola.
if you throw a rock, for example, it's going to come back down again.
So if it's a parabola, that means it's going to come all the way around.
No, it's not. That depends on the amount of force that it has. It could have enough force to have escape velocity and just leave Earth's gravity, theoretically. Or it could have not
Sure
enough
keeps
and
it in the
it just falls
atmosphere.
to the ground. It doesn't go around. Or it could have the perfect amount and just stay in orbit, theoretically, with your weird model. But the point
Pressure.
is, it would be like shooting a gun, and it would eventually, if it doesn't have enough pressure, fall to the ground. That's what you're saying gas does.
Yes.
Do you have any
If
evidence
there's no
whatsoever?
pressure compressing the gas, then I looked it up on Google.
Yeah, that's a good one.
That's what I did. Well, I mean, I actually am lying. I looked it up on Bing, so that's
Who uses
what I was
Bing in this
doing.
day and age? Oh my goodness.
Using Edge. Just using it. I mean, that's what it said. I mean, pressure and gravity, like once the gas particles in the atmosphere come above the Earth's surface. I have Discord running through Opera GX. Got it because Pack got how to add in this video for it. Yeah, I don't really see how the Earth's flat.
No, you already agreed that you do see it as flat.
Oh. Only see it that way,
To be
but
fair,
what if
I
my
do think
eyes are
that
lying?
I personally think that gas has weight, and I think it would work like that, theoretically. But I have no proof for it.
So you're not saying I'm wrong.
No,
I mean, why wouldn't it have weight? Thing has mass. It has mass, it has gravity.
Okay,
Does it
well,
really though?
Yeah, but this is the thing, bro. Like, you're not going to be able to prove your claim.
Not.
Yeah. Like if you have,
Gas has weight.
let's just say you have like a container of gas, and you take the lid off the top of the container. Like all of that gas is going to leave the container.
Yeah.
Even if it's a heavy gas like SF6 or something like that, still like within a pretty short
Street
time,
Fighter
it's all going to
6.
be gone. Huh? Like sulfur hexafluoride. It's
Yeah.
like a